My Lord is I lost my love. Lost my love. They're gonna move to the groove. Out of rhythm. My Lord is I lost my love. They're gonna move to the groove. Out of rhythm. My Lord is I lost my love.
Why are we called Negroes? Why are we deaf, dumb, and blind? Why is everybody making progress, yet we seem to be lagging so far behind? Why are we mistreated? Why are we in this condition, stripped of our name, our language, our culture, our God, and our religion? Here in America, all of our religious training has been gotten by the preacher. He has told us of a heaven way up in the sky that we can't enjoy now, but rather after we die. But all of the years that we're living, for us there's nothing but hell, pain, torture, and misgiving. Yet the Bible speaks of a heaven filled with material luxury, which the white man and the preacher has right here, so we see. So, my friend, take it for what it's worth. Your heaven and your hell is right here on this earth. So let's check back into history, which rewards all research and tells us plainly that before the white man gained entry to the East, he was living in the caves of Europe, a ravenous beast, eating juniper roots and eating flesh raw, till God sent Moses to civilize him and teach him the law. Then, following Marco Polo, an explorer, he gained entry into Asia and Africa. From China, he took silk and gunpowder. From India, he took jute, manganese, and rubber. He raped Africa of her diamonds and her gold. From the Mideast, he took barrels of oil untold, raping, robbing, and murdering everything in his path. The whole black world has tasted of the white man's wrath. So, my friend, it's not hard to tell. A white man's heaven is a black man's hell. America, we were living in the East. By the Nile River, we were living in luxury, enjoying freedom, justice, and equality. We wore silken robes and slippers of gold. We were the wealthiest and the wisest people, I'm told. Now we are the poorest of the poor. Nobody wants us at their door. So, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven is black man hell. When the white man came to America, He told the Indian, I am your white brother. He said, red man, I'll treat you the best. Yet and still he pushed the Indian further west with his white woman and firewater. Tricks and lies, he stole America. The original owner of this nation is cooped up on a reservation. So my friend, it's easy to tell, white man heaven, black man hell. He needed someone to work the land, his back was too weak. He needed you, black man, so he commissioned Sir John Hawkins to commit the world's most grievous sin, to take a man who's born to be free and bring him down to slavery, to sell a man as merchandise, on his body put a price. Oh, my friend, it's easy to tell, white man heaven is a black man hell.
Yes, yes. I want to welcome you, brother Zamal Temaray. Once again, I can't say to the LANCESCURV show, because when you show up and when you're here and when you're sharing what you have learned from your intense studies, school is in. So it's not about me, brother. I'm the plate and you're the meal. And this is what we've come here to listen to. I want to thank you for the spirit in which you move forward with gathering and collecting your information, processing it for us, so that we can digest it better than if we had to go out there and crack those books like you have. I thank you for your spirit and your mind, and that is your divine mission, because the way you put it together, it's undeniable truth 100% of the time. Welcome, my brother, and how are you feeling tonight?
Peace to the GBF. I'm glad to be here. I basically came to bring peace to and balance, to balance out Lance's sword. You know, Lance is a revolutionary. I guess you call him a revolutionary rabble rouser.
I like that.
And Lance is one of those, what they would also call one of those Negro agitators.
That's right.
And I don't usually associate with those types, but tonight here I am. I made an exception for tonight. So, you know, Lance is, while the powers that be are enforcing social distancing, here this brother is throwing a monkey wrench into their plans, and he's enforcing social interaction amongst the black masses on a global basis. And this is definitely history being made. It seems like church is being replaced by a new form of gathering now. So what you have created now has never been done before. And who would have thought that the black diaspora would one day orbit around a new black sun called the LANCESCURV show? Wow. That's exactly what it is.
I'm humbled.
So I hope that the GBS has had a good weekend. Hopefully you're bonding with your families. You're starting a nice week. Hopefully you're learning and growing and just becoming a better people, and just striving to make it to the next level. So this is I guess it's kind of like a sit down, or like the modern form of the fireside chat. You can call it a new family gathering, or even it's like a global family reunion in a sense. So it's also like it's like a virtual dinner. And this is, like Lance mentioned, the food. It's like kind of like an informational food fest. So my objective is always to make sure whenever you guys walk away from this table that you have full bellies, not a pot belly, but full bellies. I mean, you won't be stuffed with information for information's sake, but you'll be filled with mental food, much needed nutrition that'll hopefully make a change within our people as a healing agent. for our battered and bruised minds. So this is a great type of food because you never have to worry about, counting calories. You never have to worry about love handles. You never have to worry about, gaining any type of weight. And this is probably the only type of food that you can consume next to that 0-calorie Franken food, what they call it, NutraSweet, that won't cause you to gain any weight. At least it'll probably cause side effects, but this won't cause any side effects. Well, the side effect, you definitely will have side effects. You will probably have DNA explosions, no doubt. No question about it. You will have some DNA explosions. Now, this talk obviously is for people that don't know. I'm sure the global Black family is very advanced, and I know we have a very diverse group, but everybody is not up to speed. So this is all about team and not about, well, this person is advanced and we're going to just pass everybody else up. So everybody is important. And I do remember, just as an aside, there was a sister that mentioned something in reference to my prior talk, Nazi Germany and the Polarity War.
Yes.
Yeah, that was the name of it. And I mentioned some things about ichthyosis. If she's listening tonight, I forgot her name, but you are as much a part of the Black family as anybody else, whether you have ichthyosis or any other type of osis. So don't worry about that. And we'll talk about that a lot more in detail. But what this is yesterday was Easter, and I totally forgot it was Easter, and I didn't know until yesterday because I stopped observing Easter a long time ago.
You and me both.
And somebody told me, oh, yeah, today is Easter. And I'm like, oh, really? So yesterday would have been a great time to talk about this, but I'm like, how you have the Grinch that stole Christmas and the Scrooge that took away everybody's Easter, and
yes.
I didn't want to be that type of person. So just like you have the Grinch right now trying to take everybody's civil liberties and deny people, steal human intimacy and human interaction,
yes,
which is something that can only come from the mind of a beast. But anyway, today I can talk about it because, you guys are over Easter. It's yesterday and it's a thing of the past now. So, but my thing today, I guess we'll cover, I like to do some Bible basics. This can even be part of a series maybe, where we, dissect Christianity from many different angles. Mm-hmm. So I guess the theme today would be Christianity and sun worship. And what I can do is deal with the relationships between Christianity, Christ, and the basically what's the covert worship of the sun. It's like for people that are involved in Christianity, it really is like an unwitting type of worship, a secret type of worship by practitioners, devotees, and adherents of Christianity. Now, this information comes from a variety of different sources. A major source that I have, most of my books are prized possessions of mine, but this particular book, it's a groundbreaking book written by, again, the good doctor, as we call him, I guess you would call him our contemporary informational version of a medicine man, Dr. Malachi Z. York, a.k.a. Pa-Nabab Yanun, or Pa-Nabab Yananan. He wrote a book called Jesus Found in Egypt, and it's a little pocket-sized, Bible-sized book. So it's not little, but it's a good-sized book, maybe 600 pages, but it's full. Every page is full of information. Like I think I mentioned before, one page of one of his books, you'll learn more in one of his books than all of the years that you spend in Christianity. So that's one book that I'll be getting, I'd probably relate a lot of information from. And then there's another book he wrote that's about in excess of 1,000 pages called The Degree of Christism. And The Degree of Christism just deals strictly with Christianity, the origin, and just everything you want to know about, whatever you want to know about Christianity. Another groundbreaking work. And then with regard to Jesus Found in Egypt, that's the type of book where if you loan that book out, you'll never get it back. The person will take the book. They won't even share the information, but they'll secretly study the information behind closed doors, and then, they won't share it with anybody else. But the thing about information is that information has to be shared. And like I mentioned before, whenever you have information, if you hoard that information, and hide that information under a quote unquote bushel basket, then the people will become mentally sick. Just like if you hoard any other natural resource or valuable resource. But one reason I like that book so much is because it demystifies Christianity. And what it does is really, it goes biblical verse by verse, story by story, and it shows you how words, concepts, whole stories, and customs even were pawned off as biblical divine inspiration, or things that came directly from the Word of God. But they have their origin. All of these things that are mentioned in that book have their origin in ancient Egypt. So he also shows how Christianity is a form of veiled sun worship, or a covert form of sun worship. So some of the other books that I used, there's a book called The Historical Jesus and the Mythical Christ. The Historical Jesus and the Mythical Christ by Gerald Massey. Now, I don't know how many people know about Gerald Massey. I'm sure a lot of people here do, but people that don't know about Gerald Massey, he was actually a Caucasian guy in the 1800s, and he went against the established orthodoxy of Egyptology, which is, of course, run by those folks. And he wrote some groundbreaking books about the Egyptian origin of Christianity. And his books, he wrote also Egypt, Light of the World, 2-volume set, about maybe altogether over 1,000 pages. But the problem with those last 2 books is that they're very, very hard to read. The print is very small, so you really have to plow through those books. But when you do plow through them, you will pick up a couple of gems, but it's very, good information. I prefer the smaller one, the Historical Jesus and the Mythical Christ. It's better, it's written better, the print is better, and it's not as small print as the Egypt, Light of the World series. It's a volume 1 and a volume 2. So that's another book. And let's see the other book I have here. There's also books written by a woman named Acharya S, AcharyaS. And she wrote 2 really interesting books. One was called Buddha, Krishna, and Christ Unveiled. Buddha, Krishna, and Christ Unveiled, Sons of God. And then she also wrote The Christ Conspiracy, the greatest story ever sold. Not the greatest story ever told, but The Christ Conspiracy, the greatest story ever sold. And then, of course, you have Jordan Maxwell. He did a great series on astrotheology, which is something you definitely want to watch if you're not familiar with that. And then, of course, Phil Valentine did a great series on. It's an older video on Christianity, and it's really a very good video. So, especially for people that don't know anything about the origins of Christianity. So this message could be also to all the fake Christian ministers, not the well-meaning ones, because we have a lot of good ministers out there, some of them even in my family, that are very well-meaning. So this does not apply to them, but it doesn't apply to the ones who don't know. And a lot of them are just ignorant, not in the negative sense, because everybody's ignorant about something. I'm ignorant about, say, auto mechanics, or I'm ignorant about power washing and, things like that. And other people are ignorant about certain things, but just because a person is ignorant doesn't mean that they're stupid. So there are pastors out there that are ignorant, that are just relaying misinformation. And then there's ones out there who do care, that have genuine hearts. But the ones that run game and know it, the ones that lie and don't care, the incorrigible ones, for people that are from different countries, incorrigible just means the ones who cannot be reformed, the ones who are beyond reformation, the ones that won't change their ways. And so, these words that we're relaying, I know they're listening or their parishioners are listening for them on their behalf. Our words will definitely have an effect on the institution of Christianity, because the institution of Christianity is in the process of being shut down, outed, exposed. The past Christian ministers, whether they know it or not, they're in the process of being downsized, laid off, terminated, fired, retired, right-sized, outsourced. What else? Pink slipped and basically consigned to their rightful place of existence. Long story short, their demise is in process. And, they are now in the process of being relegated to the dustbins of history, as they say, transferred from, church cemetery to a historical graveyard called a museum. So eventually, instead of people coming to see the performance of a mega church superstar or even a minister in a storefront church, they'll now come to view these ministers as inanimate objects. Inanimate objects in a state of permanent repose. Basically, they'll be relics, curios. You see those artifacts in the museums, as a mannequin or a dinosaur. They'll basically be defunct and extinct members of a once revered class of men that will go down in history as minstrels and basically religious snake oil salesmen. So their epitaph will probably read something like this. You are now viewing the ossified remains of the greatest assemblage of parasite con men, froster crooks ever known in the annals of modern history, second only to their slave master creators. This pantheon of criminality was a decidedly resilient group because for some mysterious reason, they continued to exist long beyond their normal expiration date. And given that they were holdovers from the era of slavery, scientists are perplexed. And they are now wondering, or working around the clock to discover the source of their extraordinary and unnatural longevity. So now sit back, Mr. Pastor, Mr. Preacher Man, Mr. I don't know, some people call him Reverend Hoghead Cheese, Pastor By and By Pie in the Sky. Sit back and take some notes, because I know you're listening. So what I wanted to say, their time is basically up. Maybe they can get another skill. Maybe they can deliver pizzas or even drive for Uber. The nail salons are closed. Now maybe they can paint nails and open up nail salons, open up a Chinese restaurant even. Anything but lying to the people. Now, one thing I noticed is that when they study a doctrine, they study it. There's a danger of only studying a doctrine from the inside out and leaving, the verses and the stories and learning the verses and the rituals and the stories of a particular dogma. And that's only receiving a surface level or like an exoteric frame of understanding. So this causes you to live inside of another man's, what I call living inside of another man's dogma. Because it really causes you to drown in what I call the sea of minutia. The little details. People get caught up in the minutia. And the only remedy is to study every doctrine, whatever doctrine you study it from the outside in to get the true essence or the esoteric meaning, the hidden meaning. Don't be so busy studying the details without also knowing how the product was created. Because you have a lot of Bible readers and a lot of Bible quoters, and they know the Bible upside down. They know it from noon to Sunday, but they don't know the exoteric part of the Bible. They don't know where it came from. The esoteric portion of the Bible, I'm sorry. So that's basically what I wanted to say. But there's a quote that pretty much will encapsulate everything that I'm about to say with regard to Christianity. And this quote is from a man named Thomas Paine. Thomas Paine was involved in, he was what they would call an American patriot, a little-known American patriot in America. And he was also had some involvement with the French Revolution. So, but he said something that really encapsulates everything about Christianity being related to the doctrine of sun worship. And he said this, he said, and I'll just paraphrase, he said, Christianity is a parody of the worship of the sun. A parody is an imitation, or like a cheap imitation. He said, Christianity is a parody of the worship of the sun, in which they take a man whom they call Christ and put him in place of the sun and gave him the same adoration that was originally paid to the sun. In other words, they did a switch. They switched out the S-U-N for the S-O-N. So if you compare all of the attributes of Christ, the Son, the S-O-N, you'll find that they are the same as the S-U-N. I remember reading in Dr. Malachi Ziyok's book, I think it was his book or somebody's book. I just remember this stuck out to me. It stood out just as an example of that statement. You know how they say Christ started his ministry at age 30, for those of you who are biblically literate. He started his ministry at age 30, and he died at age 33. Why is that astrologically significant? What is the astrological significance of him starting his ministry at age 30 and dying or ending his ministry at age 33? Well, the significance is this. The angle that the sun strikes water at sunrise at the beginning of the day is a 30-degree angle. Whereas the sunset, when the sun sets, the rays hit the water at a 33-degree angle. Does that make sense? That's a perfect tie-in, just as an example. So I'll give you numerous examples like that so that you could thoroughly understand this phenomenon called religion. So a lot of people right now, they're coming out of religion, but they still have questions. So, and some of those people are on the fence, and they just need to have the right information, the right prescription, and the right dosage of the right prescription to get them over the spiritual hump, if you want to call it that. So consider the fact where you read in the Bible about Jesus or Christ walking on water, resurrecting and dying on the cross. Believe it or not, this relates to the three different motions of the sun. You know, when the sun sets, in ancient Egypt, they call that Amun-Re. Amun-Re, A-M-U-N-R-E. And basically, Christ on the cross, resurrecting, walking on water, again, it relates all to the sun. So how does it relate to the sun? Well, when the sun sets, it appears to be on a cross when the sun is setting. This is symbolic of the sun being, symbolic of the S-O-N, sun being on the cross. So sunset also refers to Horus's brother Set, because all roads lead right back to Egypt when you study this Bible. It's like inescapable to not go back or wind up back at address Egypt when you study this information. So that's one way that Jesus died on the cross. When the sun is setting, it looks like a literal cross, because as the sun sets, you can see the parallel lines that look like the sun is actually hanging on a cross. The other issue, the other motion of the sun at high noon, they call that Atun-Re. How does that relate to Christ? When the sun is at high noon, it's over the horizon, right? The sun, S-U-N, at high noon is symbolic of the resurrection of Christ. So when the sun is above the horizon, this is, they're basically talking about the resurrection of Horus, the Egyptian character. And that's why they call it a horizon, which basically means Horus rising, because that name was plagiarized from ancient Egypt. So horizon, words like horoscope, those are descriptions of Horus. Horus, as for those who don't know, he was the son of Isis and Osiris. Other words that deal with Horus, horoscope, you have words like hero is from Horus, hurry from Horus, horror, like a horror movie, hurricane, All these are forms of the word Horus. And the word horoscope would mean Horus who scopes the stars, basically. So, we know, we also know that Horus and Jesus are one and the same, because when you look at Matthew chapter 4, verse 3, Matthew chapter 4, verse 3, what does it say? It says, if thou be the Son of God, turn these stones into bread. What's so significant about that statement? If you read it at first glance, you'll just say, well, it's just a statement. I don't see the tie-in. But if you're, just using the exoteric version and listening to what the pastor says in church, then you'll never uncover the true meaning of what that statement is really saying, because you really have to go through the different languages, because the Bible is written in different languages. Like, for example, if you're reading the English, of course, it was in Greek and other languages before that. So if you go back to the Greek, and especially if you go back to your grandmother's Bibles, they water the Bible. They're constantly watering the Bibles down, and they're constantly changing the information. So the information your grandmother had will be more revealing than the information you have now. So they have the New International Standard Version, or the Revised Version, or this version or that version. They always have a new version, and they're busily manipulating and manufacturing truth. But back to that verse, Matthew chapter 4, verse 3. If thou be the Son of God, turn these stones into bread. What does it say in Greek? Guess what it says in Greek? It says, if thou be the Huios Theos, turn these stones into bread. Huios Theos, Huios. Next word, Theos, Theos. Huios means Horus. As a matter of fact, it's the Latin version of saying Horus. So right there in the Bible, it tells you that Horus and Jesus, or Christ, are compatible or related in that sense. Or they're actually telling you that, or showing you that these scriptures were plagiarized from ancient Egypt. Let's look at the next motion of the sun. Atum Re. Atum Re is when the sun rises. So if anybody's seen the sun rise, it's a beautiful sight, right? So when the sun is about to rise, the reflections of the sun appear to literally walk on the water, just like Jesus, the SON, did in John chapter 6. Yeah, John chapter 6, verse 19. So in that chapter, Jesus actually walked on the water, and he was actually mimicking the action of the sun. So if you look at the three motions of the sun, whether it's the sun at sunset, Amun Re, the sun at high noon, Atun Re, or the sun at sunrise, Atum Re. That is, all those three motions of the sun are mimicked in the actions of this figure or character they call Christ. Now think about something else here. Think about how Christ wears a halo on his head. He wears a halo on his head, H-A-L-O, halo. And you also see angels with halos around their heads. What does that signify? What is the origin of that practice? Well, on his head, that relates back to a city known as Heliopolis. Heliopolis, Heliopolis, also known as Anu, A-N-N-U, also known as Re, R-E, like the rays of the sun, also known as On, O-N. On is the city of the sun. So this halo that Christ is wearing and all the angels are wearing is stolen property, a stolen artifact from the Egyptian sun disk headdress worn by Egyptian rulers. And of course, the halo around his head signifies, it ties him right back to the sun, because as I mentioned, he has so many parallels and similarities and compatibilities with the sun. Now consider another verse. You know how they say Jesus is the light of the world? That's John chapter 9, verse 5. Yeah, John chapter 9, verse 5. They say the Christ, the S-O-N, is the light of the world. Well, so too is the physical S-U-N, the physical sun. The physical S-U-N, or the physical sun, is also the light of the world. Look at another example. Christ wore a crown of thorns at death. What does the crown of thorns in Latin mean? If you look up the Latin word, if you look up the word, actually, the phrase crown of thorns in Latin, you know what it means? It means corona. You know, C-O-R-O-N-A, as in the coronavirus. You know, the physical sun is also covered with a corona, or sun rays. So when you see him with the crown of thorns, that crown of thorns represents the rays of the sun, or the corona that encircles the sun. And as a matter of fact, in relation to the word crown, someone was telling me that the British crown is on the $20 bill in Britain, which is a symbol of the coronavirus. And then they also have a picture of a symbol of the coronavirus, and then they have a picture of 5G on the British $20 bill, which is interesting, just an aside. Of course, you know that Christ turned water into wine in the book of John chapter 2. It's about 11 verses, I think. John chapter 2, 1 through 11. This is at a marriage that he attended called the Marriage at Cana, C-A-N-A. And he turned water into wine because, well, how does that relate? What does that have to do? What is the tie-in with the sun, the physical sun? How does turning water into wine relate to the sun? Well, in order for the sun to turn water into wine, actually, the sun actually turns water into wine via the process of photosynthesis. The grapes are harvested, and they are, of course, they're processed into ultimately wine. But for Christ to be able to turn water into wine, he's basically mimicking the activity of the sun via the process of photosynthesis, converting water into grapes into wine. And then you have the issue of the sun walking on water. I think we mentioned that, right? Okay, then remember the part, for those of you that are familiar, where it says Christ departed on a cloud. You know, that's the same way that the physical sun does. Each day, it comes back or returns with a company of clouds. And this, they say in the scriptures, Mark chapter 13, verse 26, that they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds, just like the sun, or the physical, the sun returns in a company of clouds whenever it comes back every day. And of course, you have to look at some other attributes, like it says here, Christ the Son died for our sins. Everybody knows that verse. Well, most people, even if you're not a Christian, you've heard that before. Well, that's from Romans chapter 4, verse 25. Well, how does that tie in to sun worship? What does that have to do with an attribute of the sun? The sun doesn't die, right? It says here that he died so that you may live. So how does the sun relate to that? Well, the fact of the matter is that the sun is giving up, or always giving up, a portion of its life every day, in every hour of the day, in order that we as inhabitants of Earth can live on this planet. So that's how it's actually dying for us, for our sins. Now, there's another story about Jesus, the S-O-N. He's called the Prince of Peace. And then there's a story in the book of Isaiah, chapter 9, which says, just to paraphrase, it talks about how he is wonderful counselor, everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. So when the Son is the Prince of Peace, because the ancients, some of the ancient people, or some of the people that run this planet, they looked at the daylight as, they looked at the darkness as chaos and evil. So the devil would have been the prince of darkness, because darkness equals chaos. So when the Prince of Peace came, or when the sun came back every day, that was obviously the Prince of Peace, because it eliminated the darkness that was on the planet. More examples. Revelations, chapter 1. They mention, it says, look, he is coming in the clouds. All eyes shall see him. The Bible says about the sun, it's also true that all eyes see the sun each day. As if you're not blind, unless you're blind, everyone can see the sun every day unless they don't have the agency of sight. So that's another comparison. There's a part in the scriptures where it says he would come again. That's in John chapter 14. It says, and I remember this from being in church as a little boy, it says, and if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again. And of course, the whole world is waiting for him to return. Everybody says he's coming back soon, or they're waiting for his, what they call his imminent return. And so too is the whole world waiting for the imminent arrival of the sun each and every day. I mean, I can go on and on and on with examples. And another good example, Christians believe that Christ, the Son, is the Savior. Like, just like the sun worshipers believed. And rightly so, because the physical sun is the Savior of the world, because without it, all plants, all human life, that would all perish. So they say that Christ, the S-O-N, or really, they're really saying the S-U-N is our Savior. And then you have the example in the book of John where it says, and this is a very common quote, for God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten Son, S-O-N, that we may have everlasting life. That's John chapter 3, verse 16, for those that want to go back and look that up. Well, of course, if you compare that to the sun, thanks to the physical sun, perpetual life is guaranteed on earth as long as the sun continues to rise every day. And then there's actually another book written by Panabab Yanun, The Holy Tablets, chapter 6. He confirmed the information on sun worship, and he said that basically, it's around page 427, I think. He said that Jesus is always depicted in blue and red colors. Red representing the blazing sun, and blue for the color of the water that the sun, S-O-N or S-U-N, walked upon. That's why when you see Christ in pictures, he's always depicted with the blue and red, maybe the red heart, and then you see blue in the color scheme. Another thing that's really compelling is when you start to do the research and you start to do the digging, when you look and see that the original figure that they hung on the cross was not a man. The original figure that they hung on the cross was actually the image of a ram, R-A-M, an animal. The ram was actually the original figure that they hung on the cross, and this image remained on the cross. Guess how long it stayed on the cross? It stayed on the cross until 700 A.D. 700 A.D. What, 1,300 years ago? That was until it was replaced by the figure of a man. It was transformed or personified, or it morphed. You know how the Incredible Hulk morphs from an ordinary guy into this incredible monster? It metamorphosed. So they used their smoke and mirrors of their magic media, and they conducted they created what they called they anthropomorphized the ram into a man. So, when you look at the word anthropology, it's related to the word anthropomorphic or anthropomorphize. Anthropology is obviously the study of man. Anthro, man, morph, change, transform. So they changed or transformed this image of this ram into that of a man. The ram was anthropomorphized, changed, personified. rendered into human form, the form of a man. And to this day, a lot of people don't know that. It's funny because we're living in the information age. We're living in a sea of information. And yet the thing that's so funny is that there's so much ignorance on steroids, ignorance that's so rampant. That's the irony of the situation. Actually, I think that's the worst. People can complain about the government and the political leaders and different, ministers and heads of state, people in the establishment. But I think the biggest enemy would be the actual people, the mob that is uncultured, unrefined, the mob that doesn't know, their left foot from their right foot. And really, it's not even the mob that's the biggest problem that we face. The biggest problem that we face would not be our political leaders. It wouldn't be even the government. It wouldn't even be the individual people, massive ignorant people that are running rampant on the planet. The thing that would be the worst thing for us on this planet would be ignorance itself. If we eradicate ignorance, we make ourselves into better people, I think. But back to these examples, they say that Jesus is God's son, is S-O-N. And this relates to the Son because no one on earth can actually be great enough to lay claim to the ownership of a phenomenon as magnificent as the Son, except for, of course, reason the ancients. That's how they reason, except for God himself. So the Son is God's S-U-N. S-U-N. And then there's a story about Jesus residing with God in heaven. That's in 1 Peter 3, chapter 22. For those of you that want to look that up. It says in 1 Peter 3:22, just to paraphrase, who is at the right hand of God, having gone into heaven. And of course, this relates to the Son because the sky is the dwelling place of God, the Father's abode, or God's S-U-N, God's Son, also with his fathers in heaven. And then you have another story. You've heard the story. When you've seen the Son, you have seen the Father, or the Father is glorified in his Son. That's in the book of John 14 and also the book of John chapter 12. Book of John 14 and the book of John chapter 12. So basically it was just assumed that God's S-U-N was a visible representative of God in heaven. And that's why they said, when you have seen the Son, you have seen the Father, or the Father is glorified in his S-U-N, his Son, S-U-N. I'm sure you guys can see by now the thrust of this character called Christ. Check this one out. Christ said, according to the scriptures, he would come again. And of course, like I mentioned before, perpetual life on earth could only exist as long as the sun returns every morning. So that's the tie-in right there. If you go to, what is that verse? Luke chapter 12, verse 40. It says, you must also be ready because the Son of Man will come at an hour when you do not expect him. So everybody's waiting for him to return, just like everybody's waiting for the sun to come back up in the morning tomorrow or the next day. And then, of course, you have another one where they say, what is that story? Well, you know how Christ is originally depicted as a newborn child in a manger, if you go to the book of Luke chapter 2. And that relates to the Son because the newborn baby Horus was depicted as the Son, the S-U-N, in ancient Egypt. So the Son, S-U-N, was depicted as a newborn child, and this represents the sun at sun rising, or the sun risen. So I think I've covered a lot of examples, but there's a lot more. There's still more. I mean, think about when they say Christ, God's Son, began his mission or his Father's work in the temple at age 12, enlightening the dark minds of men. What is significant from an astrotheological standpoint, from a solar standpoint, from a celestial standpoint about that statement? Well, if you look at the astrotheological answer, if you want to say that, the Egyptians knew that the sun was at its highest point in the sky at 12 noon. So to the ancients, the sky was the temple or the abode of the sun, or the Most High. And then, of course, you have this other example where you have in the scriptures you have, or in the Bible, you have 4 gospels that tell us the entire story of God's Son, Jesus. 4 gospels of the Bible tell us the entire story of God's Son, Jesus. Those 4 gospels would be Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Now, for those of you who are familiar with all this, this is just old news to you, but many people are not familiar with this, believe it or not. You'd be surprised. But this whole program, that Lance put together, is all about, debunking ignorance and nonsense and bringing forth light. So this whole thing about the 4 gospels of the Bible relating to the sun, it relates to the sun because the sun calendar was divided into 4 parts, only 4 parts, because the earth has 4 seasons. The earth has spring, summer, winter, and fall. And all those seasons are of equal length. The 4 seasons would include the entire motion of the sun through any given year. And that's why you see pictures like the picture that Leonardo da Vinci did with the Last Supper, show the 12 followers of Christ sitting on the table in 4 groups of 3. Take a look at that picture again and look at how they arranged those figures in that picture. They're sitting with Christ in 4 groups of 3. 3 times 4 is 12. That stands for the 12 months of the year. 3 months for each season. So the 4 groups represent the 4 seasons, with the sun, Christ, obviously sitting in the middle of the picture. And then I think I did mention the book of John, where they talked about the Trinity. I don't know if I mentioned that or not. Yeah, I'll mention it. The Trinity, they were talking about how the Trinity, in Christianity, they teach you that the Trinity is divisible. You have a situation where 1 is divisible by a 3. And of course, that's a mathematical impossibility, because you have a situation there where they defy mathematical logic and common sense, where you have God as the Father, God is the Son, and God is the Holy Ghost. But miraculously, all 3 are thought to be the same. And how can that be? That verse, 1 John chapter 5, verse 7, is very significant, because it says, "For there are 3 that testify, the Spirit, the water, and the blood. And these 3 are one." I'll say it again. 1 John chapter 5, verse 7. For these are 3 that testify, the Spirit, the water, the blood, and these 3 are one. However, when I read Jesus Found in Egypt, page 107, this is what it said. I'm going to read this verbatim. It said that if you did an in-depth study of the language of the Bible, the Old Testament in Aramaic or Hebrew, as well as the New Testament in Ashuric, Syriac, Arabic, as well as Greek, you would know that 1 John chapter 5, verse 7 does not exist in any of the original translations. It wasn't until the Roman Catholic Church inserted the Trinity into the Bible, or the Trinity verse into the Bible, when they translated it from Greek. So today you will find some Greek translations from Latin or English today with either the whole Trinity verse or portions of it. And then he refers you to other books he wrote, like the one I mentioned, The Degree of Christism, and the beginning in the Bible and Quran, which is one of many books he's written. Some other critical examples. Remember the story where Jesus is said to be hanging on the cross? He's hanging on a cross, and he has a halo and or a crown of thorns around his head. Also, you can always pass when you drive by a Christian church and you see a depiction of the cross. Usually, or oftentimes, you see that cross with a round circle or sun. You know, where you have the cross and then you have the circle that's in the middle of the cross. Well, if you look at this from an astrotheological standpoint, the reason why God's SUN, sun, hangs on the cross, and the reason why churches represent crosses as the image of the sun, is because it's just a variation of the cross of the zodiac. That's what they're representing, the cross of the zodiac. And the cross of the zodiac, you can find that in any encyclopedia, any reference work, modern or ancient. And it looks like this. You have a circle, and you have a perpendicular line dividing that circle into half, going straight up and down. And then you have a horizontal line dividing that circle in half. So when you look at all those, when you put that together, you have a situation where you have a circle divided into 4 parts. Those 4 parts represent the 4 different seasons of the on planet Earth. At the very top, you would have, I guess, the summer solstice. The summer solstice. Solstice just means sol is sun and stis is stand still. That's when the sun stands still in the astrological sense. That's at the time when the sun they characterize the sun as a mature, strapping man. The sun was at its maturity point or mature point. And then, of course, when it gets to when it goes down the circle down to the what they call the autumn equinox, the days start to change, and then from there it goes down more to the time of the winter solstice. And before it gets to that, of course, it's an old man. By the time it gets to the winter solstice at the bottom of that diagram, that's when you have the winter point where the sun stands still. Solstice, stand still. Equinox means equal night. That's when the days and the equal night, the days are equal. The days and the nights are of equal length. Equinite. Nox is night. Equal. So at the winter solstice, you have the death, and then when you come back up that circle, so imagine that we're going counterclockwise on the circle. So from the summer solstice, we're going down to the first point, which would be the autumn equinox. Come down more, and you're going to the winter solstice at the bottom, because it's just juxtaposed to the summer solstice at the top, at the opposite end. And then as you continue to go clockwise, you're going up towards what they call the springtime. And of course, you have what they call the spring equinox. And at that point, they depicted this character as a newborn baby. And then from the spring equinox, you have what they call you're going back up north to the summer solstice. And that's how they depicted it. So when you look at this cross of the zodiac, you can easily see God's sun, God's SUN, not the SON, hanging on the cross, because in the middle of that cross of the zodiac is a picture of the sun. I hope I made sense with that. Now, they say that Christ was born on December 25th. Mm-hmm. And Jesus Christ was resurrected or born again after 3 days. He rose on the 3rd day, according to the scriptures. This is why the resurrection is celebrated with a sunrise service. And by the way, when you go from the winter solstice and come up to the spring equinox, that's what they call the Passover. They're talking about this sun passing over a certain point in the sky. The Passover has nothing to do with anything holy or spiritual. So when this sun when they say that Christ was born again or resurrected after 3 days, he rose on the 3rd day, they're talking about the motion of the sun, because since the first day of summer, the sun moves in a southward direction each day, and eventually it stops at the lowest point in the northern hemisphere. That's December 22nd. That will be the winter solstice. That's when it starts. However, once the sun reaches this particular point, it does something real strange. What the sun does at that point is that it rises on the same exact, what they call latitudinal degree, and it does not move beyond that point for 3 days. It does not move beyond that point for 3 days. So I'm sure you guys can see the tie-in. So those 3 days are December 22nd, December 23rd, December 24th. On December 25th, the sun, which has not moved not even 1 degree for 3 days, it begins to move once again by 1 degree northward until it eventually gets to its peak or its zenith. And at that point, that's when you're in the summer solstice. So it's all sun worship. All of it is sun worship. So the sun is not born until December 25th. That's why the days, they start to grow noticeably longer. Eventually, you get back to the north, and as a matter of fact, in that time of the year, it literally, it stops its northward movement. So the ancients, they reasoned that anything that constantly moves like all year round, and then it stops moving for 3 days, it doesn't really stop moving, but it appears to stop moving. Anything that stops moving for 3 days was said to have, quote unquote, died. So thus the sun was born again on December 25th. And as the sun continues to travel northward, it reaches back in the point of the spring equinox. And then once it passes that, it's now passed over to a new life in the spring. And the Christians celebrate what they call the Passover, since the sun has once again returned and fulfilled its promise of a new life. That's what it's all about. So at the spring equinox, of course, the days and the nights are equal, and the sun's strength starts to become apparent. And during the solstice, the days are longer at night than night, and while at winter, and then the nights are longer than the day. So it switches up. So I hope this is making sense. Although the birth or the resurrection occurred on December 25th, they did not celebrate the resurrection until the spring equinox or Easter. Since the spring equinox, the sun was officially at the point where it overpowered what they called evil. Darkness and daytime became longer in duration than night. And so the new life of spring could emerge at that point, May the 1st, from May 1st to roughly June the 21st, May 21st to roughly June 21st, the sun would reach its zenith, and that's the summer solstice at that point, when the sun reaches its peak of strength, when the days are longest and the nights are, of shorter duration. So, and that brings me to Easter. What does Easter have to do with Christianity, with spirituality, with spiritual uplift? There's a lot of names in the Bible. If you go through the book, one thing about this Easter thing is that the dates always change every year. It's always based on a different date. So if it's an official day that this character was supposedly have, died on the cross, then it should be a certain fixed day. But the reason why the date changes is because it's based on a certain relationship of the planet to the stars or the sun. And it's based on what they call the spring or the vernal equinox that we just talked about. That's why the date changes every year, because it has nothing to do with anything except sun worship. And if you go into the Bible, you'll see different names like Ashtoreth, Ashteroth. You'll see words like Esther. You'll see words like Asherah, Ashereh. You'll see words like Isis, Ishtar. I believe she's in there. Well, all these different names, whether you're looking at Ishtar or Isis or Ashtoreth or Astarte, Astarte, or Esther or Asherah, or in Germany, they called her Eostre, Eostre, if that's the right pronunciation. All these different names, when you look at the different names, you'll just see that it has the word Easter in it. And in different countries and different locales, different regions of the planet, this same character was called by different names. They were in China, for example, they called her Xingmu. In Greece, they called her Aphrodite. In Asia, they called her Cybele, Venus, was called her name in Rome, Dinah in Ephesus. So that's what this is all about. This thing with regard to Easter, let's say, you take the issue of the bunny rabbit and Easter and the bunny rabbit laying Easter eggs. Well, what does the bunny rabbit have to do with Jesus Christ resurrecting on the cross? What does the bunny rabbit have to do with you advancing spiritually? What does the bunny rabbit have to do with any type of spirituality? The answer is nothing, because the bunny rabbit is used to signify fertility and new life, because the bunny rabbit is the fastest producing animal on the planet. And back in the day of these people, when they were so-called pagans, they would have, they would mimic, or say that they would mimic the actions of the planet. So the planet would spring back to life. It would, the flowers would bloom, and the vegetation would, be out. So they figured that we should mimic the activities of the planet and have orgies and represent new life in that way. So they walked around in their fine attire, beautiful clothing, and they'd had orgies to mimic the actions of the new life of the spring. And that's what Easter is all about. It's all paganism. And of course, it ties into the Bible verse, the book of Jeremiah, chapter 10, verse 2. If you ever read that verse, it says, Jeremiah chapter 10, verse 2. And it's funny how pastors never take people to those certain verses. And this is not one of the worst, but this is definitely an interesting verse to read, because it says, Jeremiah chapter 10, verse 2, it says, "Follow not the ways of the heathen. For the heathen go into the forest and cut down a tree, the work of a workman's axe, and deck it with silver and gold, and they fasten it with hammers and nails." Just to paraphrase what it says, they're talking about erecting a Christmas tree. That's what they're talking about. And it tells you right there that that was a pagan practice. So if it's a pagan practice then, why isn't it a pagan practice now? Because the Christian Bible is based on sun worship, yesterday as today. And the reason why they put wreaths on their doors, and the reason why they put stars on top of their Christmas tree, and the reason why they put these hanging balls representing stars on the Christmas tree, and the reason why they would roll logs, is because all those symbols are just basically symbology for the sun. Nothing heavy about that. And, if you're a Christian, why are you obsessed with signs of heaven by following Easter? Why are you obsessed with the following Christmas? Why do you observe even Sunday, the day of the sun? But it should be very apparent and very clear that Christianity is based on astrology. Look, for example, at the verse, Luke chapter 22. This is a very, very telling verse. Luke chapter 22, verse 10. It says, "Behold, when you have entered the city, a man will meet you, carrying a pitcher of water. Follow him into the house which he enters." I'll read it again. Luke 22, verse 10. "Behold, when you have entered the city, a man will meet you carrying a pitcher of water. Follow him into the house which he enters." What is that verse talking about? Does anybody know? Some of you do know. Well, I'll tell you what it means in a second. If you look at the Bible, you'll and go through the different books, Old Testament, you'll have Moses associated with the bull. You remember the part where the people were worshiping a golden calf when Moses came back from the mountain, and they were worshiping the golden calf. And then, of course, later on, you had Christ born. He was referred to as the Lamb. And then you had, later on, he was fishing, and he found two men, and he said that they were actual fishermen. And Christ said that, he was a fisher of men. And that was in another era. And then you had another era where after that, basically you had the Taurian era under the bull. That's what the bull represents. Then you had the Aries, the age of Aries, which is under the ram, which was the That's why if you read in the Bible, the Hebrews would blow the ram's horn as a practice that they would engage in to herald the Messiah. And actually, the age of the ram or the lamb started. When you read Exodus chapter 12, it says, Moses said, take the lamb and kill the Passover. Take the lamb and kill the Passover. They're just signifying that a different era had started, because when you look at these different time periods, these are astrological ages. The Taurian age, the age of the ram or the Aries age, the Piscean age or the age of Aquarius. So Moses was under the age of Taurus, represented by the bull. They blew the ram's horn, like I mentioned, and then they started with the taking the lamb to kill the Passover. And then you had Christ was born under the age of Aries, because he was referred to as the Lamb. And then, of course, you had him starting his work as a fisher of men, multiplying fish to feed the multitudes, etc., under the Piscean age. And then, of course, you have the age of Aquarius, which he talked about in that verse that I read, Luke chapter 22, verse 10. Behold, when you enter the city, a man will meet you carrying a pitcher of water. Follow him into the house which he enters. The pitcher of water is talking about Aquarius, the Aquarian age, or the coming of the Aquarian age, because Christ was washing other people's feet, symbolizing the Aquarian age. He was associated with water. He was baptized with water. He walked on water. He turned water into wine. So all of those things signify different astrological ages. And every astrological age lasts for, they say, 2,160 years. So whenever they're talking about things like where it says, I will be with you to the end of the age, they're talking about astrology. In my Father's house are many mansions. The original meaning of the word mansion was a house of the moon. Had nothing to do with spirituality. And then you look at things like the 12 tribes of Israel, the 12 disciples of Christ with the Last Supper, the 12 months in the year, all based on the sun. Of course, Osiris had disciples too. They were called librarians. He was surrounded by them. They were called librarians, souls of the sun, servants that protect the sun. And so you can see that this Christian Bible is mimicking everything in ancient Egyptian writings. Then you have a verse in Matthew chapter 28. Matthew chapter 28 says, teach them to obey everything I have commanded you. And surely I am with you always to the end of the age. An age is a 2,160-year period. So, just want to finish up here. If you look at the days of the week, this is another thing. Look at all of the days of the week. All of the days of the week honor a celestial object or a heavenly object. Take Monday, for example. And this just shows you how paganism from the Western world has been embedded into this culture. Monday represents the day of the moon, the day that they worship the moon. Tuesday represents Tuesday. I think it's spelled T-I-W''S, Tuesday. That was the northern god, northern Mars god of war, a celestial object. Then you have Wednesday. Wednesday represents Woden's day from Germany, Woden, W-O-D-I-N, Woden. Woden is identified with Odin, O-D-I-N. Woden is the chief Germanic god identified with the Norse god Odin. And then, of course, you have Thursday. Thursday is Thor's day. Thursday. And then Friday is the day of the goddess Frigg, F-R-I-G. She was the wife of Woden, associated with Venus, goddess of love. And then, of course, you have Saturday. Saturday is Saturn's day. And guess what Sunday means? Sunday is the day we worship the sun. Lucifer, the shining one, the bright and morning star. Sunday is Lucifer's day. And then, of course, you have other verses, too, like, this astrotheological theme is embedded throughout the entire scripture. Book of Psalms, chapter 19 says, the Lord built a tabernacle for the sun, S-U-N. Then it says in Psalms later, in Psalms 84:11, it says that the Lord is the sun. And then later on, there's just so much. It's like the three wise men, for example. The three wise men represent the three stars of the Orion belt. The star of Bethlehem represents the eastern star, Ishtar or Isis. And of course, Horus was born in a what they called in Egypt, a APT, apt, or an APTA, apta, or a crib or manger. All means the same thing. He was born in an apt, apta, crib, or manger, a solar birthplace. A solar birthplace. So all this was copied from Egypt. So basically, sun worship or adoration for the sun is found in all religions, basically. In Judaism, for example, in the Abrahamic religions, you find sun worship. In Judaism, you have the Star of David. In Christianity, you have the Star of Bethlehem, and in Islam, you have the Star in the Crescent, and all that relates to sun worship. So, if you do a timeline and look at the different seasons of the year, you have Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, Taurus, Aries, Virgo, and all the rest. December 22nd to January 19th, that's when the sun's position starts to point on it's at the lowest point on the horizon, and that's when it goes upwards as the days get longer. That's during the time of the winter solstice, and then that's the time of the Capricorn. By the way, the Capricorn is also known as the sea goat. Remember, they call Jesus the scapegoat. That all relates to astrology. And then you have Aquarius, the water bearer, from January the 20th to February the 18th. And then you have Pisces, the fish, February 19th to roughly March the 20th. And then you get where we are right now. We're under the sign of Aries, the ram or the lamb. And of course, that starts with the spring or the vernal equinox, which was yesterday? That's when the days and the nights are equal. The S-U-N or the S-O-N has conquered darkness, basically. And then when you get later on in April, around April 20th to May the 20th, you're under the sign of Taurus, the bull. And then you come down to May the 21st to around June 21st. Of course, that's the Gemini sign. That's when, the sun reaches its apex or its zenith. And the sun and the summer solstice, when the days are longest and the nights are shortest. And then you get down to June 22nd to July the 22nd. That's under the sign of crab or the Cancer, the crab. Darkness starts to increase. You get down to Leo in July through August the 22nd. That's a time of strength when, instead of growing, it's actually the end of the sun goes to the end of the growing season, basically at the time of the harvest. And it's a growing season. The food is plentiful, and the seeds are sown for the next season. So, and then of course you get Virgo, which is from August 22nd to the 21st of September. And we know that Virgo is a woman with she had the salt grain of salts in her hand. And this is the time of the harvest is actually turned into food. It's also a time when the sun descends below its peak. And then of course you get down to Libra, September, the balance, time of September 22nd to October 23rd. That symbolizes the fall equinox. That's when the day and the nights are equal at a time. It's a time for settling debts, the balance. That's why they call it the balance. And then this is really important right here. When you get down to October 24th to November 21st, that represents Scorpio, the scorpion. Why is that significant from an astrotheological standpoint? Have anybody watched those mafia movies where when they get ready to kill somebody, what do? they give him the mafia kiss of death, right? Maybe you've watched what's the movie, Godfather. They get ready to kill somebody, then they're very cordial, and then they kiss them, and then that person is executed. That's called the mafia kiss of death. Well, in the scriptures, Judah kissed Jesus. But how does that relate to astrotheology? That actually came from a story in Egypt where Seth actually kissed Osiris to let his co-conspirators know that this is the man that we need to crucify and execute in the Egyptian story. But that story has an astrotheological significance because the scorpion sting, when a scorpion stings you, guess what it looks like? It looks like a kiss. So under the sign of the scorpion, the sun gets weaker, the air is cold, and it's mindful of the scorpion sting. Then by the time you get down to Sagittarius, the archer, November 22nd down to December 21st, now you're getting to the time of the winter solstice on December 21st. That's when the sun enters the lowest point on the horizon. The weakened sun does a violent death on the solstice. And so you get to December 22nd to December 25th. The 3 nights following December 21st, they remain the most darkest days of the year. And of course, Jesus dies and remains unseen for 3 days. And that's actually why, if you've ever wondered about that. So December 25th, the first day that daylight becomes noticeably longer, after the sun starts to make its upward motion. So the days start to get longer and longer. And then the resurrection starts, of course, in the spring, as I mentioned earlier, during the solar equinox. So in Bible speak, or in Bible language or Bible parlance, the sun has conquered darkness. And that is basically what I want to share with you guys today about Christianity and sun worship. Brother Lance.
Yes, my brother. Every time you bring it to a close, for some reason, I just feel like saying, oh, no.
I like to go by themes because I think when you impart information, it's digested. The digestive process is better. The mental digestive process is better if you stick to a certain point. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And this way, the mind can chew on those facts or chew on the information and marinate on the information. Let it marinate in the mind. Mm-hmm. That's just my thinking. Because sometimes you have people that are all over the place, and that could be good. But if a person wants something in depth,
right,
then I'm the man for that.
There you go. Wow. Yep. So, like I can say,
like I said, a lot of people probably knew this information, but I know for a fact that most Black people around the world don't know this information. Mm-hmm. I mean, if they only knew the object of their adoration is to, they don't know. And then they're tithing their money, their hard-earned money. Right. And this con man preacher, pie in the sky pastor is, mm-hmm. Just conning these folks. Wow. And, the time is, we're in the information age. These people, as I've mentioned, they have they're long past their expiration date. They are officially obsolete. And the institutions that prop them up is obsolete. And it's time to put them in permanent retirement.
There you go. There you go. Wow.
Yep.
We'll see.
That's how I feel. That's exactly how I feel. I hope this message was clear. I hope that you guys learned some information. I hope that this clarifies a lot of things for you.
Yes.
It's really mundane information because it's earth-based information, but it's still necessary and needed for people to learn on their evolutionary path. Mm-hmm. And that's why I wanted to talk about it, because I know some people talk about it, but I just wanted to talk about it in more depth. So now they can understand Easter. They understand the significance of the symbology and the rituals of the signs, and know that, you know, they're being played.
Right.
And they don't have to be played no more. Now it's time for them to empower themselves and reclaim their own personal sovereignty.
Beautiful.
It's time now. Because for so long we've been on autopilot, letting other people do the decisions and make the decisions and do the thinking for us.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something you don't want to do. Because you see the trick bag that we got ourselves in now, in terms of letting other people do the thinking for us, and we just go and pay our tithes and not question anything. And, you know, it was actually good for us for a time, but now we are more evolved. And it's basically excess baggage. Yes. It needs to be discarded.
So true. I mean, we're the only ones carrying this baggage into this time period. I see many others who are very progressive and, you know, making
We're stuck in a time warp.
Yeah, really true.
We're in a time warp. We are literally, here we are in the 21st century in the technological, or the technotronic age, as they call it. And we are still trapped in the 1800s, because that's when it really took hold on the people. Initially, they didn't accept it, but in the 1800s, we're still in the 1800s.
Mm-hmm.
And that type of thinking is not going to allow us to advance into the future in any type of meaningful way.
Mm.
Yeah, but it's a heck of a subject on the minds of people all over, and I'm happy for that.
They can't be stopped, you know.
No,
it was almost like there's a miscalculation in how they felt people would use the internet, and now once we have this stuff in our mind, once we can't unknow it, once we know it.
Nope, you can't unknow it. You can't go back. This is the new norm. They talk about the new norm with this virus. This is the new norm now.
Yep.
A mind that cannot be, caged or contained or hamstrung. This is a free mind, an independent mind. Because what they want, you know, when they have, you have a NWO, an NWO or a OWO requires OWT. A new world order or a one world order requires one world thinking. They want to monopolize even your thoughts. We're here to tell them today that the monopoly has been broken up. This represents the breakup of that informational monopoly on the minds of our people. It's over. This is the breakup, the fractionation of that monopoly. Just like they broke up AT&T years ago into many different subsidiaries, and just like they broke up the Standard Oil Corporation into many different subsidiaries, supposedly to break up the monopoly that John D. Rockefeller had. Turns out that he still had a monopoly on all of the company, but it was just a show,
right?
Just a shell game. Still was a monopoly. And they have antitrust legislation in place to supposedly protect the consumer, but the antitrust legislation is never enforced. And then they are the gods that get to determine when the whether a situation constitutes monopoly or not. They decide that. And that's one funny thing about them. They always need to have experts in order for you to, like in the religion, you need an expert. You're just a wretch. You can't think for yourself. You're a wretch. Oh, you're doing your own medical practice? No, you can't do that. You're stupid. You need to go to a doctor.
Yes.
Always have to use them as a choke point. Oh, you can't grow your own food. You got to go to our supermarket that we control. We don't need that choke points no more. All we need is each other, and all we need are these continued fireside chats, virtual dinners, virtual family reunions, and I hope people are listening from all over the planet right now. I don't know who's listening right now. I'm not looking at my computer, but I would love to know the representation from the countries that are plugged in right now.
Yes, let's get a roll call right now. We have 382 known people, but we know that number is much, much higher than that, but we don't let that discourage us. But let's get a roll call in general so that when we look at the replay, we can see, and I know where many are here, where they're from, but just we have other people here who are just new. We have other people here who may not have watched the show at this particular time. So your city, your state, your region, your country, just let's get a shout out here and rep up your city and let us know on a roll call. And no matter what country you're in, and if you want to shout out your ancestors and whatever, just let us know you're here. And I like to do that on every show. Sometimes I forget, but with a good show like this, I want to know, and I'm quite sure you'll be surprised. We have Jamaica, Arizona, Toronto, Canada, Georgia, Columbus, Florida, California, Melbourne, Florida, Georgia, via Gambia, West Africa, in the city where you were raised, Charlotte, North Carolina, St. Louis, Missouri. I'm quite sure it's going to be a whole lot more. I just said it and you see how it's coming on in. Jamaica, another one from Jamaica, Detroit, Michigan, big shout out to my ancestors. UK, South Carolina, California, the FPP. What does that mean? New York, Jada Doll. Yes. Let me see now. Las Vegas, Nevada to Boston. Rest in peace. Wow, it scrolled up really quick. Mom's Madeline H. Brown. New York City via North Carolina, Mississippi, New Hampshire, I believe. Let me see. Wow. Finland, Houston, Texas, Alabama, Illinois, New Hampshire, I said Los Angeles, Finland, Caribbean, New York, Detroit, Michigan, Las Vegas, Conyers, Georgia, Guyana, Washington, D.C., Omaha, Nebraska, Haiti, where else? Texas. It scrolled down, so I might miss New Orleans. Okay, let me see. Jacksonville, Florida, D.C., Detroit, Orlando, Florida, right here with me. Mississippi, New Orleans, Statia, Seattle, Washington, Maryland, Denmark, Nebraska, Tennessee, Guyana, Brooklyn, New York, Judy Johnson, Portland, Oregon, Bronx, Arizona, Ohio, somewhere in the cosmos, Patsy Black from Florida. I said Denver, Portland, UK, Manchester, originally from Trinidad, now living in Toronto, Canada, Tennessee, Trinidad. Brother, you all over the place, man. You see?
Wow. That's really,
Arkansas,
that's great.
St. Helens, South Carolina, Chicago, Chi-Town, Southeast Texas. The revolution will be televised. Okay. Detroit, Williamsburg, Pennsylvania, originally Jamaica, West Indies, Trinidad, Seattle, Washington. Where else? Yeah, we on fire tonight, Mrs. Melanin. Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
This is something else, man. This is
Battle Creek, Michigan, New Jersey, San Antonio, Texas. Yes.
Wow.
New Orleans, Louisiana.
That is
listen, it's coming.
That's great. Well, I hope they watch my other videos. I hope you guys look at some of the other ones I had. What did I do? Nazi Germany and the Polarity War. It's about more than just Nazi Germany, though.
Well, this is what I'm going to do for you. Forest, Mississippi, Wisconsin, Iowa, Oklahoma. Wow. This is what I'm going to do for you. I got a lot of behind the scenes work to do, which I'm doing now. Saginaw, Michigan. I just want to say that, yes, I did receive everyone's message that they're interested in the Progressive Sisters United private room. Have Chicago here on Melanin Envy. You have to be on Melanin Envy to get that. And to get it, you have to text me for the secret passcode. That's going to be a secret forum that nobody can pierce into. Brother, if you want to make a forum on Melanin Envy, I'll be glad to do that. that you run as an administrator. We have Bronx, New York that just popped in. Joel Poppy. And that way we can all still have ways, Bronx, New York, of communicating on a special interest beyond the show. So when you feel like you don't have to wait for me to start it up. You can go to you can go inside the forum Melanin Envy, which again, Dominica, originally from Dominica.
That's too much power. That's too much power, Lance.
And well,
that's too much power for a brother.
Well, we can.
This is to me. This is almost. It's better than sex. Teaching.
Tell me about it.
I'm serious. And we know how brothers like sex.
Well, see, this is.
I love women.
Right, we all do. But the thing
you love women, but this is better than sex. I mean, uplifting my people. This is important.
Yes.
I'm not getting paid for this.
Right. And what
I love to do.
And let me tell you something. Whatever I get for this goes back into this. You see what I mean? So that's my job. That's why I'll stay up at night, wake up. There are things that people don't see that I do. Like we're creating these forums, running them, joining people together, no matter where they are all over the world. I can't call it a job, but if you had to call it a job, it's the best job in the world for me. To know that we have people all over the world who are tuning in, and then not just for the ego, I'm talking about to be able to create something that goes beyond my lifespan. You see what I mean?
Right.
So
that was my motivation.
Yeah. You see what I mean? So you putting this information, Sandra, know yourself is from Texas. So it's a foundation that we're setting that's bigger than us. And it can run. Okay, and somebody just asked me, how do I join Melanin Envy? And I don't want to break your flow, brother. I just want to say it really quick. You go to melaninenvy.com. You have to go on by a computer. It's much easier to log in. You can register melaninenvy.com, right? Once you get there, you are going to register. You're going to use, when you register there for the first time, you're going to have a login email, the email that you're going to use. We have Evanston up in here. The email.
Evanston. Wow.
Yeah. The email, your preferred username, exactly spelled the way you want it. Lowercase, uppercase, numbers, symbols, whichever, but it's exactly the way you want it. And a temporary passcode. You set that up, you get in. Once you're in, you can make a profile page. Once you make the profile page, you can put a picture, or just like here on Facebook, you don't have to put your real picture. You can put, some kind of avatar to represent you. You can be whoever you want to be, but whatever you're going to be, that's the way it's going to be when you're there. I mean, you can change it and everything. And once you have that set up, you're in. And like I said, I'll be building other groups there. You will see the Black News forum that's there. And again, that's meant hundreds of blogs and websites that as soon as they come out on their site with new news, it goes there automatically. So if there's some breaking news, if somebody passes away and they say so-and-so, the article comes out on the Root or the Griot or hundreds of other ones. If it came out at 11:30, it's going to be there 11:30 on Melanin Envy. So when you open up Black News, you'll see a list of the latest stories, and you click on there and you can read those from different sites. So it's not about me being selfish. I set this up a long time ago, and I don't know, it just didn't get out there. It's hard for folks to get off on our social media, but I left it like that while I went to build up other things. So the best experience is to go on there through a computer. And once you have your passcodes and different stuff right, you can go on there through your phone when you learn how to navigate it better. It's a better experience when you go on your computer. Now, once you get there, like you have that, you have other things that are RSS, which means that same thing, really simple syndication, so that any of the sites that I'm connected to, it just goes there. You click on there. I have some entertainment stuff, a little bit of that. I have a lot of international stuff. I had a lot of stuff for Black folks here in America. So it's a mix. So if there's ever a website that you go to all the time, you can email it to me and you could text it to me. If it does have a RSS feed, I can feed it into Melanin Envy and it will go there all in one spot. So it's almost like a mall. A one-stop shopping for the news and other things. Now you can,
and this is like global news too, right?
Exactly. So what I'm working on now is getting a lot of sites from the motherland. Now, granted, there are a lot of sites that don't have an RSS feed, Okay, and I won't be able to put it up, but the majority do, and I can find a way. I have a lot of hacker buddies out there who can help me find things out there, right?
Wow.
That being said, we're creating forums inside where you can go in publicly. Okay, brother, you've been into bodybuilding. I've been into bodybuilding. If we want to make a black men's bodybuilding forum and keep it public or make it private, we can do that. And I could make you an administrator so that you have the power to delete anybody who tries to come in there and act up. And anybody can be an administrator of their own room. It will grow and grow and grow. So there's unlimited rooms. I have a dedicated server to my site. It's based on LANCESCURV.com, but it operates and looks completely different. And as soon as you can sign up, say for example, you're on a thread and just like on Facebook, somebody responds to you. Well, you can sign up on and click a button that anytime somebody responds to you, you'll get an email. Okay. So it operates just like Facebook. And if you ask me, it's better because you're not going to be thrown in jail or tossed out. Now, if you start sending pictures of your private parts to people or stuff like that, then if somebody complains, you know, because maybe somebody might not complain. Maybe I will have a closed adult room where you can be anonymous if you want to talk about things on an erotic level. I mean, I'm that open-minded, but let's keep things in their place. You see what I mean?
Right.
And we have it where we can grow. Maybe we have a thing where we can talk about physical stuff as far as and eating and all that stuff. Groups that we can exchange information, and it's 24/7. Okay, it's 24/7, and you're protected. You know what I mean? So anybody have any suggestions for groups that they want to run there? I can't do it all by myself. Let me know. Say, hey, I'd like to do something on plant-based cooking, or I'd like to do something on this type of study, or something as far as jobs are concerned. Now, one more thing, and I know we don't have to wrap it up. I just want to use one more thing, and I want you to hear this part too. It was suggested last night on the show that we get together, our sisters, and I'll have something separate for the brothers, and I have something together. But the sisters were speaking about doing something state by state that they can connect with other sisters who have met through the show and beyond. It doesn't just have to mean you met on the show. It could mean that, well, if two sisters get together and they say, hey, I'm in the Washington, D.C. area, but that one sister brings in another sister from the same area, it's strengthening your network locally. So if something goes down, you know people. Now you have to vet people. You can't just trust them because they came on, but you use common sense and build your working relationship with these individuals. When you say, hey, locally, I know the best place to get, water. They got water there. They got this kind of thing there, whatever. Really, this guy sells cars, or they got a sale on computers or whatever have you, it can get more close to that. I mean, somebody might get tossed out of their apartment. Who knows? But we want to build it that way, where we just make it something that can go on beyond me. I still have administrative power over everything, but it's only when necessary. I'll be the troll buster or when it's necessary, but for the most part,
you're the facilitator.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like you're giving you're robbing from the rich and giving back to the poor. You're returning the substance and the property back to the people. You're empowering the people, and that's a beautiful thing. That's a selfless thing too.
Yeah, because that's
really good.
You go on Facebook, your post could be deleted. You go on YouTube, and your comments could be deleted.
It's a dictatorship.
Yeah. I did a video that took 3 days to process when it didn't take that long. And the videos I did, they mess with you. Well, they're not going to mess. I mean, we know the government can go anywhere. They can come in there and mess that up to a point. You're not going to have any complaints from me. And somebody's going to have to answer to me if there's any funny business going on there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why I don't use Facebook. So I don't like social.
Yeah. And then now, even with the rooms that you have on Facebook, they can get too bloated. It may be where the young ladies, and I'm using them as an example, they may say, hey, you know what, Lance, let's just let it stay at 25 people or 30 people. I'll make a room for each state. It doesn't have to be a group thing. I can make a room for Michigan. I can make one for New York City, and then you can make sub forums in one particular one. So if we had a New York one, and then we have somebody from upstate, but they're too far from somebody in Long Island, well, you'll say, okay, let's make this for upstate, but we can still connect with people in other parts of New York, just the same way you can go if you know that you're going to travel to Chicago, you're going to travel to North Carolina, you say, okay, let me jump in the North Carolina room and ask the sisters and brothers there if it's a co-ed thing, let's ask them what it's like here. What's the best place to die? This goes beyond me because I don't know these things. So why should I sit on this great forum? And like I said, I spent a lot of money to get the template for this forum because you have to have a license for it. Okay, so it's the creme de la creme. Yeah. Yeah, and I'll tell you, it's a V Bulletin forum. It's called V Bulletin, letter V and Bulletin. Go check out the price for that. But it's connected to my site because it's connected to my server, but nobody can see you if you don't want. But in the public areas, yes, you will be seen. So I want everybody to suggest to me what type of rooms that they want me to make, forums that they want me to make, and I'll make them. If it's a bunch of y'all from the Midwest or California somewhere, just let me know. And this goes on forevermore. Whatever specialized types of groups you want me to make, I'll make them there, and they'll go, and I'll give somebody administrative power so that you're not stuck in there with somebody who is harassing or whatever. You can go to that person and they'll run that room and they'll take care of it. If it's a political room or, Caribbean, this room is from Jamaica, whatever it may be, people who had UFO experiences, I don't care.
That is something else. This station, man, is, there's one other thing I wanted to add, because some people may ask, well, why did these people do all this stuff? What is the purpose of that? We know it's sun worship, but what was the overriding reason why they did this? They constructed this false ideology on the House of Sand on the basis of the foundation of sun worship. Well, I remember reading about Constantine the Great, as they call him, in Rome. And Constantine was basically he was an egomaniac. He was a power hungry king or emperor in Rome, and he knew that he had two classes of people in his empire. He had the pagans, if you want to call it that, for lack of a better word, because the pagans will be the people that worship multiple gods or different types of gods. They had different types of worship in ancient Rome. And then, of course, you had the people that were the newly emerging group, the Christians. And what he wanted to do was to reconcile the conflicting differences of heathenism with Christianity and put them all under one banner, because it would be easier for him to rule all those people under one standard, if you will, So that's why they did what they did, and that's why they incorporated these pagan practices into Christianity, because before Christianity, as we know it, was Christianity. It was the Catholic Church. Yes. The Catholic Church was the universal despot, or the dictator, or the tyrant that was on the planet at that time. And they had a situation where they had the split. The Catholic Church had a breakaway group called the Protestants, and then the Protestants spawned all the other subgroups of Christianity, like the Methodists, the Episcopalians, the Lutherans, the Seventh-day Adventists, the Church of God in Christ, the Anglicans, all different types. And those subgroups took those Catholic practices and they just modified them, and they're still practicing Catholicism, because how can you be greater than your mother? So they came from their mother with these pagan practices, and they practice them to this day. And then yet you have people that are like, well, I don't like Catholicism, but you're spawned from Catholicism, And that's what I wanted to add.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, brother. So, I'm fired up, man. And it's just so many possibilities. I'm gonna set you up with a room of your own there, because that way, when we get there, you're gonna have some people who say, "Hey, Brother Zamal said this or he said that." Well, then you can pop in periodically and then see who asked you a question. And you don't have to depend on a Facebook comment where they seem vast and long. It'll be your own room waiting there for you. And we'll start out like that. And the other one that I want to do, I also want to say that on this particular episode, and it won't be too long, and I don't want to mar the integrity of your work, but it'll be at the end. Since everybody's here, I want to explain to them how to get into Melanin Envy just for a few minutes, and I'll do an open conference call, and I'll have everybody come on in, and I'll probably end the YouTube version of the show after they come into the room, and that way it can go on and circulate, and then I'll continue on with the details so people can pull out their laptops or get in front of their computers, and I can help them to log on, because it's not hard at all, but there are little glitches here and there that I know how to work around. So many have sent me the text message because they wanted the passcode to get into the forum. That's going to be a secret forum for the sisters, Progressive Sisters United, and we can change the name if you want to change the name. That's okay with me. And Queen D said she couldn't get in. Well, hang tight, everybody. I'm going to do a conference call on that particular number. I'm going to switch this banner right now just for a second. I'm going to put it right back, and I want you all to take down that number, and let me do it right now. And I'll bring this back because I don't want to, encroach on the integrity of this show. But you see this new banner that's up there. You see the show line, and that's where I'll be. Not right now. I'll give you the word for it, but you take a look at that 407-801-7071. Somebody, if you can, type it into the room, and I'll have you, wrap it down, Brother Zamal. I'm going to answer Call to Nature really quick, and I'm going to come right back. So just do your thing for a few minutes.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm on again.
Yeah. I know you wrapped up, but I just want you to wrap it up.
Okay.
You're going to wrap it up. I'm just going to run to the restroom real quick. I'll be back.
Oh, okay. Well, what I'm going to do is I want to go to your website and see who's on here, and I just want to greet everybody. That's what I'm going to do. So bear with me, guys. I'm typing in Lance on my computer.
Yeah, and a really a faster way of talking to people on the website that can go on long after the show. Here's another one, because remember, then you have to be set up and everything. So everybody's not set up there, but you can go there instantaneously if you go to, and everybody else has seen it already before. Many people who are here, you go to right there on the banner. If you can see it, you go to LANCESCURV.com/chat, and here it is right here. It's going to be right here. So after the show is over, you know what? We'll do it there. And then we'll do a conference call another time, because I might have another show that I'm doing afterward in a little while. But just look at that link. It's in the room, and it's also on the banner, LANCESCURV.com chat. You can sign up through Twitter, Facebook, or anonymously to make whatever name you want when you're there. So if you go there and hang out for a little while, I know people are going to come in and want to talk to you. You can chat. It's very easy to do it that way. So we have that option.
Great. Okay.
And that's 24 hours too. So to all the people who are going to go there, don't go there and sit there and wait. Nobody will see you until you put a message up. You see what I mean? So just say hello, whatever. When people are there, and then you catch on, and then you see. So just say whatever you want to say. If anybody else is there, you'll get through, and you can talk in live time all into the night, because it doesn't end. This is 24-hour chat room on my site.
Mm-hmm. That would be nice. I don't have much time, but I can give them a couple minutes now.
Okay.
But I'm glad that everybody. I'll
be back.
I hope they enjoyed
2 minutes.
Yeah, my computer's acting crazy. But he mentioned that there were many different people from many parts of the country, and that's very encouraging. And also the fact that there's so many people from around the world that listen to the program. And hopefully everybody is doing well. I hope. I know that this is a very different situation that we're in right now. We've never been in a situation like this. This is something that none of us are accustomed to. Being told when to go home and when to not be out and about, and to social distance, and to basically not interact with people. But we know what that's all about. But like I mentioned before, one of my favorite sayings is every adversity has or carries with it the seed of a greater or an equivalent benefit. Every adversity. So every adversity or any adverse situation is not just negative. It's also a positive or a silver lining in that adversity, because everything is based on a duality, or the law of polarity. So you can find the good, and you can actually. This could be a beneficial thing for many people. A good time to sit back, reflect, and decide, what's really important. This is something that some people have never done for so long. They've just been, ripping and running around and working and doing things that are basically for their financial survival. And now they have a time to actually sit back and actually think. And that's very important. But I'm glad that you guys were able to get on tonight. And again, I hope that you derive something from this, the information that I shared. And I have a lot more information to share. So stay tuned, stand by, and I look forward to exchanging, more information.
Yes, yes. Okay, brother. I'm back. If you wanted to jump over to the chat room for a little while, I put the link inside the chat room.
I'm going to get off at this time. Yes. I got to run.
Yes, brother. Okay, so what I'll do, I'm going to just... It
was my pleasure. It was my pleasure to interact with the people. I mean, I really enjoyed it. Thank
you, brother. And you know what? This is going to go on beyond what I told to people who tuned in, because it's going to keep circulating. So, yeah, we'll do that. But yeah, man, I know you have to go. I'm going to stay on for a little while, and I'm going to instruct everybody how to get on. And it's just going to be a few minutes, and then I'll start the conference call in a little while where we can actually speak. And I want everybody to get their laptops out or get in front of their computer. And for those who have the issue where they say, "Can you spell?" I want you guys to send me your information. I have to post it in there because that happens sometime. But brother, we really appreciate you. It's been a phenomenal night of learning, and you threw so much good stuff at us. I have several doggy bags from which to draw some nutrition from long after this is over.
Doggy bag. Man.
Well, we righteously love you, man, and we see all of the work that you put in, and we appreciate it. And you really helped to tie a lot of ends in that many people might have been confused on or just didn't even know. And the main thing is that we have to keep these jackleg pastors sweating from deceiving the people the way you broke it down.
Jack-legged pastors.
Exactly. Always want to lay hands on the sisters. You know what I mean?
Oh, of course. Of course. We got a fire under their butt now. So,
exactly.
They really got to up their game. You guys got to up your game.
Right. And the bad part, they shouldn't have game anyway. You know what I mean? But they got to up their game if they want to keep it up.
Well, they really have nowhere to go. Their game can't be upped because their game is stagnant.
Exactly.
A doctrine like that has nowhere to go but down.
That's right.
And that's where it's going. That's down. Right.
No other place but down.
We condemn them to the netherworld. That's where they're going. The doctrine.
That's right.
The doctrine.
I wouldn't want to be there, So yeah, man, until next time, like I said, we're thankful for that. I know I'm going to go over this several times. People can play it in their car. They can do it when they do housework or laundry or just out in the yard chilling or walking, taking a long walk. Very educational and very relatable.
But I will say all of my talks will be different. All of them will be about different topics.
Sure.
This is what I like to do. Like I said, the Bible basics. I'll cover different topics, contradictions, gender bias, so many, the Egyptian origin of the scriptures, plagiarization of the scriptures, how they were plagiarized from different sources, exactly where they came from.
Right.
That type of thing. That's really, really important.
Exactly.
And then I have other topics on other areas unrelated to Christianity. Christianity is just something I study. Christianity, Judaism, Islam, Abrahamic religions. But I'm also a student of science. I'm a student of history. His story. I'm a student of our story. Which they misnomer Black history. I like to know about just about everything.
A true Renaissance man. They don't make them like you anymore.
Well, mentally, I like to be that, but I'm just another brother. I'm just another brother. I'm just an ordinary guy, and I just have. I'm just genetically encoded like you to do what you're doing. It's like my body is just a vessel, and like you're doing what you're doing. You don't know why you're doing what you're doing. When I was a little boy, I would spend all this time in these libraries and just wonder what am I looking for. And I knew, like I said before in another video, when I was a little boy, I knew instinctively that I wasn't answers. So that's why I am where I am right now.
And it's interesting that you find that everything that you did in your life prior that you had a passion for, whether you knew it or not, would be a crucial cornerstone and foundation to who you are today. You know, and it just like for me, I used to love to look at ads and see how they made an ad in the magazine and who they were targeting, and just the whole advertising engagement thing, and just other aspects of my life, the creative side of it. Everything adds up to this right now. So in essence, I've been doing this all my life, even if I didn't know it was going to culminate in this type of thing. But we have to see our lives like that. And that's a whole other topic, brother, because, I'm probably going to talk for a couple more, hate to say that, a couple more hours.
I know you can talk. But good night to the GBF.
Yes.
Thanks once again for listening, and I look forward to communing with you guys very soon.
Yes, most definitely.
And thank you, Brother Lance, for this. I really appreciate everything.
Thank you for sharing, brother. You're all over the world.
All right. Now.
Okay? All right.
That's good.
All right.
All right.
Yes.
Have a good night.
Okay.
All
yes. Yes, everybody. I'm not going to play the song yet because we're not going to end it yet. I'm going to add in my conference line, and that way you can call in. You see the number that's up there. This is strictly for, okay, here we go. This is strictly for
LANCESCURV has invited you to a conference.
Okay.
Press 1 to join.
There we go. I'm in. And please,
Joining conference now.
let's be
This call
civil.
is being recorded.
So you can see that I'm actually on the line. And right now we're going to speak about melanin envy and how to set up on melanin envy. Okay. So you can call that number. I'm there now. 407-801-7071. That way we can, because I just got a tremendous amount of requests about that. Okay, so I'm going to hang tight a little bit. Maybe let me just play a little music in the meantime, give you time to file in. But the number's there, the show line on the banner.
My Lord is I lost my love. They're gonna move to the groove. My Lord is I lost my love. They're gonna move to the groove. My Lord is I lost my love. My Lord is I lost my love. They're gonna move to the groove. My Lord is I lost my love. They're gonna move to the groove. My Lord is I lost my love. My Lord is I lost my love. They're gonna move to the groove. My Lord is I lost my love. They're gonna move to the groove. My Lord is I lost my love. lost my love.
After this song is over, I'm going to join you. Okay, the music is over. If you can hear me, okay, I want everybody, there are a few folks here in the actual chat room. You can go there also, but I would say that if you're out of the country, you can stay there in the chat room. If you can't have access to the conference line, the purpose of this call is to help everybody join Melanin Envy, you know, right now as they can. So if you're in the chat room on lancescurv.com/chat and you can hear me, just let me know. Okay, just let me know if you can hear me.
We hear you, Lan.
Okay. All right, beautiful.
It's Wayne Walker.
Okay, beautiful. Everybody's here? Who's going to be here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
So they're hearing this also on YouTube because I didn't end this on YouTube, but you know, we I'm going to start one at a time. We'll have I guess it's a general thing that you want to know on how to get in there. Just to register for Melanin Envy, I'll help you with that. If you have any weird questions asked of you to get in, I'll take care of that. We're going to be making some secret rooms there for people to run, and it has to be, you know, a particular topic or area. I do want to do the state by state thing one at a time for anybody who's interested in that. So we can unite state by state and also jump over to other rooms that may be of another state. So we can keep in constant communication, because the way they're doing social media now, they're very funny with that. They're watching us, they're blocking us. They're, you know, certain videos of mine have been taken down. My channel is always a threat for being taken down, especially this channel in particular, because, you know, there's a lot of bombs thrown my way, but I'll know how to dodge them like Floyd Mayweather. But they're frustrated at that, and they're probably just going to, one day you'll never see it there again. I'll be back, but it's going to happen that way. They don't like it, you know, because we're joining together, and it's not just about a little entertaining YouTube channel. It's about bringing people together. We have a lot of fraudulent people out here. I don't deal with those folks. If they're not about it, they don't have to be verbal or give out the information. But, you know, I'm not into playing games right now. I will quickly cut anybody who is quickly with the games. In real life, we have to deal with that with our organization here in Orlando and beyond, and just rabble rousers who just get mad at the fact that you're really about it. Because I think that I've proven beyond the shadow of a doubt, from sun up to sundown, just from the videos alone, that doesn't count the other things that I do to bring us together, that people are realizing that this is a movement. So when I act crazy and funny, it's to throw the enemy off. You know what I mean? Because it's about getting us together direct. So if something goes down, we have a direct connection. So let me just say, does everybody have their laptop open or their computer? Because the best way to do it and to register is through the computer, you know, or your laptop, your desktop or your laptop. Is everybody good with that? Okay, so let's just go to www.
I don't have access to it. That's not.
Okay, well, no, it's cool because you can listen to this. It's being recorded. It's at the end of the segment, and we can go back and, you know, and it's a very easy thing to do. But I want everybody here to set up their profile pages when they get in and join with some of the other ones who are here. Just like we do in the chat room, but you can send messages back and forth and really go deep. Trust me. And there's somebody calling me on my cell phone. There's always one. There's always one late to class, right? Okay, we're going to go to melaninenvy.com and let me know when you're all there. I'll just give it a minute. Okay. Okay. So then you're going to see a screen that's going to basically say that you're going to have to register. Okay. Okay. So you might want to put down a little paper and pencil or something like that next to you, because if it gives you any obstacles, I want you to text me what it may say, or just text me what your username will be, your passcode, and your email address. But we might not have to do that right now. So now you register. You choose your username. You input your email address that you're going to be using to go in, and your temporary passcode. Whatever they ask you to do, you do it. That's the easy part, because it may get to be a little funny-duddy after that. And you tell me where you are, and take your time, and feel free just to just come out and ask. Don't wait there. If you have an issue at a certain point, just open your mouth and say it. There's only a few of us here. So I'm patient. I'm here. We'll wait. Take your time.
Was this the Q&A part?
Say it again.
Was it the Q&A part?
You said Q&A?
Yes. Questions for you, brother.
Oh, no. You can ask me any question you want now.
Oh, my thing is, this one Walker, bro. Peace and love. How you doing?
Yes,
man?
my brother. I'm good.
I've been trying to text you for the past couple of days after the last night's show, and it's been like blocks, and I can't text. So I hooked up with my brother, King Waves. See, man, they can't keep us separated. It's always a way around their BS. So I text him. I'm deep with him right now, and we figured it out that my text and everything been blocked on your show.
Okay. Well,
but you already signed me up months ago for Melanin Envy. I remember calling you. Remember we had a conversation, and you did it,
right,
immediately. So I should still be in there.
So I know they mess with it, so you know your passcode. Do you know your passcode?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
So just let me know if you can log in with no problem.
All right. Okay. Well, I'll shoot you a text and let you know. I can't do it right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I'm just giving you my support, listening, man.
Okay.
But yeah, that was my only issue. Everything is fine.
Okay. Okay, cool. Thank you, man. So everybody else,
we're gonna have to do a show.
Oh yeah, definitely. I
want to do a show with you about preparedness.
Of course. We do this every single day,
survival skills, and everything. We're studying science and healing and everything right now. So
yeah, Brother Quaku's doing the same thing. He grew up in a survivalist mentality, growing up in the street in Jamaica. But let me get with these people here to help them get in.
Okay, brother.
Okay, thank you so much.
Brother Lane?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Hi, greetings. This is Sandra. Know yourself. I have a question.
Sure.
And the question is, I am already registered with Melanin Envy, but I can't remember my password. So what I need to do to get back in or log back on, or what am I supposed to do?
Oh, you're already there, but you haven't signed up in a long time. I mean, you haven't gone in a long time and forgot your password.
I can't hardly hear you, Brother Lance.
Okay, so you said that you registered before, and you forgot your password?
Yeah, you helped me before.
Okay.
Yeah, you helped me before, and I got on and everything, but I forgot my password. So what do I need to do to start over?
No. Do you know your username? You forgot that too?
I I think because it's been like a while. It's been like when you first got it started. I make it come up with, try to see if I can remember, but right now I can't remember.
Okay, what I'm gonna do?
Username.
I'm quite sure you used. Okay, I think I found you. This thing is like Space Age. Okay, I don't have your password, but your name, your username is Sandra.
So you gotta
know yourself, just like it is before, Sandra, and then a space, and then know yourself. And
oh, I didn't know that was you.
Yeah, you already in there. I've been inputting people, and I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna say your full email address, but it's the one that starts with new.
Okay, well, I know my email address, but I wasn't for sure because I've used like other profile names.
Right.
So I wasn't for sure if that was it was under,
right,
something different.
Exactly.
Okay. And so what I have to do is just go ahead and log back on, put that in, and change my password.
Yeah,
or
you have
what?
to change your password. I believe with that, out of the three things, if you have, Sandra Know Yourself and that particular email, you can just go ahead and try it now and let me know if you have any obstacles. And if I have to, I'll put a password in that you can change later and I'll text it to you. But go ahead and try it. It should be able to pull up.
Okay. Well, right now I don't have a laptop right now. I'm just working from my Android phone.
Okay.
So I'm not for sure how that works, and I'll probably have to get off the phone in order to do it. But this phone is kind of crazy. So. Okay.
So what I'll do now is I'll probably just I'll see if I can put it from my end.
I'll probably let me see. Tomorrow.
Okay, this is what I'm gonna do for you. Let me see if I can save this. Okay, I saved you, and let me check again and make sure that it went through. I saved you with a new password. Let me just see now if it's still exact match. Okay, let me just throw me a text so you'll be at the top of my text, so I can just text you the password that I gave you. But you're gonna have to change that.
I can't hardly hear you. Kind of echoing a little bit. I don't know if that's you or me.
Oh, okay.
Can you repeat that?
Okay, this is what I do. I'm going to throw me a text because I have a gazillion texts, and the one you sent me before is way down. So what I want you to do is just send me a blank text or with a dot in it or just hi, and I'll send you the password, and you'll remember it. Okay, we got some music in the background. We're going to have to hit that mute button. Okay, so send me a text on the 407-590-0755 number, and I'll send you the password right now. You won't forget it. Okay, so then you can log in with that information that you already know. But with the Sandra, it's Sandra space Know Yourself, your email address, and the password that I put in that you can change later on. Okay.
So my email address, is that my what is it? That's my user?
No, your username is Sandra Know Yourself.
Okay, that's my username. Okay. Yeah. So my email address has to just go in for
right. And then you then you put the password that I'm going to send you.
Oh, okay.
And so throw me a text so I have it at the top so I can send it to you easy, and I'll text you the password now. And whenever you can get in there, and you can manipulate it the way you want to. Okay. All right.
Great. Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, what's going on, Brother Lane?
Oh yes, Memphis. Who am I speaking to? I got a couple of people I know from Memphis. Let me hear the voice.
This is Andre, man. Killer.
Oh yes. And yeah, you're not in Memphis, but yeah, man, I've been wanting to get with you to do, the other day. But as you can see, I've been putting in some work. And
hey, look, I already know you be busy, man. So I just let you do your thing. I let you flow with it.
But the funny part about it is I don't think I do enough. So, within these next 2 days, we're going to do something. Matter of fact, there's a young lady that wants to...
Man, stop saying that. You say we going to do something, we don't do it because it be so many other people on the line, man. It sounds so good. I'd be like, man, don't even call me. Let me just flow with you.
Okay, we'll do that.
I'd be liking to hear it too, but, when I talk, man, I don't think everybody's just ready for me because, I don't think they're ready for me, man.
Oh, but
I'm already quarantined. Don't let me bust out.
Right. Well, you know what? They might not be ready for you, but they need to hear from you. So
Oh yeah.
are you good on the Melanin Envy site?
Yeah. I just got on there.
Everything went through smooth.
But I'm just in the chat room right now.
Okay. On YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
On YouTube and on the
or the site too.
The LANCESCURV show, the online, the show line. But
on the website.
I'm the same.
On the website.
Yeah, I'm the same way with Sandra. I can put myself in there, but I didn't forget my codes, and then it doesn't. You can press the chat, and it just won't. You know the letters and all that won't come up for me to type or anything.
Okay, so we're talking about the LANCESCURV.com chat, or we're talking about Melanin Envy.
Okay, now that's the Lance.com show line. Yeah.
Okay, that's a show line that you're on now, and below that there's a web address that go to the chat room, which is not Melanin Envy, but there are people there now talking, and that goes on forever. That's a forever chat line. If nobody's there, you're not going to really see anything. You know
right.
What I mean?
That's the chat room, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's where I was at, but it takes its time on my Android. So when it do pop up, I do put it in. Right. It lets me put it in, but when it pops off for me to get ready to chat,
right,
I can press the chat, and it just all it do is just Google, and I just say, well, maybe I'm not completely all the way in, so that's why I just sit back and I observe, and then I do it again. You know.
Mm-hmm. I got you. All right. Well, we're gonna work on that, but let me see if there's anybody else here who we got several people here.
Yes, Dwayne.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I had just a quick question for you. When it says I'm trying to register, when it says can you spell, what exactly am I supposed to be writing in the blank space?
Man, that is something that I have yet to figure out. The dude that works along with me, he's a genius, but it keeps popping up. So in those cases, what I'll tell you is I will manually input everything in for you so you can get in and take care. I don't know why that little roach keeps coming out when I sit down to the table to eat.
Okay.
It just keeps popping up. So what you do, you text me 407, 590 0755.
Okay, let me write the
the
number down real quick.
Okay, cool.
What was the telephone number?
407.
407.
Yes. 590.
Okay.
0755. And what I want you to do.
0755?
Yes. Text me your email address, right? Text me your username exactly the way you want it spelled. And also text me a temporary simple passcode that you could change later on.
Okay.
Okay.
Understood.
Yeah, those three things. There's three things. The email address, your username. I mean, and have it exactly. If you want lowercase this or something fancy or something crazy, whatever you want to be known as on Melanin Envy, and then a temporary simple passcode, and then you'll be able to get in immediately. I'll do it right now as I speak to everybody else because I have everything open, and then I'll let you know. I'll send your text back, or if you're here, say, hey, you're in, check it out. Let me know if you can get it.
I'm doing it right now. Okay.
Okay,
Thank
cool.
you.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
Hey, Lance.
Yes.
This brother Kibble again. Did you ever get my texts that sent you?
I've been getting some of the texts, but I'm a little foggy on some of these texts that I'm getting are falling off, or I'm not getting some of them. I'm going to do something with that phone number. I had the phone number a long time. I don't know we know what's going on, but like I said, this is why I'm trying to make so many alternative ways and means of staying in communication. And I'm going to do something super underground. So, yeah, but I've been getting text messages from you, but with these hours that I've been keeping, because every video that I do, there's stuff, I have 2 videos now tonight that I'm going to work on as I do this, while I do this. Okay. I'm not trying to portray that I'm so busy. I'm always flowing, so I can always accommodate. If you want more water, if you want more water, you just open the faucet a little more. If you want to cut back. So I'm that person. If I got 3 things going, I just accommodate to do 4. You know what I mean? Until I drop.
Right.
But yeah, I'm gonna tighten up on all those things because I have other things that I'm going to be setting up. Anybody else? I see people here. So Ella G.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes. She is one of the
Hi.
moderators on the channel, and you better be nice to her or she'll kick your butt out of there. How you doing, sweetheart?
Not that bad.
So,
So I'm just waiting for the secret password because I'm already in my regular login.
okay, and I'm going to ask you, since I'm not in that particular screen right now, do you see that room for the women only there?
That's where I am.
Okay, good. But I'm saying you see it because I set it up, but I didn't go back to even check and see how it looked.
It looks fine.
Okay. So let me text you, and I have a bunch of people here. Yeah, I'm gonna text it to you right now, or I might just do it on Discord since it's easier for me in speaking to you.
Okay.
Okay. So give me a second.
Fine.
Give me a second to log into Discord, and I'll hit you there right now. And you're gonna laugh when you see how simple. You can stay here too. I mean, I need all the help I can get. I might need to strong arm somebody for me. But okay, here we go. I'm gonna hit you with it right now. You're like, what? That's it? You should get it right now. You're gonna hear it.
I don't know.
That's the password.
Oh my God, that's exactly what I use all the time.
Oh, stupid simple. But I'm gonna make you an administrator in there. So what I want you to do on Melanin Envy, if you haven't already, is to add me as a friend, which is like the same way like Facebook. People that are there, you can add as a friend and send secret messages and stuff.
How do I do that? Hold on, let me go in. Let me just type.
Yeah, go to your profile. When you go there, you click on your name and you'll pull up your profile, and you can punch my name in, and add me as a friend, and then I'll respond to it. And I mean, I can find. Okay, you got to tell me your name on Melanin. Is it still LG or is it a different name that's secret? If it is, yeah, text that to me back.
No, it's the same thing.
Okay, so I'm going to look for you, and what I'll do, I'll give you some overall powers over the whole situation there. Let me just see. Bear with me, everybody. Bear with me.
It's not letting me in.
Wow.
Let me hold on. Let me refresh the page.
Okay. All right.
Let's see.
Let me see if I can.
I'm gonna log out and log back in and see what.
Okay.
I've been sitting there for a minute.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Tell you boy. The waiting game, real.
Or your computer. Let me see what this is. Yeah. Okay. Because this thing can go deep. This particular platform actually goes deeper than Facebook and what you can do with it. Back in the day before social media came in, you had these forums like this. Okay, so where are you now? Right now?
Okay, so I'm on the front page where you have Black News, and then you have Progressive Sisters United.
Right.
And I'm just going to click on that to go in there.
Right.
And now it's saying the administrator requires the password. Blah 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 blah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, I made you an administrator, and there's so many different categories that I'm gonna click you on the main one for forums. There are other ones that I wanna okay.
Are you serious?
You got the power.
Hold on. Okay, so my password is too old.
Your what? Your password is too old? That's funny. Because that you're not. But what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna update. Yeah, because sometimes if you were using, because it's kind of a form that wasn't moving much, right? So it's gonna get like that for most people. So it's a way. Okay, I just gave you every possible power on the forum that if you got mad at me, you'd kick me out and I couldn't get back in. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to open up your page again. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to give you that same password that I gave you. I'm doing it now. And it's still the same Yahoo address that you have as your email. You still remember that one, right? Hello? You can hear me? Ella? Let me see here. Hold on. Let me see if she's still here with me. Ella G. Yeah. I didn't. Okay, I hit it right now. Okay. You have the same password that I sent you on Discord. That's the updated one.
Yeah, 901?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that I gave you a new password, and it's the same one that I gave you on Discord to get in on the overall. So just give it a shot to get into Melanin Envy, and that should work. And you have all powers to control anything in there. Okay, so
Brother Lane?
Yes.
By any chance, did you receive the text message I sent? I was just trying to make sure I sent it correctly.
Okay, I'm going to look at it right now.
It's Chris Dixon.
Okay, hold tight. Let me just go here.
Okay.
No, go ahead, Ella.
Okay, I just tried to do my password,
Mm-hmm.
and it's telling me that my submission could not be processed because of a security token was invalid.
How could they say that?
So it says if this occurred unexpectedly, please inform the administrator.
Okay. So how could that be? That's crazy. Hold on a second.
All right,
I'm not gonna tell you that when I'm giving you. You know what I mean? What's up with that? Hold on. Let me see. And yes, I got the email. Chris, I'm gonna work on that as soon as I'm done with this issue here. Let me just see something here. Okay. Mm-hmm.
And I'm working from my computer. So
yeah, so it shouldn't be right.
Right.
Okay, I got it. And so you were trying to get into the actual forum that we spoke about for the sisters. Okay, and I wonder what that's all about. Let me see. This thing is so deep. All right. I want to open up everything, so. Let me see. This might be something that may take a little more time, but let's see. Okay, let me go back to your permissions. Okay.
Maybe I should. I'm going to log out again.
Yeah, try logging out again while I help Chris over here. But I'm definitely going to get you in. And I have the last and final word on all of this, so I don't know why they would say that to you because I gave you the permissions and I saved it. You know, just log out, give it a minute or two, and log back in normally, and then we'll go check that back out. Maybe I don't know because those passwords were matching, or I don't know, but okay, I'm gonna add in Brother Chris. Okay.
Good to see the king.
Talk to me.
I'm gonna wait till you get through with Mr. Chris.
Okay. Let me get this password in exactly. Okay. Hold tight, everybody. But this will be quick. And the email.
Take your time, teacher. feel like I'm in school right now. I got my paper and pen, taking notes.
Real training, though.
Mr. Sandra, I feel like I want to raise my hand and say, "Can I, teacher? Can I ask the question?" Yeah, this is Sandra. I know yourself. How you doing, sister?
Chris,
I'm doing okay.
Give it a shot, Chris.
I was doing okay.
It's funny.
Okay, I'm gonna mute myself again until I can come back on and ask the question.
Oh yeah, no, I'm opened up now. Chris, you should be in. Check it out with what you sent me. I just sent everything in and it said that everybody was added successfully. So, everybody else.
Thanks. I'm gonna check right now.
Yeah, check right now. Just let me know, and we're good. Okay, we have some other numbers here. Let me know.
See the king.
Oh yes, see the king. Finally, we're here. Do you have any problem? Do you have any problem getting in?
I'm on the site, but it's just I got my profile, I got my picture and everything, and now I don't know where I go from here. I need to get a link or something.
Okay, so you already worked on your profile page, have your picture up and everything like that. Whatever information you want to share, because it goes deep. I mean, you can put a lot of information up there. You know, public, private, whatever you want. As far as you want to go, to connect on other levels, you can send emails to other people, private messages, add them as friends. So even beyond the scope of the public forum, you can still have private connection. So, but you don't have any. See, the thing is that the forum's been around for a long time, and people have forgotten their passwords, and it has not been really active because it's like, you know, they see the stories and it just registered and left. Then they came back, a lot of people, and forgot their passwords. So what I'm going to do now is revive everything because it's an excellent forum. And since we're in the times that we're in, we don't know what can happen. You know, so let me bring this back. And it's not as instantaneous as you jumping on Facebook and you're seeing stuff there. But it is in a way. If you get used to getting in there and we have enough people who are active, you're going to have messages sent to you. You know, you can answer them back. And I want to add in new forums that are sub forums of the overall forum. So it's like when you go to the mall and you get out of the rain, well, it's not just mall, it's a bunch of little stores. You see what I mean? So when you go in there, it'll be different rooms that I have yet to create. So as I create these other rooms or actually stores to go to, it'll broaden the experience and make it very intense. You see what I mean? So I'm going to take my time a little bit every day, and I want everybody to come up with different ideas for different subforums that you will keep active. And that if you have a subforum, then I'll say, hey, you could run it, and I'll give you power over that particular forum, and that way you can keep it going. Then there's another one that's going, and another one. So it's a collective, you know.
Okay, so this is also how you can get into the live chat too.
Well, the live chat is actually on the actual website, which, Internet Talk, the website, LANCESCURV.com, is the foundation for all of this, right? So LANCESCURV.com is the city that it's in. Melanin Envy is like a county. You know, it's a part of the whole, well, actually not the city. It's part of the, how can I put it? It's a city in the county, okay? Or a city in the state. So, it's all based on LANCESCURV.com, but this is a separate entity, a separate website, right? But it's all on the same server.
It's almost like Lance is the state, and these are the like cities within
There you go. There you go. I don't know why it took me so long to say it like that, right? But trust me.
Yeah, but what I wanted to ask you, I know I've been trying to get in touch with you. And I know you busy, and I've been sending my texts. That's me with the 409 number.
Got you.
That's me.
Gotcha. And we'll definitely talk more in depth. And like I say, honestly, most nights I go on until the phone falls out my hand, and I don't know where it is when I wake up. That's how hard I go. I was up from very early this morning. I decided to get up. I was doing a show till late. I was supposed to call a dear friend of mine back, and the phone fell out again. And I just jumped up and said I would jump on this day. And I have enough work to keep me up now till 6, but I'm not going to do that. I'm gonna do a whole lot tomorrow too. This whole week I'm better.
Sound like you need some associates.
basically by keeping stuff running, I'm like that old man who has like unlimited acreage of farmland. I just need somebody. I'll give you the land if you grow some fruit on it. I want to see it work. I set everything up. I just want to see everything work so it can benefit everybody. I'm paying for everything, which actually, my donations help greatly with that. So I'm not on the egotistical thing, but what I mean is that I'm paying. I'm like a dude that owns a club. It's like, excuse me, sir, you want to have a party? Go over there. Yeah, I'm paid. It's paid for already. You know?
Yeah, I got it.
But it can go deep, and like I said, the way the times are, it'll be very necessary. Because imagine you get up and you can't get on Facebook or YouTube, or it's like, damn, at least.
Yeah, well, I don't really do Facebook. I don't do Facebook and all
right.
that.
I don't like it. I don't really like it either, man. I mean, I only get on there to drop a few links into. I use social media to distribute the things that we create, or to go to the people for what we do. But other than that, and I would pass through if it was like an inner circle thing. But if I wasn't doing this, I mean, it helps me tremendously doing this. But other than that, I wouldn't be on it. I'd probably be doing something to be a video on Facebook. You know what I mean? I'm doing something crazy or something. You know what I mean? So you know.
Yeah, that's your artwork on that page that I was looking at.
Yes, all of it.
Oh man, that's shit. Oh, I had to get some of that though.
Well, trust me.
I know I gotta get some.
Well, you know, I'm gonna be coming back as a very time is flying. I keep saying this, but this is why I'm digging into getting everything right, so I can just have more time to flow with the art. I have some pieces that I promised some people, and I'm going to be coming out. Put it this way, I'm going to be so controversial. Say it again.
Don't lose your touch on it.
Oh no! But you know what though? At this point, it's weird. I'm not saying it's like I'm so bad, but I never do. I'm so tuned into that. You know, I'm so tuned into that, and I just purchased like 20. I'm weird now. Let me tell you how eccentric I am. I just purchased 20 of my favorite pens. There's one pen that I use, and I just bought 20 of them. I'm going to probably buy like 80 refills just to have them. And I lock them down and keep one with me. It's one type of, I could draw with anything, but there's one that I absolutely love, that it behaves with the fine print. Because, you know, I shade with ink. I shade a little bit with lead with pencil, but I shade with ink. That's not easy to do, you know, and I'm going to be going deeper. Trust me, the things I put out, there's going to be men in black suits outside knocking on my door. Is there anybody else that needs help with the Melanin Envy?
No, this is the one there.
770. Well, yeah, Sandra. Okay.
Yeah.
Who has a question?
Yes, somebody else is coming on. I was trying to get somebody. Yeah. I did have a couple of questions right quick.
Yeah, sure.
I'm away.
I just sent you a text.
Okay.
And I don't know if you received the text or not.
Okay, let me check it.
You probably forgot that I had mentioned that I forgot my password, so you told me to send you a text.
Okay, let me.
I know you got a lot going on, teacher.
Oh no, we're gonna take time and make sure. And okay, so that's the same one you have as far as your email address, right?
Yes, the email address is the same.
Okay. So you want me to give you the password? I get, yeah. Let me give you the temporary password. Then
okay.
The joke
so this is gonna be the one. What you're gonna text me is gonna be a temporary password, right?
Yeah, you can leave it like that if you want, but I'm just saying it's like if you want to change it, you can do it. And you know, you go by putting in Sandra with a space and then know yourself. Put your email address in and your whichever order, and the password.
Okay, the temporary password that you sent me.
Yeah, I just sent it to you right now.
Okay, and so so for the other the chat line, I'm gonna try to I guess work on that again.
Okay, so
either tomorrow.
Yeah, for the other one, for the women. Let me just tell you, the other one for the women, Progressive Sisters United, it's the same password that I just gave you for your thing. And you could change. Okay. You could change.
Repeat that one more time because I couldn't hardly hear you.
Okay, I texted you a password to get into your page on Melanin Envy.
Okay.
And the other password to get into the Progressive Sisters United room is the same password that I sent you for your private page. They're both the same. Okay.
Okay, so I got two temporary passwords.
Well, you got one. The one for your page is temporary, and the one for the Progressive Sisters United is a permanent one, but it happens to be the same one that I gave you that's temporary for your page. Your page is temporary, and the group room for the females, for the sisters, That's a permanent one. And I might change that later on too, but I'll let you know. But to get into your page is the same one. And to get into the separate form for the women, it's the same one that I just sent you for your page.
Okay. So
right.
what I before the chat from last night, I was trying to get in. Is that the same as the progressive, the new site?
Oh no, the chat that you're trying to get into is on my actual site, LANCESCURV.com/chat. It's an actual it's up to date time wise. You just it's just like with YouTube. You put your stuff
Okay,
there.
that's the one I was trying to do last night, but it wouldn't let me get in. It was saying something about the password wasn't valid.
Okay.
And so, but it's also telling me to go. I can register through Facebook. So should I try to go through Facebook?
Yeah, you can register through Facebook, Twitter, or the actual system, and they let you know there. But just know that if you register through Facebook, that people can click on your name and see like who you are. So if that's not a problem, you can do it like that. And it's very easy like that.
So what you're saying is better not to go through Facebook right now.
If you don't want to, because I mean, some dude might get on there and start sending you all kind of crazy pictures or whatever. You never know. You know what I mean?
Oh my goodness. Yeah. All right then. Okay. Well, I guess I'm gonna work on that and do my homework between tonight and tomorrow. I'm trying to get my make sure I pass my grade.
Oh, I know you will. I
appreciate the teacher.
Oh yeah.
Like I said.
Yeah, thank you. And there will be little bumps and gullies. So even on the chat room, I'm gonna make something tomorrow to explain the little ways of working it, because you can go private there with somebody else who's in the chat room. And when you go there, if you don't see anything, it's because you didn't say anything. If there's a conversation going on before, you're not going to see it until you get there. So let people know that you're here. So if somebody's there, they'll chime in. So
okay.
Like I said,
so I just got to get there first,
right?
And then I'll make sure they know that I'm in.
And
okay.
here's another one. Say for example, there's 2 or 3 of you, and you're like, hey, let's all go to the chat room there at the same time. You can do that. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So you can, it holds up to 250 people. I think that's ample. You know what I mean? So it's a good thing. So check all that out. I'm going to make another video, and I'm going to keep drilling it in everybody's head and put up things so you can read it. And after repetition, after a while, we want to get people in, and it'll flow. But anytime you start something new, which this has been around for a while, but anytime you start something new, it takes a little while. So I'm willing to work with everybody on that.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, sure. You have a wonderful night.
Okay.
Okay.
And you have a great night as well. All right.
All right. I'll probably
good night, family.
I'll be up to the morning time. I know it.
Have a good night.
All right. Good
All
night.
right. Good night.
Mm-hmm.
One.
We had another female voice here other than Ella G.
Yeah, Brother Lance.
Yes.
It's Darian S., First Lady.
Oh, okay, First Lady.
Hey, I'm having problems with this. It keeps spitting me out and saying that what's that? The spelling? Can you spell?
Oh yeah, that pops up every now and then. What you do for me? I'll add you in now. It's like that's some kind of glitch. It doesn't get everybody, but it pops up. It pops up like that roach that walks across the wall on Thanksgiving dinner behind the guest, and you can't get it because you don't want to get up and embarrass yourself. So it always does that to me. So just text me. Just text me at 407-590-0755. I'll say it again. 407-590-0755. Just text me your preferred username, spelled exactly the way you want, uppercase, lowercase, whichever way you want, but it's spelled exactly the way you want. Also send me your email address that you're going to use to log in, of course, spelled exactly, and a temporary passcode that you can use. And you can change it later on, right? So your username, your email address, and your temporary passcode. Send it to my my voice is sounding rough, right? Send it to my my phone, text it to me, and I'll do it for you right now.
Oh, okay. All right.
All right.
Now.
Yeah, you can stay on the line, and I'll let you know that if it's in. Yes, Ella.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
That's no problem.
I sent you a message on Discord.
Okay, let me check it.
Yeah, just.
Okay.
Can you kill my first one and just do it over with this for me?
Okay, cool. All right.
All right.
Okay.
And then I'm going to keep whatever I sent you there, so you could just set me up however you want to set me up.
Okay.
And also log me into the
So this will be a whole new one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so you want me to keep the old one or get rid of the old one?
Well, you could get rid of the other one.
Okay. I'll do that right now. I'll do that right now. Let me find you, and I'll do that right now.
Brother Lance?
Yes. How'd everything go?
Quick question. When you, I'm logged in. I'm logged in now. But you said a profile or something like that we make up.
Yeah. It should be. You should be able to make a profile page. You're logged in, and you should be able to. Okay. Let me see what I got to do here with this.
Because the first thing that popped up is says like Black News, Progressive Sister United, Black newspapers, and then Black-owned business.
Yeah.
That's the only icons I see right now.
So yeah, that's all I have right there right now as far as rooms are concerned. Like if you clicked on Black News, you're going to have a crap load of stories from all over, hundreds of websites. You're going into the mall before the stores are even built. You know what I mean? So as we build forums and sub-forums with special interests, you're going to see a lot more there. But you do have the ability to create your own profile page so that as people start to come in, you basically got to the party early. Okay? So, you know, that being said, you should, what else can you click on your username? What I'm trying to do is not leave out of the page that I'm on right now. Let me just see. Okay, you're seeing that. Let me refresh.
Can I?
Yeah, I want you to create. Okay. If you go down to the bottom, again, what is your username again?
Chris Dixon.
Okay. We want to find Chris Dixon, and we want to. Now, what's the best way for you from this vantage point? You should be able to go to your own. Okay, this is what it is. Go down to the bottom where it says what's going on. It's below the Black-owned business network.
Okay, 1 second. Yeah. You said it's below the Black-owned business network.
It says what's going on, and it says currently active users, and then you'll see a list in green. I see your name there. First it says admin, Empress Jasmine, J. Harriet, King Wage, and then it says Chris Dixon. Click on Chris Dixon. That should bring you to your profile page.
Okay, so I don't know if it's because I remember you was explaining it's better to navigate on the computer, but I'm on the tablet, and the only thing it's giving me. Yeah,
that might be it.
Yeah,
that might be it, because it's I'm on your profile page now, which has no picture, no information, but you'll be able to. It shows me that you've viewed the forum Black News. It shows last activity, join date. This is the kind of thing it has under there, since you can't see it. And that's for everybody else.
Okay.
It's there. It's like Facebook, but it doesn't look anything like Facebook, but it has the functionality. Like, for example, under your name, it says Chris Dixon, junior member. It has an about me page, your friends, your infractions, which you're not going to get no infractions here with me. Visitor messages, that's for you. Under your profile picture, which is just a blank white spot right now, and you can put anything you want in there. It has add as friend. Like if somebody sees your picture, like if you comment in one of the posts and they say, who is this guy? And they click on it and they see your profile page, they'll see, just like Facebook. Then you have the option of adding as a friend, send a private message, add to an ignore list, your user notes, your latest posts, the latest threads that you're in, the latest articles that you may have written, blog entries and conversations publicly that you may have engaged in. But everything is not public. You can still send a person a private message. So you want to set up a page just like any other social media, like a Facebook or Twitter or Instagram, and you can do it there. So the reason why I'm pushing this, like I said, when other things go down, this is foolproof. You know, you'll be able to come here because no Mark Zuckerberg is going to come up in my stuff. You know what I mean? And do anything,
right?
Because we don't know. You know what I mean? Because I'm going to be growing this. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, like I said, this is all you see now, like Black News, But if you even clicked on Black News, you'll see, and the dates are off a little bit. Like you say, it's the latest stuff. But when you look by Abbott, by the date, it says 4:14 at 4:10 a.m. No, that's a little off. I got to get the time zones right. But all the stories you see there on that list, if you click on them, it's going to click and go to a different site, and you see that there are thousands and thousands of links to different stories that are up to date and current, and
okay,
it's just something to get into, because you don't have to go around every single website in the world. They're all there. If there's something I don't have, let me know and I'll get it there.
Okay, understood.
You see, so it's a treasure house that people, but you have to sometime, and it does have a Facebook Connect feature. I think. I don't think mine is going to work with that, but it does have that. And for some reason, if it doesn't work, I'll get my backup to fix that. But yeah, everything is there. So
okay,
yeah.
So when I go and log in, when I on the website, it's still the same thing. The melanin envy.
Yes.
When I'm
same thing.
Okay.
Same thing. Yeah. Okay. Definitely, man. So let me
all right. Thank you so much.
Oh, no problem, man. I'm gonna probably be doing this every night just to like get people, to feel comfortable, getting in. So Ella G, I'm gonna add you in right now. I deleted the old one, and you have the information.
Okay, and last thing, how do I know? Because I normally I just go on Facebook and I check to see when you live. How do I get a notification that you on with your conferences or you on live? How do I know automatically?
Okay.
Get a notification.
What I had before was the text message notifications, and it would give me a certain amount of messages to everybody, for the month. But it grew so fast, it got so expensive to keep up. So I still have it, but I only use it for choice shows like I did tonight. The regular shows that I do, I depend on YouTube, but I'm going to have to find a different way that's cost effective. I can go through my email sign up, but I'm going to have to go in there each and every time and shoot it out. It will come to you in your inbox. So that's still something that I'm working on, and I'm working on something that's cost effective. So it's kind of hit or miss, and I hate to say it that way.
Okay.
And I hate
so I'm gonna do. Go ahead.
I hate to say it that way, because my thing is that with what we do here, I don't want to be some jackleg looking, because a lot of times, people say, oh, look at that brother doing something. Must be a catch to it, or it must be subpar. Nothing I do is subpar. I'm just in transition with that. You know what I mean? So that's where I'm coming from. So yeah, bear with me on that.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
Yeah, bear with me on that.
I'll just tune in and I'll say how I normally been doing it, just checking myself right now. But I still catch you every day anyway. So
right,
I'm just doing the same thing.
Thank you so much, and I'm definitely going to work on that, because I need to have. It can't be that there's got to be another way, cost effective, to do that, because I found myself like 1/3 of the way into the month, having to drop an extra $200 to reach all the people that were on there. Then when I did that, the list grew more. I'm like, wait a second, I $1,000 a month, on that.
Right, exactly.
You know what I mean? And they were ganking me. You know what I mean? So if I had it like that, I would do it. But like I said, so yeah, I'm gonna work on that. There's some kind of technology somebody told me about that. I can get it in with everybody. So.
I understand, because something like this is definitely going to continue to grow.
Exactly. So I have to have and I'm willing to be on the ground and make it happen, meaning that like to do these shows and maybe talk an hour or two after to get people in. I'm willing to do that. I'm going to be writing up some things to make it easier, but it's nothing like having somebody say, hey, this is what it is. Like when you call a bill company or something and you say, hey, can I have some, you don't want to talk to anybody automated. So I make sure that we get it done like this. And Ella G, I have you saved in.
Okay.
Yeah. So check it.
So I can log in?
Yeah. Check it out. Yeah.
All right.
And for everybody, I see you, Queen D. I see you in the text message, Felicia. I see the 832. There's a few that I'm still going to be addressing. Now, the person from 601. All they said was they need a password, but I don't know who you are. to be able to log the password in and connect it to you. So you're going to have to give me an email address, your username, and I'll give you a password. But somebody just text me blank. They've never texted me before. Need a password. Who are you? I need to know who you are. You know, another envelope with no return address. You know, funny thing.
Right.
Years ago, I was up in New York, and my brother called me, and he indulged in his substances. He was pissy drunk with something else going on in his bloodstream. And he called me like almost screaming. And it was like, you know, back in the day, people used to call me Lancey because my father's name is Lance and I'm Lance. But when you call Lance, both of us would come. So I was Lancey. So he kept calling me that even though I was a grown man. So he was like, he called me up, Lancey. I said, what's going on? I need you to pick me up. I said, where are you? I'm at McDonald's, and hung up. I'm like, what McDonald's? Well, just like the message that I got a little while ago. I need a password. Yeah, okay.
All right, Brother Lance. I appreciate you. I'm out of here.
Okay.
I'm tune in with you, brother, tomorrow.
Yes, I'm glad you know everything's good with you, and I'll be doing this with everybody else. And for everybody else who's still listening to the show, yes, Sister Ella.
When I get to the Progressive Sisters page, the password you gave me is not working.
Okay. I got a problem now. We're gonna fix this bad boy. On a second.
And when you're done with that, Brother Lance, I got one last question for you. Then I'm out of here.
Yeah, you can give me the question now. That's cool.
I'm just curious, man. Seeing how much knowledge that I'm even receiving now. Are you worried about any future issues? You know how the government is, and you know stuff like that. Are you worried about any of that stuff like that?
You mean about somebody showing up at my door and pulling me away because of what I do?
Yes.
Well, put it this way: they're going to have a hell of a time feeding me, so I don't think they want to do that. It's always a concern, but never a fear, because my mentality is that I'm doing what I'm supposed to do, and I do feel that I have nothing to worry about, because on a spiritual level, I was told by several, and one that I respect a lot, that I have nothing to worry about. But I'm not worrying. I will concern myself. I'm not going to sit here and say, I don't worry about nothing. No. But I will concern myself and keep myself prepared. But, you know, we all have to go at some point anyway. So if they think they're going to rule me with any kind of fear, I'm not talking tough. If somebody shoots at me, I'm going to run. You know what I mean? I'm going to preserve life. Exactly. But what I mean overall, like times like this when we're talking and we're vibing and I'm doing what I'm supposed to do, at the end of the day, those who monitor us, they know we're not doing anything wrong. You know what I mean? And they're going to have to pay for whatever they might want to do to me eventually. You know what I mean? So you got people in these groups who are raping babies. You got people who are killing little girls for their melanin. Why should I worry about them? I'm not saying that to you. I'm just saying that in my heart of hearts, when it comes down to reuniting with the Creator on a higher level, what should I have to worry about when there's so much wickedness going on? When I know that I just have love in my heart, you know. I mean, I'll take the head off of somebody who's coming for me. There's no love there. It's what I have to do, you know. But other than that, there's, you know, you approach me the right way. I'm doing what I do, and this is what I'm put here to do. If there's anybody against me, which there's a lot of people who look like me who want to infiltrate and come, because like I said, I've been doing this for a long time and I've been exposed to a lot. This is not just, he does YouTube videos. It's turned into something else. And I saw it happen slowly but surely. And it kind of bugs me out when I think about it. It kind of bugs me out when I think about when I was much younger and used to see what some of these guys went through. And by no means am I trying to become, I want to be Malcolm X and I want to be so. I never said I want to be. I just absorb things and you find yourself in certain positions. And Malcolm X never saw YouTube, right? And he is who he was for that particular time. For me, I do what I do, but I see where it's taken me. And it's like the respect is overwhelming. I'm humble. And that's all I know how to be. And it's an honor when anybody reaches out to me. And I always tell people, you see Brother Zamal, he knows a lot. There are brothers that I know that know so much. So what makes me this person? I'm a servant. There to connect the people together. And I know what my mission is on that level. And there are a lot of us that don't want us connected together. You see? So sometimes if I have to have a show, sometimes it's a little ratchet to make you laugh, or something very serious, or something, whatever. Or I'm in the car talking or whatever. We do it that way to keep the meal enjoyable. How would you like to go into a restaurant where they didn't have any salt or ketchup or condiments? You know what I mean? One type of drink, one type of meal. You got to have the variety. So that's what I do. You know?
Okay. All right. Well, it's highly appreciated for somebody new like me, and I'm not, like you said on before. It's once you know, you really can't go back. So I'm tuned in, and I'm not going nowhere. I'm ready to seek more knowledge.
There you go.
I'm trying to figure out what's the next strategy as far as eating right, and just to higher my vibration.
Yeah,
so I appreciate it.
We're in this journey together, and as I meet people along the way, I'll bring them on in. If anybody wants to suggest anybody, we'll do it, and we'll get together like this. So even though, like I said, we have social distancing, there's no distancing here on these forums. So what can they do? I just want to make sure that we hold on to each other and make sure we know each other, and have a list maybe of email addresses, and that we can come up with that. Maybe that's another suggestion I'll do, and I'll think about it. Coming up with another email address that we use for our sisters and brothers that we can post in forums like this, and we can put out there, even on social media, where okay, anybody might get it, but let me strain through and see who's who. Just have
highly understood.
Keep your private one private, but have another one that we can say, hey, this is like a business card. Like, hey, this is my email address. Reach me. If they come at you in a kind of funny way, ignore them, block them.
Right. Okay. All right. Because my next fear, because I'm very personal. I know I'm gonna have a lot of questions, a lot of personal questions. I want to just make sure I could tune in with you if I get a little confused and lost about anything, if I had a serious question, anything like that. So,
yeah, and there might be somebody who's in the circle who could answer better than me, and that's the point of all of this. We have people in the medical field, people in construction, or people who know about this, or have educational field. That's what I want to try to build, more so than just like, okay, the LANCESCURV show. That's cool. And the guests are cool, but how do we hold on to them to have them like a reference, filing away to say, hey, they were on this show. We have a list of people who, and I want to get into that also. Folks that we have on, whether they were on the show or not, having a list of people that you can reach out to who are of the same mind, who understand.
Right.
Not some fat racist white man that we always a lawyer just call him. No. We want to have somebody we can vibe with. You see what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like that.
Love it.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
That's how
I'll be tuning in with you. Thank you so much.
Yes. That's the way we're gonna do it. You know what I mean? So let me see. There are some who I'm gonna add in afterward, because I have a long list of text messages to do. So I'm gonna face the individuals here first, and I'm going to come back and afterward go off into the night. And if I don't, and you'll get a text. If you sent me a text, I'm going to send you a text back to say, hey, you're in. But right now I'm kind of looking at this particular group here that I created that's not letting anybody in. Okay, let's see.
Trying on my cell phone.
Okay. I think I just ended up in there. Let me see something. Okay. It didn't ask me for a passcode. I guess since I'm the one who made it, I'm the administrator, but I made you also an administrator, Elegy. So maybe it will not ask you. And like I say, best. Let
me try some. I'm trying from my cell phone just to there's a difference.
Yeah, the cell phone is not very efficient at all. It's mobile friendly, but I've noticed that it's just a little tricky because people have different cell phones.
Right. It's not working either way. No, I know.
Okay, so it's not working on the computer either?
Uh-huh.
That's strange. I'm weird. I'm gonna stay up all night.
I'm logged into the site with all of that work.
Mm-hmm.
But just that special password.
Okay.
No.
But is there a place for the password? Or did you?
No, there's no space. It's
Okay.
just you have uppercase L. Well, you know.
Right. But I'm saying,
yeah.
so I'm not seeing. I'm figuring that. In one part of it, I put a password, but let me go back to that because I'm logged into Melanin Envy and I clicked on that, figuring I would still have to put the password in, but I didn't. So for you have the same status as I here. So it shouldn't be probably where you have to put a password in. Cause I mean, if you like have all the power, why do you need to, if you own the club,
Right.
why do you have to be carded? You know what I mean?
Right. I don't know.
So when you get to the computer, let me know because I just
I'm
got
at my computer. I'm sitting here.
okay. We'll click on that. You go to the Melanin Envy actual inside part where it says Black News, Black newspapers, Progressive Sisters, and click on the Progressive Sisters and tell me what you need. Just click on that from.
Okay, I'm right. I click on that,
Mm-hmm.
and
what do you see?
that I see V bulletin message, and then it says it says the password I entered is incorrect because I tried to put it in, but there's a white space that wants me to
Okay.
put in another password.
And that is for Progressive Sisters United. You're in there, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me go just remove that bad boy because we want to populate it. Let me see. Yeah, there's something wrong here. Something wrong here. Let me see. All right, let me go in. Edit form, view form, delete form. No, we don't want to delete it. It shouldn't be. Let me see in the back end. Okay.
Now, in order for that to change, I'm going to have to log out and log back in, correct?
Yeah, I'm gonna
log out from my computer.
Okay, yeah, do that. I took the password off for now.
Okay, let me try.
So there shouldn't be any password. Yeah, you can refresh it first and try.
Okay, I'm going to do that.
Mhm.
I'm going to refresh the page.
Yes. And what I'll begin to do, because you have yourself and Killer Brew, and I keep forgetting. I see the number all the time, 304, and that's all who we have here. So I'm just gonna peek in. Wow, we have 185 people here, and that's a good thing. And that shows that the chat room will be valuable. On the website actually, and that's the chat room and Melanin Envy are two different things. And I'm not being condescending in the days coming up that when I say something over and over again,
Okay.
it's just repetitious.
Right, perfect.
Oh, it goes in, huh?
Yeah.
Good.
Thank you so much.
Oh no problem. Now we got to populate it. So now I got to get the other sisters in. But my thing too, when this thing gets to be big with like say 10, 15, 20,000 people logged into Melanin Envy, because it's going to happen. If I got to get a billboard or something, you know what I mean? But we don't want to open the floodgates like that, but it will happen because I'm a guy who I'll take my time and sweep the floor with a toothbrush, the gymnasium floor, and get it done better than the person at a push broom. I just don't want the disrespect, and maybe it had to be populated first before I can put it, but it allowed me to do so. So let me go on down the list here, and okay, all right. Let me see here.
Okay, thank you so much.
Oh, okay, and I'll be reaching out to you shortly, and
Okay.
you can hang here or get back in the room, whatever have you. But we'll do. Let me see if it might be a very entertaining individual that wanted to talk here. It might be a bit ratchet, but it might be entertaining. Let me see if she's still available. And I just tell her to call right on in. And we'll actually change the flavor of this. Let me see. Okay. As always, let me just text her. Are you still up? And I'll tell her to call in. This might be very different than the other shows that I've done. And really, I should end this and start another one if she said so, but because we had, Brother Zamal Tamaray, and all of a sudden, at the end of it, it's like,
Right.
So we have to be careful. Let me see. Well, I'll see if she responds. Probably she's sleeping. Because she's like, I want to talk, I want to do a show. And we did a show like many years ago, but that's when I kind of had the floodgates open a little more. And boy, was that some show. Lord have mercy.
Really?
Yeah, it was a relationship thing. She pretty much blew up a boyfriend of hers who was a married man who had a whole lot of other girlfriends, and she was mad.
Oh my God.
And what she did, I'm gonna tell it because it was public. It was public. So I'm not telling anybody's business. And she's like, I don't care. I mean, that's the way in the crates, right? She had pictures. She used to call my show when I started like 9 years ago. And she didn't live too far. And I met her one time in passing because she spotted me. Oh, Lance, how you doing? You know. So she had a situation of her, but she found herself into this other situation. And the guy was, you know, sweet talk and everything like that. And they got into their aerobics classes behind closed doors, and it was a well-documented session or sessions because there are lots of cameras around. I'll just say it that way. And you know when things go sour sometime, that footage becomes a weapon. And so,
my gosh.
Yes, all over her Instagram. Now, it eventually went to the guys, but her Instagram, her Facebook, her Twitter, she put up everything graphic.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, no stones unturned, no body part hidden in shadows, everything torn out, displayed.
Oh my gosh.
And the funny thing about it was, you know, she looks up to me and, you know, I'm like an uncle to her. And so I said, listen, you need to take this down. She was very angry, very angry, very, very angry. And then she went to his page, went to his wife's, because you know you connected on Facebook. So it was found his wife,
right.
found friends.
Not me.
Exactly. Found everybody, and she waited till nighttime in the middle of the night. She didn't do it in the daytime, right? She waited until she felt that everybody was like sleeping, and she put the videos and still shots flooded. She actually recruited and got the help of several different girlfriends. So they got together this night, about 4 of them, and they flooded. They flooded, you know, a couple hundred friends.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, and there was no doubt that it was him. There was no doubt where he traveled. There was no doubt where he put his face. It was right there, bold.
Oh no.
And she didn't care. That is so I was kind of scared.
Look, that's the kind of stuff that gets you killed. I mean, you don't.
Well, I'll put it this way, and I'm not putting it out because it's. And she told me you can tell, but she's talking about getting killed. She has a temper. She has a very passionate young lady, very smart and intelligent young lady, but she's very emotional.
Yeah.
Do not cross her.
Yeah.
Her, I won't say the detail, but her, well, the person she was with, I'll say it that way, which was, they had papers. I'll just say it as the person that they're with. Many years together, you know, many kids, very abusive. She snapped.
Yeah.
He was coming after her to abuse her. She snapped, ran upstairs, went under the mattress, grabbed the gun, and shot at him between, I think he hit him like maybe 5 times. It was big in the news down here. I already knew her now, you know, big in the news down here. And everything is over now.
Wow.
She was facing a lot, but because of the documented abuse over the years.
Right.
And it was still hard, you know. So going through all of that, I was there for her, you know, and I never wanted to exploit a situation, but she's like, no. I got to talk about my life stuff. But she didn't want to use the platform to go like rag somebody and put pictures up. But we got on several times. Well, we got on one time and it started to become that. And I didn't hang up on her, you know, because I'm the last vestige of somebody that no matter what she does in life, every now and then she'll call me and let me know how she's doing. But, whew, it got graphic. And that's what I don't want to have now unless we have separate type of adult shows. That's why I said, well, if she said that she's still up, I'm going to end this show and make a separate one that I can like make private or something. I have to keep her on Patreon. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you got to get that going. You got to get that Patreon.
Yeah, it is going. I just haven't done like certain content, which I can start anytime. Which all these shows I do, I can do 2 or 3 a week on Patreon. But again, yeah. But those will be exclusive things, like more on the adult side. It doesn't have to be lewd or nasty, but like we really talk about things, and I'll tell some stories, make it entertaining. And it's like, wow, you know, I'm a supporter and I got my money's worth, and you know, people can call in anonymously and stuff, and more people are knowing your voice. So you have to be careful out here. But anyway.
Oh my gosh, my voice. I can't change my voice. I can't. There's no such thing as anonymous for me.
I know, right?
I'm done.
People will hear you in the line in Walmart, be like, "Are you LG?" Yeah, but yeah, let's shoot for that. Let's have a relationship show tomorrow night, and
yeah,
I'll talk very not nasty and lewd, but I'll open up a little more, and we'll have callers and people share some stuff and everything, and most of the people on Patreon will not expect it because they don't know. But when they see it, it's like, look at this. Let's have a little more. And then it'll encourage people to get on. And like I said, I'm just going to keep, I'm not going to set it up on Patreon. Some guys say, well, pay this, pay. It's not about pay. You get the support on a regular basis. YouTube is up and down and they're very lean, but I make it where it's very affordable. Like if you want to give $1, I'll keep it open, whatever you want to give, just to get in $1 a month. If you want to give more, fine, give more. You know, I'm not trying to gank anybody. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I'll do it like that. And, you know, people like her who want to come on, like, okay, if you all want to handle some adult content, she's going to let it all hang out. But she's funny. She's a charming individual and very intelligent and very knowledgeable in all things fitness and in the medical field and everything. She's a real gem. But if you push her, she's going to kill you. If you push her, she's going to expose you. You know,
right.
And she did not care. I was like, I've never seen anything like that.
Is her birthday in October?
Might be. I didn't really remember, but if anything, she fell asleep, and she'll probably come on tomorrow night. So if she's free, I'm gonna say, listen, I'm gonna tell her come on tomorrow night, and she'll come on.
Right.
I don't care where she. It's like, okay. You have a hyperactive kid in a very small apartment. Stuff is going to get broken. Well, we're going to take this hyperactive kid out to the park, knock yourself out, run over, you know. So we'll do it that way under that kind of platform. And we'll keep that exclusive to Patreon, right? And we'll do things like that. I mean, because there are a lot of people who want to get on that I kind of like lean away from. I'm not scared, but I want to keep it where people are like, man, the name LANCESCURV means something, but I do want to have just like that favorite video shop that used to be around years ago where you rented tapes, but they had that little room that you'd go into for those special tapes. Well, we'll have our little room too.
Check the room out. I walk past. I never went in.
Well, people never saw me in the video shop. They saw me in there all the time. No, I never had to really.
Oh my gosh, Robbie! They would never. They could never have a picture of me in one of those rooms. I told you, I'm from an alternate universe when it comes to stuff like that.
Wow.
I am. I'm from an alternate universe. You know, that's me.
Wow. Yes.
Yeah.
But that's
I'm a special kind.
But that's a good thing. Ain't nothing wrong with that in this world, because like a lot of time,
True.
I wish I could. Okay, like you look at a person like Michael Jackson. And Michael Jackson from young, he wasn't Michael Jackson when he was 5 years old, but he was on his way because his father had him performing. And you know, when he got, I say he got killed, but I think it was 51 years old. So for like 46 years, he was public, you know, and he always wanted to know what it was like to live a normal life. Like he would get into disguises and different things, right? So it's like this. It's like me, I would love to be innocent again. I'm not going to go there. We'll save this for tomorrow night. I'm not going to get too graphic, but I'm just saying, like, my eyes have seen everything. You know what it's like to people say that? I mean, my eye. Tricky. But I'm serious. My eyes have seen everything. I mean, every category.
I know it has.
You know.
I know it has.
It's.
And every time you talk and you give another story, another analogy of something, I'm like, oh my God. I'm serious. I'm just like, what the hell? Oh my God.
I come out of nowhere, you know, and just come out with things. So yeah, it's like, for real. It's like, what haven't I seen?
You've lived 100 men's lifetime.
Yes. Yes.
You've lived the life of, really, I don't know.
And I'm alive.
And you're alive.
Yeah.
And no worse for the wear.
That's the thing.
And a jack of all trades.
Say it again?
I said, and you're a jack of all trades.
Is it? He said, he said he's a jack of all trades?
You're a jack of all trades.
Oh, I'm the jack of all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't elect for that. It's just that when you look back, it's almost like this. You live a life. Say it again?
You just won't let nobody do it. But you do it.
Well, you know what? I'm so glad that I have a way of sharing things in a way that people can come away with it in a positive manner, where it's like, hey, don't do this or whatever, or this is what it's like. And for many people, they're like, okay, I don't have to do it. I lived it through you. I'm good with that.
Right.
I'm good with that. But like for me, when I look at my life, I thought that my life was the same as any other person, meaning that we know it's different. We grew up different places. We go to different schools, have different experiences. But I thought this was normal for everybody. I've lived a very abnormal life and I love it. I wouldn't have it any other way. It's just that for me to think about like living under a mango tree in a nice small house and okay, put it this way. What most people would say is a boring life is exciting to me. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind excitement and everything because I can take to it like a duck to water. It's almost like this. Look at Mike Tyson, all the fights he's ever had, even in the street and the drama and the fights and stuff. For him to be that lovable guy that he is now, he's cool with that. But if you put him in a situation where you have to fight, he'll take to it like a duck to water. So for me, the excitement, I don't crave it like that. But if I'm put in that situation, I've lived it so I can deal with it. But for me, what others will say, man, I want to go out and get some excitement. Man, my life is too boring. I'm like, give me that package, please. I never knew what boring was. I never knew what normal was.
Right.
But in the same token, it's a blessing because of what I do. I can get this stuff out of me. If I was to sit in the corner like a punished little kid facing in the corner, I'd lose my mind. I got too much to share.
Right.
You know what I mean? So
that's true. Yeah, that's true.
And then as I got older and I realized when I spoke to other people, now there are other people I've known that have lived very exciting lives on different levels, but I'll say it this way. When I say my eyes have seen everything, they say, well, have you ever flown in or jumped out of a military jet and, you know, with a parachute? No, not that kind of excitement, but the human nature kind of excitement. People, situations, all of those things, you name it, I've seen it and I've done a lot of it. So, you know, I've explained a lot.
Wow.
I've shared a lot with you, so you know, and there's a lot that I haven't shared. And there's a lot of things I forgot. There are people, Joe Neckbone came on the show the other night and he was talking about New York City and I said that me and him grew up together and everything in the same neighborhood. That's why I was saying, tell him a land story. There are things that he remembers that I forgot. That's how much it's been. My teen years and early 20s and young teens. And those are some very, very, we're not talking about the normal, I went away to college and had a few, you know, quick times. I went to the military. Nah. I'm not supposed to be here. Put it that way. So I don't mind sharing if it could help somebody. And I never did drugs. I never did the crime or anything like that. But just people, girlfriends, and just craziness.
That name, Joe Neckbone, that's a hell of a name, man. That is a hell of a name.
And he made it up on a whim.
Joe Neckbone.
He made it up on a whim one day. Early on, I'll tell you, it's so funny. There's a little history behind that. And I got to find that video. It's like my second or third video I ever did. And I was sitting in the old studio room. It wasn't a room that I knew was going to evolve into what it was and became. It was like an empty room with a seat and a little desk in front of me. And I had a camera that was smaller than a pack of cigarettes. And Joe Neckbone called me, and he didn't have the name Joe Neckbone, but I didn't have any equipment. I just had this little camera that can take like 30 minutes worth of video, right? So I held the camera up and I said, let's do something for YouTube, Joe Neckbone. And he was on the cordless phone. So what did I do? I held the phone up facing me. The camera facing me, and I put the cordless phone on speaker. That was my technology back then. Isn't that something? And now look at what we're doing now.
Yeah.
Forums and apps and chat rooms and live streams and stuff. And that was almost, I'm coming up near 4,000 videos now.
Yeah.
And you just don't know how far you go. And I was full of these stories.
There's that phrase that says, do not despise small beginnings.
You tell me.
Don't despise your small beginnings. It leads to bigger things,
Trust me. And the amount of people that I've met, even the kind of people that came into that room, people I met in the street. Now, I go to Ghana and people know me in the street, and go to Jamaica, they know me in the street. I'm not saying this on an ego fame tip. It's just amazing how a little seed can develop into something that could change your life. And even now, I don't know the magnitude of it that people tell me. They tell me, oh, you're doing this, you're doing that. And I'm a little confused. It's like, it's hard to see it. It's not hard to accept, but it's hard to see it. It's the twilight zone for me. Because like I say, me personally, like we all do, we represent the people who have sown life into us, or help to guide us or influence us, whether they know it or not. And to those people, I thank for that, and even for the crazy situations that I've been in. I thank the people for that. I remember I was at we had a house party, and after my father passed away, I'm not a party guy like that, like the kind of parties with smoking and drinking. I don't do that. But I immersed myself into having lots of parties. There was a crew of Jamaican guys that I hung out with. And the main one, his name was Popeye. He was the funniest guy in a way where he was a very quiet guy, but he was funny because you ever see these guys who do the mime? Now, he didn't do mime, but his body language was daggone funny. And he always kept this serious look on his face, but he would look at you a certain way, and you know that he's cracking up on the inside. Now, for me to tell this story, I got to tell the beginnings of it. My old girlfriend knew this woman. She used to do hair, and she knew this woman who would hang out with drug dealers and actually moved with drug dealers, but we didn't do that stuff. But this was a Jamaican chick that did. She was heavy into these different guys. So she always kept herself in a brand new Benz, a Jaguar, BMW, and jewelry and weaves. She'd do a weave every 2 weeks and spend $700-800. You know what I mean? So this was back in the crack days. So we, people who own beauty parlors made a lot of money. So she owned one, but didn't do hair. So now she wanted to travel and get around and do business per se. So she said, listen, Lance, and I won't say my old girlfriend's name. She's deceased right now. But, you guys are real smart. I can't run this place. I'm not stable. She was stable, but not stable in the conventional 9-to-5 type of way, but she wasn't crazy. She just couldn't sit still. So, because the money was driving her crazy, she said, listen, my beauty parlor has everything in it, so many seats, so many of this. And, you know, my old girlfriend worked in a beauty parlor at the mall. So she's like, listen, all your customers would come here. Lance has a little business savvy. He can build it up and promote. I've always been into stuff like that. Just pay the bill and you keep the money. You keep all the money. And when I come around, hook me up on a hairstyle. If I'm broke, you got to hook me up. I'll still pay you if I got the money. And we're putting this on paper, and they did. So this place built up so much because I had the flyers going on. I was walking around and I'm in there telling jokes and we're promoting and making specials, and the place was packed. Well, there was a video shop next door and there was a guy named Popeye, right? That's how we met. And there was a whole crew of them guys. They didn't, I mean, it's gone now. It's not to be, this is like so long ago, right? And you know, weed was his thing. And so he was real discreet. The video shop was legit. And I kind of stayed away because it was like, you know, they look fearsome. I'm like, I don't know what the guys, and it was next door. Mm-hmm. So we'd pull up and we get into the beauty parlor and they'd be out there early. Hey, what's up, man? What's up? And they're not trusting me because, okay, granted, you know, I really cut my hair off my head for good, like 1998. But back in 1989, I had hair, but I had cut it off right before, and I was bald for a little while. So me being clean shaven and a little more muscular looking, like, this guy's got to be a cop. So, and then I have the American accent. Little did they know that my lineage is through Jamaica, and they saw my old girlfriend was from Jamaica, and we're in there every day. And then sometimes to break change, we had to go over there, or they would come over by us, and they got to know us for the next few weeks. And they had this video game over there, Millipede, right? The big arcade game. And I would go over there and play it, and it would get kind of quiet. Then it would play me, and we started joking. They find out that, you know, I have roots in Jamaica. They basically found out my life. And, you know, me and Popeye got tight. And they opened up and whatever. And they saw that I kept my mouth shut about certain things. So I'm hanging with these guys. So these guys are like renegades. I'm running this business over here. My old girlfriend's running a business, and they got their thing going on. But we hung out. So we started, after my father passed away, they got to know him. Then he passed away. I started having these parties at my house. And Popeye had a set. He had, you know, the musical equipment, DJ stuff, right? So he'd bring it over, put it in the basement, and all through the backyard, all through the first floor, all through the basement, we had these massive parties that I would say, not to just brag, but in 1989, 1990, say 1990, or I'm sorry, late 90, early 91 was some of the best Jamaican styled. Anybody could come, right? But some of the best Jamaican style parties you ever want to see. Now we know that back in those days we had factions of individuals that may be intimidating or maybe threatening, and things happen. So people say, I don't want to go to no party, I might get shot up. Let me tell you something. I don't know what angels were in there that, not that it wouldn't happen, but I'm just saying the people that were there were all lovely. But if you didn't know them, you might think like, okay, who's that guy? Let me tell you something. Those parties in that era, nothing happened bad. Everybody loved on everybody. It was just something about, it was so beautiful. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to get off the subject of the little story I was going to tell, which is part of see, I got stories on top of stories on top of stories. When I entered, Brother Zamal was fast asleep. He's like, this guy's still live talking? There was, fast forward to 2003 or 4. I was in corrections down here from 2001 to 2005 with a little sabbatical in there. There was a guy, and I hate to call them inmates. He was sweeping the floor, and I'm on a post and I'm in uniform, and he was a trustee. He had a light sentence, so they were allowed to clean up and walk around in areas where other inmates that had, different levels of custody that committed murders. They're not going to walk around. These guys might have had child support problems or a license problem, suspended license or whatever. So this guy's staring at me. He was an older Jamaican guy. I didn't know he was Jamaican, but when he opened his mouth, I realized it. So he said, listen, brethren, this is 2004 now. Listen, my brethren, I know you from somewhere, And I'm like, where do you know me from? I'm saying, I'm relatively new down here to Florida, man. I've been down here a couple of years and I don't really get around with everybody. He said, nah, man, I know you from somewhere. I know you're from New York, I said, New York City, now we're talking. What part of New York are you talking about? He says, I know you're from Queens, my brethren. I said, wow. And I got scared. I'm like, did I cuss this guy out or something? I had to defend myself a couple times up there, and you just leave it as it is, So he came closer. Now, he wasn't going to do nothing to me. I'm in the jail and I got the power, right? But who knows, right? He looked me in my eye and he told me the street. He says, Manoia from 1/3 to 4th Street, And Manoia from that party.
Oh, my God.
He says, you don't remember me, but I have lots of dread, lots of locks then, brother. And the lady across the street, you were not related. Now, here's another story. You see, you're going to make me fall deep in the rabbit hole. The lady, I'm going to come back to the party now in Popeye. The lady across the street, her father, her father and my father went to school together in Jamaica. Okay. This is a whole separate thing. They moved across the street. My father goes outside and he sees her father and they look at each other. Now, mind you, my father's like damn near 60 or something like that, And they look at each other and they hugged. You know what it was? My father back in the late, I think it was either the early 1930s and in the late 1920s. And my father was born in 1916. So from single digit ages, they went to school coming up to what they would probably call high school. My father always had the girls. He was a smart guy, but the women and fighting and stuff. So he didn't pay any school work no mind. This other guy would do the schoolwork for him, but the other guy was a little wimp. So my father would protect him in Jamaica. Right. And come to find out, well, all of our families are intermingled that way to the point where that girl's niece, the man's granddaughter is down here in Orlando with a beauty parlor. We can't get away from each other. Oh, wow. Now, no. Wow. And I found out recently at a function that the man that went to school, my father, his grandfather had a church that my family used to go to back in the late 1800s. How's that? How is that? So I got some questions to ask him, dates and stuff, whatever. So we're leaving out of that part. Now the guy that's the inmate, he knew her, and she was a very friendly young lady, and I'm quite sure I realized how he knew her because she's from Jamaica, but she had a thing for men with dreads, with locks. So he remembers coming over to the party and how nice I treated him. And he couldn't believe it. And that's where the intense looks were coming from, because I thought he was going to come at me and try to fight something or something. So that blew my mind. He remembered, and from 1990, late 90 to 2004, you remember one particular party? He was like, listen, I have never been to a party in someone's house that I didn't know where I saw so much love. And here's the funny part. We didn't want it to end. The cops didn't bother us. It was not a 2-lane street, but a narrow street that 2 cars on both sides can go with parked cars. The neighbors cooperated. We parked up in everybody's driveway. I hooked it up ahead of time. Nobody complained. Half the people in the block were there. People from all over were there. They knew it was a love thing, and nobody can tell me that black people can't get along with each other. It was absolutely beautiful.
Then the type of parties I like to be, Joe.
Man, let me tell you something. Here's the freaky part, right? Here's the freaky part. As daybreak came, Papa said, hey, man, we have to do it again. I said, leave your stuff there. We're going to do it again this time next week. We put the word out, and we had twice as many people Nothing bad happened. It was heaven on earth. People were loving on each other. Dudes dropped wallets and other dudes, hey man, here's your wallet. No, I mean, everybody respected the women. We had all the curry goat, brown stew chicken, peas and rice. Oh man, people, I mean, it was just
back up the phone, back up the phone, back up the phone, back up the phone, back up the phone. You better come straight. Say it right. Don't
My voice is hoarse. So no, I'm telling you, we had everything. We had everything. And toward the end of the second party, we could have did it again, but we knew we said, oh, we'll do it. And we did it again a few weeks later. But many of the people, after the music was over, you know, many people have their Christian, you know, backgrounds and upbringing. Everybody wanted to pray. People started crying. They said, I never felt this much love in my life and togetherness. It was just one point in time. And the overall flavor was that, you know, Lance lost his father and they came in a different way. It was months after he passed away, but they knew I would throw myself into, you know, things like that. But it was something that one day when you play this video over again, you're gonna look in the comment section. It's gonna be somebody that says, you know what, Lance, I didn't know you back then all the way, but I was there. Somebody's gonna do that. For that inmate to that brother to remember, it's like, man, I've never had such a spiritual experience. And we're playing, you know, music and stuff and dancing and chicks were whining. It wasn't no church thing now. It was quite worldly, but we were having straight fun. And everybody went out of their way. There were women who were there that didn't have rides. Guys took them home and didn't try them. Everything around that party went perfect. We had some, a lot of hearts and minds came together. And that's amazing. But let me tell you, there were some hardcore guys that were there that weren't coming for trouble that I knew. There were lots of guns in that place. And I knew the guys, and I knew they would not be knuckleheads. Popeye was one of them. He had, I know about 15 guys and they respected me and say, listen, man, you want to put this away from me somewhere? And I know the guys. And when I'm like, nah, man. And never once was it an issue. You know? Never once. Yeah, I like that. Now, let me get back to the original story I was telling. Ain't that something? I got 8 stories for every one story. There was one incident. There was one incident that was funny, but it could have been deadly, but it wouldn't have been deadly because it was me, of all people. I didn't start it. We had a friend of ours named Morris, and he worked for Popeye in the video shop. And Morris would drink until he was pissy drunk. Pissy drunk. He would just say things out of his head, and people would just stand there and laugh at him, and he would get mad. And one thing about Morris that I didn't know is that you did not call him or say that he was drunk. Ignore it. Don't say it. Deal with it, but don't say it. And he never really got violent, but he would get a little louder. And if you said, Morris, man, you're drunk. Man, I drunk, you know? So the best way to deal with him that way is if he was outside, it was late at night in a street that didn't have like a warehouse area. They would throw things at him, and then he tried to chase you and fall down. It was funny. But I didn't know that. So he was sitting there. We had all of this food, and we had people we had restaurants that were closing up that were like, listen, we're going to make a little extra and bring it by you. We had some serious, everybody left with some food that would last them for 3 days. I mean, everybody. It was crazy. There's so much food that a lot of it didn't make it inside. It was just out in trucks and people just took some. And mind you, I was a boxing fan, so every room in my house had a TV. It wasn't a flat screen, but it was hung up near the ceiling. And with 4 or 5 TVs, when I have a boxing match, I used to throw boxing parties. And we'd have a lot of people come over. And it was always a mixed crowd. We would always do that. I remember one of the best ones I had. I remember when Razor Ruddock fought Mike Tyson, both fights, George Foreman and Evander Holyfield. I had a house packed through. I remember the only thing that I messed up with that party is that I had only a normal amount of toilet paper. I had to run out and get toilet paper. I forgot to account for the butts that were going to be there. So, yeah, but Morris was standing up in front of the table, and he had a really strong paper plate, and he put some food on his plate. Music was playing, it was semi-dark, and I'm looking at him, I'm like, why is this guy piling up like 5 inches of food on his plate? So I tapped him. I said, Morris, man, don't, just eat a little bit and go back and get some more. That's what me want. Me want that. I'm like, well, listen, the plate's not going to hold the weight up. So I began to turn around. I said, let me just leave him be. But before I turned around, I said, Morris, man, I didn't know. I said, Morris, you're drunk. And there were a bunch of well-built, half-naked ladies that were around, and he was embarrassed. And so I turned around to walk away. And then I heard everybody laugh. And he turned on your head. No. I turned around, everybody laughed. I looked and he was on the ground. And food was all over the place. And he was like out of himself. I said, in a split second. And everybody was like, oh my God. And they kept saying it. I'm like, okay, he fell. What is it? He was okay. Why are you, oh my God? And Popeye said, man, you can't believe it. As soon as I said that he was drunk, he dropped the food on the table. It fell to the floor, but he cocked back and took a swing at my head. And as soon as I moved a little bit, the punch missed me by what they say was 1/4 of an inch.
What?
He swung for the hills, and I just said, man, you're drunk, and turned, and he swung. Now, I could have took him, but anybody swing freely on you like that, if they catch you, they're going to hurt you.
Right.
And he was on the ground, and they were all laughing. They're like, yo, we wish we caught that on video. and I'm the one that helped him up. And he realized, he was mad. They were still laughing, but he knew he better not try me that way. But the liquor made him do it. He took a swing, and lost his balance and fell. And I never felt that. I felt something like brushed past like the side of my ear. I was like, man.
So you didn't realize what it was?
I didn't realize it. I turned around and I was laughing. Popeye was cracking up.
Wow. Did he ever give you a reason why he did that?
Well, no, because I said that he was drunk, but he was food. I was like, come on, Morris, you're drunk, man. You're drunk. He took a swing. But we all got along after that. You know what I mean? It's funny because there were things, and when you see cultures clash in a good way, they mix and they meld. I always used to love to eat a lot of sushi then. And I would joke with these guys in the video shot, because now I was running a beauty parlor as far as paperwork and getting people in there and answering calls. But I was over there by Popeyes in the video place half the time. You couldn't keep me out of there. And those guys love me now. And they were confessing, man, we thought you were Babylon. We thought you were this. I'm like, nah. So I said, listen, Popeye, I'm going to go get some sushi tonight, man. You want to come? I didn't even mean it because I was joking. And everybody was like, nah, we're not going to eat no sushi. We're not going to, oh, that's nasty. I'm like, listen, it's not like the fish market, y'all. And I couldn't convince them. So Popeye was like, I want to take a ride to the city anyway. I might try it. He was a guy who was a little more open-minded, but he was a real yardie though, like I said, I've been searching, to find him, but I can't. I think I found his son, and I think it was a wrong number. But if I get him on a show, or even through like a live stream somehow, he's going to tell you something. Even Joe Neckbone remembers. Even he remembers. Matter of fact, let's have some fun here. Let me see if I can call Joe Neckbone. Add him in on this call. I know he works at night. Yeah, we going. You never know when it comes time on this show. Let me ring his phone.
I just like saying the name.
Let me see. Okay, let's see now. Let's get him in. Hold on. Either he's asleep or he's wide awake.
Yo, what's up, man?
I got you on a live show, man. I was talking about, I don't know if you're at work, you can talk, but
Yeah, you say?
I don't know if you could talk. I got you on a live show.
Oh, okay. Hey, what's up, man?
Okay, let me see if I can merge this call, though. I think I'm having a problem merging the call. Oh, man.
You must be on the speakerphone because I can barely hear you.
Okay, no, I'm on the microphone, but I'm talking low because it's a house full of sleepy people. Call me back if you can. Can you call me back?
Yeah. On this number?
Yeah, on this number. Yeah, call me back.
All right. I'll call you right back.
Okay, cool. Right. Mm-hmm. Okay. He's going to call me back. Okay. Yeah, he's going to call me back. Hold on. I got to open up my call waiting. Okay, did I hang up on everybody? I hope not. I think I did. If you're there on... Okay, it's open. I think I'm going to have to call back the conference line. If you're on the conference line, stay right where you are. Stay right where you are. I'm going to call the conference line back. And it's not letting me. What the heck is going on? So I'm going to start the whole process over again. Okay, I'm going to have to connect the conference line again because when I hung up, let me get back on there again. Okay, hold tight. And I was telling like 50 million different stories, and I wanted to let everybody know that it was like, okay, I think everybody's still here. Hold on. I'm going to have the conference call me. Hold on.
Lance.
Okay, now I'm going to merge.
Put you to a conference. Press 1 to join.
Okay.
Joining conference now. This call may be recorded or transcribed.
Yeah, we're back. Joe Neckbone?
Right. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I was telling him about the Popeye days by the hair salon, the video shop, the Renegade days of the parties.
No, you didn't hang up. It's open. You didn't hang up.
Oh, it didn't.
The conference line.
Okay, let me see. I'm hearing a big echo here. Hold on.
You didn't hang up. We're here.
Okay, cool. Okay, somebody has. Yeah, if you can mute yourself. Somebody is echoing, or they got a computer on in the background. Because I'm hearing a lot of echoing. Okay, I think I know who it is. Hold on, I'm gonna have to mute you. Okay, let's hear this again. Okay, cool. All right, Joe Neckbone, you with me, right?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, yeah. Now I was telling him about that era of my life with the parties and how good those Jamaican parties were, and remember Papa and Winsome and Carl and it was like a renegade period of my life where it was just like so much fun. And we had those parties after my father passed away. I think it was in early 91. And we had like 2 parties back to back. And it was like nobody had fights. It was nothing but love. And like, I think you were one of them or even both of them, but that whole period you remember. And I was just telling him how it was. Cause you know, I'm speaking about my life and different things I've been through. And,
well, you got to go back to the beginning, man. You know, you got and kind of explain how they came about because, you know, those things are kind of locked in time. And for those who don't know, remember they started with Tyson fights.
Yeah, the fight parties. Remember that? I was telling them. Remember
that? Yeah. You know, and Tyson would knock people out in one round, and then you had a whole house full of people, you know, with nothing to do.
And so
yeah, you know,
my thing is, how did you come up with the name Joe Neckbone?
Oh man, that's a whole long story, man. But I
just love saying the name because it's like I ain't never heard nobody call themselves Joe Neckbone. I said you gotta have a good sense of humor.
Well, that's part of it. Yeah, that's part of it. And part of it is just, you know, I lived a long time in the South. I mean, the deep South. We're talking Mississippi, Louisiana here. And, you know, it was a funny name, and it allows me to walk these cyberspace streets and be free in my thoughts without, you know, all the hate, man. Because over the years, man, I mean, when Lance and I used to run them shows on Blog Talk and all that, it was fun back then. We're talking 5, 6, 7 years ago.
Right.
And now it's really toxic.
Remember the first show that we did was August 11th, 2011.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
9 years ago, man.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, so, yeah. But it's gotten really toxic out here now.
Yeah.
And, you know, people instead of supporting one another are hating on one another. And if somebody doesn't like what you say, you know, they really go out of their way, man, to make your life really difficult. So, you know, I'd rather not fight those fights right now, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah, I've had a lot of people really, you know, put out toxic information on me and stuff like that. And I'm like, wow, you know, the hate is real, man.
It is. That's why, like I say, you know, for me, I've been doing this for a long, it's evolved into something completely different, or really where it should be. But I've had, Joe Neckbone, I never told you about that lady named Loretta Miller who was running for Congress. And,
yeah, I remember her. Yeah, you used to have her on your show, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know, when I asked her the question about reparations and she flew off the line because she called me a Jew hater, and she started doxing me. She went to every Jewish platform and put out my name, my address, what I do for a living or what I did for a living, and my wife, where she lives, and all of this stuff, and my brother-in-law and his business, and called us terrorists. And man, she brought so much surveillance on us. And it was so funny because it's like, you just never know where it'll come from. She made videos and she worked overtime. I'm still here though, you know, and it shows you. And she got it where, you know, certain agencies, they've always been watching, but they're really watching now. So I was like, watching for what? It's crazy. The hate is real.
Yeah, but I had that happen to me, man. You know, I had this girlfriend 37 years ago, right? 37 years ago now.
Oh my God.
And she chased me down on Facebook, and you know, I connected with her, and she wanted to get together, but she was married, man. And I'm like, no, I can't do this. You're married, you know. And she started showing up at the job. And you know, I mean, just acting nuts, man. And I'm like, whoa, this is crazy. And then when, you know, it didn't go her way, man, she did the same thing. She got online and started dropping all my personal information, where I work, where I live, and all this stuff. And I'm like, whoa, what the hell is going on? You know? And so, you know, I took the L because she's married. You know, I could have done the same to her, but what would it gain? You know, I'm a single guy. Fine, you put my information out there, whatever. I'll take that L. You know, but you know, I did a little research on her and found out that she used to be a cop here in New York, and sometime in the past, she decided she wanted to commit suicide. So she goes down to City Hall, you know, and steps to City Hall, puts a gun to her head, man. And, you know, I found a picture on the Daily News, you know, so I'm like, oh, wow, you know, yeah, it's like, she really is really crazy. You know, I mean, how are you going to go down to City Hall, put a gun in your head and say you're going to kill yourself? You know, I mean, you know, I said to her, what, do you expect Giuliani to come save you? What? I mean, come on, you know, you know, but you know, there's some folks out there with a lot of serious mental issues, man. And, you know, they gravitate to this medium because it's easy. You know, all it takes is an internet connection or a phone call. And whatever is internal, they externalize it, man. And they get really, well, Lance, you know from the shows, man, folks get real personally connected, man. And they feel hurt when it's like, yo, this is just the internet. You ain't my friend. I don't know you. You know?
Right.
Yeah. So, yeah.
What kind of interactions and nothing like that? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm just saying that, you know, all right, it's kind of like, all right, actors in movies where people get invested in the characters. And, you know, the actor's like, yo, that's just a character. That ain't me, you know? And so, you know, there is in every role, there is a great part of the actor, but how the actor lives. And I'm not saying people be hypocrites or anything, but, you know, the experience that you guys have with Lance is different from the Lance you're going to meet in real life because he has responsibilities. You know, he does work, he does, you sharing this moment with him, and that moment can be extremely personal for you. But, what you're not seeing is the responsibilities that go along with his life to make this moment happen. So, if you were to see him in real life, yes, he can take time with you, but, he's got other things going on. And so these other things are as much as a priority for his life as this. And so it's easy to feel personal, like he's really talking to me. Yeah, he's talking to all of you, Right. That's the part that you have to understand. It ain't just you, it's all of you and all around the world, because this stuff travels this stuff is timeless. Now, you can go back to our old shows from Blog Talk and still laugh and all that, and it sounds like it happened yesterday. But that was, 8-9 years ago, and then even his early shows on the YouTube, you can go back and listen. It's like, wow, he's really talking to me. No, he's talking to everybody that's listening.
Right.
Yeah. So
I went back all the way to 2005. And listened to some of the podcasts y'all had, and I was like, "Oh my God, I never knew it was like this at Lance."
Yeah, I had some interviews. I had interviews even before I was doing the shows on different people's platforms, but things weren't as established. Remember Joe Neckbone? You had to call into certain lines. I had a passcode and stuff to get into these collective, stream. I can't call them streams, but just like phone lines. And I used to get a lot of interviews from the artwork and stuff like that back in the day, long before like Blog Talk was around and YouTube had just came out, and people knew me from the artwork and the writing. And one thing that bugged me out was that I did several shows with a couple different people, and people were calling from all over the country. "Oh, we love your stuff." And I'm like, that was 15 years ago. So yeah, people know me now. It's like, oh, I never knew you drew. I didn't know you were an artist because they know me this way. And that's a trip. It's timeless. And the old stuff will surface up. And I've had people call me like, "Yo, this is a crazy one." A lady called me about a week ago, and she says, "I've been watching you for years, and I knew your name sounded familiar." And I'm like, well, what is it that you mean to say? She says, "I used to love your artwork from back in the AOL days, but wow." She didn't know my face. So she's like, "You're the same guy from back then." I'm like, "Yeah, that was like 2001. You know what I mean? So Twilight Zone, man. I never know. I never know.
Man, I tell you, this cyberspace world is something, boy. Man. In fact, I happen to be off tonight, man, and I was just sitting here and I was just doing some research for a rather long piece I'm writing, because I was in your chat room the other day, you remember me, and we were talking about food, and you talking about growing your own. Yeah. And I was trying to break down a realistic model for people actually growing their own food. What kind of yield can you get? Because you grow your own, and that's fine, but can you actually live off your land?
Right. That's where you have to have enough land. You have to have enough land and be able to know what you're doing and the seasons and where you are. And, but most people, they talk that, but they don't have enough land, number one, and they don't live in a place where they can sustain it, where it's enough. You have to have to eat every day. You got to have a good amount, and be smart about it and know that your stuff can be wiped out. You know what I mean? So it's a funny call.
Yeah. So, considering that most black people in the country live in cities, right? What's the reality of actually sustainability like that? And so I was just sitting here trying to come up with a model that someone can say, okay, well, I have X amount of land. What could my potential yield from that be if I was to really do that? And I think those are the hard numbers that I think people are looking for, because even I'm looking for that number. I got a little plot of dirt in the backyard, but is my dirt viable to actually sustain plant growth on a consistent basis? Are there contaminants in that soil? So I'm just trying to, just fill out a model to answer those questions for those folks that want to take it to the next level.
Right.
Oh, that sounds good.
That's what I was going to say, because I started my little garden, and I started with pots. And I got kale growing, and I got mustard greens growing, and squash. And I said, man, I got these seeds. I need to do something with them, because the way they messing with the food so much, I got to grow my own. I have to grow. It's mandatory for me to grow now. Because at one point I wasn't growing anything, you know. And I said, you know, look at this, you know, these places messing with the food, the water, the skies, the air. I mean, look, what's next?
I mean, we do it in the summertime, you know, because where I am, this is the planting season, and we only have it until, September, October, you know, so we try to do whatever we can now and, you know, freeze stuff, you know, basically freezing a lot of the things that we harvest, you know. And that's what we do.
In Vegas, it's kind of hard to grow anything on the
ground. So dry, yeah.
No, not because it's dry. It's just everything is desert, rocks. You know, no dirt, just mostly rocks. So you got all these tumbleweeds and weeds growing everywhere. And I was like, you know what? I got to go and get me some pots. And I've been looking at a guy on this backyard patio gardening. I've been watching him, and I just said, you know what? I'm going to start doing that too, because I need some food. And I don't know what these folks are going to do now. You know, in the grocery store, you go in there, you're looking at the vegetable section, and it's scarce.
Right.
You know,
I mean,
I'm like, wow.
Right. Like we do cucumbers, tomatoes, squash, broccoli, cabbage, hallelujah.
Is that what you're doing now?
That's what we usually do every summer. You know, yeah. Certain things come back. Certain things come back. Like for instance, the callaloo, that'll come back by itself. We don't really have to do any planting for that. That just automatic. It's in the ground, so it just comes back. But like the cucumbers, the tomatoes, you know, those other things, the broccoli, we do what do you call it? Collard greens, you know, cabbage. Sometimes we'll do squash. Just depends on how we feel, and some herbs, you know. Yeah.
I mean, that's good. I need that kind of guy. I know better than that.
Yeah, we do that among other things I won't mention. You know, there are other things that I'm into also that just, you know, yeah.
How much yield do you get from that? Do you get enough to actually, you know, make a meal off of it, or is it in addition to?
Oh yes. Oh yeah. No. Yeah. Like for instance, I mean, certain things you know you just have to use it up. Like the tomatoes, you know, we get sufficient that we can share with neighbors. I mean, if we're not inclined to share, we have sufficient that we can, you know, we can eat every day. You know, you have the broccoli, you know, green peppers, you know, things like that. We have enough that we can, once they start to come in, as far as, you know, the actual plant is now harvestable, you know, we have enough, we have sufficient that we can eat. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Good.
Are
you around?
I mean, that, you know, you're eating that in it. But the thing is that you're eating that in addition to other things.
Right.
Yeah. So. Right. So we have enough to, and we have enough to share. You know, I don't know what it's like. I'm going to say that last year, I don't know what was going on last year, but certain things just was not. You know, sometimes you have to rest the ground or you have to move things around. You know, but last year it was a little strange. So we'll see what happens this year. You know,
you think that was the weather? Or?
It could have been, because it was kind of hot. You know, and you know, sometimes when it's just the heat, the sun is just so hot. It's a different kind of heat, than even in the South. It's just different, so I don't know. Or it just could be that the land was just tired. Right. So we'll see what happens.
Then again, it could be them chemtrails also.
I was thinking the same thing because there were certain seeds that we planted and we germinated the seeds and they were fine. And as soon as we transferred it, it was a wash. Nothing happened. And I did certain seeds several times. And each time I did it, the roots started up and the little seedlings started growing. And once we transferred it to the ground, nothing.
You think maybe it could have been bees? Right. And the reason I say, I've been reading a lot and doing a lot of research, and a lot of these organic farmers recommend putting up what they call a bee house. I don't know if you ever seen it. It looks like a birdhouse, except it has a bunch of tubes in it. And so it's for this strain of bees called mason bees, and they don't do honey, but they don't do any honey. Yeah, they call mason bees, and the other one's called plant leafcutter bees, and they are big pollinators for plants. So they say if you have, a farm or garden, put up a bee house to attract these bees, and they'll help to pollinate your plants.
Okay.
So I was just wondering.
I'll look into that.
Yeah, and they don't stink. Yeah, they don't stink, by the way. Yeah.
Oh, really? Better. That's good to know.
Yeah, these mason bees are really tame. They don't sting unless, absolute. If you just go in and start destroying the house, but it looks like a little, But it looks like a little birdhouse with tubes in it, and they crawl into the tubes and live in these tubes. And so, like I said, I've been reading, and they say, just put up a bee house and it'll help pollinate your plants and keep the plants, doing what they do.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting.
I'll look into that.
Yeah, I'm doing a lot of research.
Every time you talk to Joe Nick,
there was one year we planted squash, and these are the long pale green ones. I don't know if you've seen those. They're like zucchini, but they're pale green, and they're long. So this particular year, they grew so big that they actually curved to the ground because, of course, they're growing up and there's nowhere to go. So they curved. And I was afraid to pick those things because they look like giant green snakes. They were huge. They were huge. Okay? When I picked those things and I brought them into the house, I swore they were going to start squirming all over my what the heck?
How do you cook something like that? How do you cook that, though?
Well, you know what? We just, once you decide what you're going to do, you just cut it up and saute it with some onions and some, tomatoes, whatever, and and that's it. You just eat it as a vegetable.
Have snake crabs after that.
If I find the pictures, because I had to take pictures, I'm going to share it with Lance, and he can show it to you. Mm-hmm. They were. I'm serious. They grew to at least 1, 2, sometimes like 3, 4 feet, but they would.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. That's a big squash, man.
Yeah.
That's almost my wife's size.
When I find the pictures, hello?
Yeah.
Okay, baby. The pictures they're in another phone. But once I find it, I'll share it with Lance, and he can show it to you. It was crazy. I had to show everybody. I'd never seen anything like that before.
I never heard anything like that.
That's one hell of a growing season, boy.
That was a good year.
She actually taught me how to deal with the eggplant, because I was like, what do I do?
Oh, I love this stuff. Yeah, I love what they were doing.
I told Lance, I said, man, your wife made that burger for you that day, man. I was so hungry. I said, oh, yeah, let me see how she make this one. And she brought out that eggplant and went to cutting it, and I said, that's how you make an eggplant. You know, I was like sitting there thinking, like, what am I going to do with this? Because I never cooked the eggplant before. I never even ate it before.
Right.
I seen how he ate it. And when he ate it with, I said, oh, yeah, I got to try it.
You bet. Yeah. She's amazing. She's amazing. I mean, I've watched the stuff that she puts out on, on Lance's shows, and yeah.
Oh yeah.
Whenever I decide to go completely vegan, I'll be going back to the channel.
I still got a cabinet full of them black beans now. I'm making sure I get me some of that burger. The way she was making it with the oatmeal and all the other spices and stuff.
Exactly. And the beets. Yeah, exactly. She's amazing.
Yeah, what you got growing now, Lance?
I got to tell you that off of the line. But the potential to do stuff with acreage is upon me. Read between the lines.
Yeah, I meant to ask you too, man, because I haven't really talked to you in a minute. But like, I want to talk to you about your trip to Africa, and
that's
the
what I'm talking
politics
about.
of it.
Yeah. Put it this way, I didn't want to come back.
Yeah, you got the YouTube running right now?
Oh yeah. All the footage is on YouTube from back in late April, early May. So if you go to the channel, you'll find all of that stuff. At one point.
No, I'm sorry. Is it live on YouTube right now?
Oh, this is live. Yeah. So I'm gonna have to hit you. We'll do that.
Okay. Yeah.
Because I want to go in, and I want to explain to you what was done. And then you'll see. So your mind will be blown. But it was.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if we were live now. So okay.
Oh yeah, we got like 132 people on the live.
Oh my God! Okay, yeah. Let me just jump in. Let me jump in the chat so I can see what people say.
124, right? 123 right now. So,
Oh my God!
Oh,
okay.
shucks! Are you serious?
Yeah. We haven't ended. This show has been. We started 4 hours ago. 4 hours and 22 minutes ago. No, sometimes it's like that. You get into the calling line and you forget that it's a chat room moving up and down right now. Yeah.
Oh my God! Everybody heard about your squash. They're gonna be looking for the Fleetwood squash.
but look at this, Joe Nickbone.
Yeah.
One night I did a long live stream, and I was real tired, and I shut everything down. I didn't cut the lights out. I shut everything down, right? And I went and changed, and I'm home. So I put a t-shirt on. Unfortunately, that's all I had on. So I said, let me go into the studio room and shut everything down. So I went into the studio room, and there were some things on the ground that I didn't pick up. Like a couple of pieces of equipment.
Yeah, I'm back, man. My fault.
So I went in there, all the computers around, and the computer that I used, I'm like standing in front of it. So I went and bent down and picked some stuff up. I'm standing there, and I looked at the computer, and the green light was still on. I thought I shut it down, but I didn't. And there was one person still on there live. Mind you, I had a T-shirt on, a short T-shirt. Had to bend down and pick some stuff. I didn't know anybody was in there. So I hurried up and clicked it off. I clicked it off, and then I had downloaded it, and then I deleted it off YouTube. So I go into bed about 20 minutes later, and I get a text message. Bzzz. Kind of way of blocking it. I don't know how they knew how to do it because you got to show your number, but your secret. I enjoyed it. And then they said, and the bad part about it is they said, I really enjoyed the view. I try to proceed, but I know you're not into men. I'm like, oh man. I was pissed and I was laughing at the same time. You know what I mean?
Oh my gosh.
Oh man.
Oh my gosh. I swear I did not know we were still live. Oh my God.
I never cut it off.
That's okay. That's okay.
And everybody's talking about, growing stuff and everything like that too, so we're good.
Well, that's good though, because with the whole planting thing, at least folks can get some ideas on what to do.
But this is the thing though. This is why I want to use the forum for. So what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to make a room in the forum just for that. So what do we call it?
Oh, you got to give me a chance to think about that one.
Yeah.
Call it the 3 foot squash.
Right? The Viagra squash.
Yeah, boy.
Gardening and farming. Farming and gardening.
A plant-based life.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because most people have gardens and some people are into the farm. I just call it gardening. And we could change the name later. I just want to set that up before I actually, gardening and farming.
Yeah. I just want to say to Mama PB in the chat room, I'm doing some indoor growing. Now, let me tell you, my mother, love her to death, couldn't grow for nothing. She had pots every year, potting soil, seeds, and for whatever reason, nothing ever came of that. My whole life, she just never had a talent for that. And that's okay. But I inherited all her pots. I got a ton of potting soil. I got some organic seeds. So I'm going to do some chives. I'm going to do a little parsley. I'm going to do some peppers indoor and then move them eventually outdoor. So, wish me luck. Yeah. Because I don't know jack about gardening either. So I'm learning as I go. And luckily, I work at a place where I can talk to people and get, good answers on how to do stuff, and what to do, blah, blah, blah. So, I know I can also get pots fairly cheap. So, I'm going to try my hand at it this year and we'll see what happens. I definitely want some peppers though, because I love peppers. And I used to live in Louisiana. So peppers, man, that's like a staple right down there. So I kind of miss it. I'm back in New York now. I kind of miss it. Mm-hmm.
Right.
I wonder, is peppers really good for you?
Yeah, they
do
are.
You think it's really good for you?
Mm-hmm. They're good. They clean you out. I'll tell you that much.
I mean, I thought that maybe it would bring on the, what they call them, gallstones.
I can't hear you. I didn't hear what you said.
I thought the heat of the peppers would bring on the gold stones or whatever they call it, stones in your stomach.
Kidney stones or gallstones?
Kidney stones or something like that.
Well,
it's good. It's good for that. You mean?
Well,
no,
he's saying that it would bring it on.
It would bring it on.
No, I don't. You know what? That's a good point. Because I went to the doctor's once, and we were just having a conversation, and he was talking to me about certain things, and he actually told me that we really shouldn't be eating green and red peppers.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He was telling me, Yeah, certain things that we really shouldn't be eating, and green peppers was one of them. Green and red peppers was one of them.
How come though? Like,
I mean, it didn't stop me from eating it, but you know, yeah.
Well, you know how the pepper goes down
And
so
tomatoes,
hot,
and tomatoes.
and you know, the heat from the peppers, or the seeds from the peppers, build up all the kidney stones in your body.
Oh, really?
From the heat, yeah. Because my uncle had it so bad. I think that's how he kind of passed away, because he wasn't taking care of his kidney stones like he's, you know, because he had them, but he always ate hot food. And, you know, and I was like, dude, why you keep eating hot food? And, you know, it's bad for you. But he always ate it. And he said, this is what really I need not to eat. You know, I was like, well, why are you keep eating
fire.
No, I love hot peppers. I love green peppers, red peppers, hot peppers, you know, Scotch bonnet. I cook with that all the time. So, you know, I don't have a problem with, I don't care. I'm using it, you know.
I know I tried some of that Chinese mustard, hot mustard. Oh my God. They opened up my pores and my nose, everything. I'm talking about it was so hot. I had never tried it, and I just tasted a little bit of it on my tongue. Oh my God, it was so hot. I thought it was worse than the Chinese pepper powder. You know.
What are you talking about? Jalapeno pepper?
I'm talking about Chinese hot mustard.
Oh, yeah. Oh my God, yeah.
It opened up everything.
It's a different kind of heat.
Yes.
It sure is. Sure is. You need a gurney after you eat that.
You know how Brother Lance eats something and he go to pop and sweat off his head and stuff? Yeah, that type of sweat. Yeah, see, Brother Lance, when he's one of them sandwiches, he gets sweat just popping off his head. I said, what the hell is? You know? And I knew then. I said, man, I gotta have me one of them.
Just pop off the head, right?
Lance,
yes.
I was sitting here thinking, you can call it clean sun food.
Queen, say it again?
Clean sun food.
Queen sun food?
Oh, yeah, that sounds good.
Queen sun food?
Yeah, since you're growing it out in the sun anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, that's for another forum, or I didn't hear it quite. She said
clean.
Yeah, clean, like.
Oh, clean sun food.
Like, clean, you know, like.
Washing something.
Cleaning your clothes.
Right. Clean sun food. Okay, yeah, we could do that. Because I made yeah. Now see, that's good because I made one called Gardening and Farming Life. I'll just leave it as Gardening and Farming, but I'll make another one because this is the food now, cooking techniques and different things. So I'll add that in right now.
It must be my phone. Sound breaking up.
Your phone.
Sun food. That sounds good.
Yeah, that says it all. Clean too, not just like sun food, but clean sun food. That's right.
And I know how that feels. Because you ever had that detox of the lemon and the water and baking soda? When I tell you that works perfectly.
Wow.
I must have went up through the night and I said, man, I ain't never did this one. So I got up and tried it that morning. And I say later on that night, it was hitting me. I've never had a detox like that before. And I got it from a Jamaican chef. He was online. And I said, you know what? I do need to try to detox and see what's going on with my bile system. So I tried the water, the baking soda, and the lemon. And when I tell you it works, it works.
It does work.
It works. Some of them tried with the apple cider vinegar, But I just really don't like the taste of the apple cider vinegar myself. But just a little teaspoon of that and baking soda and lemon. Oh my God, it works wonders.
Yeah, clean some food is there.
Is there some way that you have a good detox, Lance?
I'm a strange character. I'm an extremist. So it's like, I remember years ago before I really knew how to do it. I mean, like years ago, when like the early 80s, I found out about cayenne pepper, and they were talking about how you can, put cayenne pepper in the water and drink it and all that stuff. So I must have put like 4 tablespoons in a medium-sized glass of water with cayenne pepper. I never had trouble drinking anything. I drank it, and I'm not a dairy guy.
You gotta see my facial expression.
But once it's in your body, it's okay on certain dosages, but your mouth and your anus might feel it. So it wasn't at that point. So I drank it, and I felt not hot, but it was in my mouth hot. But it was in my body feeling weird, and all I knew was that I wanted to coat my stomach. I didn't even think about like reading it somewhere. I shot to the refrigerator and grabbed a half a gallon of milk and drank that bad boy down. I mean, I just kept drinking milk. Instinctively, I knew to do that, and I never did that again. But
So did the lemon make it boil? Did it boil?
No, it was just cayenne pepper.
It was the cayenne pepper.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because all my life, my father would hand me these big mugs of bitter, different herbs and stuff. It was a Jamaican thing, I guess. And I'm like, and it never bothered me. I had it in my mind that the nastier or more bitter it was, the better it was for me. So it was a mental thing. I knew it didn't taste good per se, but it was like, so I had it in my mind. So even now to this day, there are things that I drink, right from the backyard that have grown, and just different kind of things. Even half the time I don't even know what the name is. It's like, give me some of that. I see Quaco. I see Quaco drinking something. I'll say, hey man, give me some of that. What's that? So every day I probably
that opens you up on both ends.
Wow.
I didn't want to say it.
No, you got to say it. Both is real. So imagine when I went back into that. I know. Imagine when I went back into that studio room, if that was going on, they would have really saw it. Your secret is good with me. I know, right? When I saw that green light, I was like.
Joe.
Yes.
Yes.
Hey man, have you ever had one of those good detox?
I've never tried a detox. To be honest, I don't really think I ever had anything to detox from, to be honest with you. But it's just for me, like I drink a lot of pickle juice. Pickle juice is actually pretty good for you.
That's a good detox. Yeah, that's
yeah. But it's just I try and live as healthy as I can, given where I am, New York, and right now, the city is pretty toxic and scary. But I'm gonna get myself back down south at some point real soon, because I kind of miss it's even more than what you're eating. It's how you're living. And so, it doesn't really make any sense to detox if you're constantly in stress. It doesn't make any sense to detox, if you're living in a poisonous environment. That's not good for you. So, my thing is first to get my mind and body spiritually straight by moving to a place that's a lot more quiet and a lot more serene than where I am right now. I mean, to give you an example of what it's like, they built a freaking hotel right next to my house. Right?
Oh my God.
So, yeah.
Oh my God.
So literally, I literally have a 6-story hotel
where the concrete
next to my house.
Where the concrete yard used to be?
Say what?
Where the concrete yard used to be?
Going on all night.
Wait a minute, I can't hear you, Lance. What'd you say?
Where the concrete yard used to be.
Yes, right there. Man. So there's a 6-story hotel right there. And so when I go out in my backyard, I have something like 30-something rooms that are looking at me. So,
oh my God.
So, I mean, hey, I have no problem going out in my backyard naked. It's my backyard. So, if people want to look, I'm going to give them something to look at. So they will see naked gardening, and I'm going to take my 59-year-old self, put on my Speedo, looking all horrible out there in it, and I'm going to be gardening and relaxing in my chair in my backyard, and I don't care if they look at me. And then I'm going to get a telescope. I'm in New York City. Yeah, I'm in Queens.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I'm going to break my telescope out, and as they're looking at me, I'm going to look right back at them. So,
you know what that reminds you of, Joe Neckbone?
Yeah, boy.
Remember the time I walked down Liberty Avenue?
Wait a minute, Joe.
Yeah.
Is that near Liberty and Sutphin?
Close. Really close.
Because I know that they were building some I think a hotel.
Holiday Inn. They put a Holiday Inn there.
Oh wow.
Yeah, right in
Have you ever seen the stars move into their positions? Or ever seen the stars? You know, like, you know how the sun is going down and during the dawn time, when it's about to set, when the sun sets and the stars start to come out. You ever seen them move?
I've seen the moon rising. I mean, but then is it the moon rising or is it the earth moving? You know what I'm saying? It's
right. And I have seen them moving. It's like, wow. Like the sun was going behind the mountains here in Vegas. The stars would start to pop out. You know what I'm saying? It's like they just move right into that. You'd be like, hold on, did that star move? But you'd be like, okay, maybe I'm just tripping or whatever. But you actually see them move into their positions and be there. And I have never seen that until I moved here in Vegas.
I used to live in Vegas too, by the way. Believe it or not. Yeah. And Vegas,
by the way.
Yeah, Vegas is a trip, man. Vegas is the most trippy place I've ever been. You know, and my father used to live out there, so I've been going out there since the 70s. In fact, my uncle used to be a pit boss at the Sands when the Sands was still there, and so he got me my first job. He got me a union card, and I used to go out there in the summer times and live and work. And it's a trippy place. It still is a trippy place to me because, you know. Well, my cousins,
Yes, I've been here, yeah. It's real.
Yeah, and, you know, like, the West Side, man.
That's last place.
Yeah, man. I've been to some hoods with the West Side. Woo! Man, that's a rough part of town, boy. Ain't no joke out there.
Yeah, I stay out here off of Cactus. So you got that and Rainbow, off of Cactus and Rainbow. And it's, man, when I say mountains all the way around you, and I kept thinking, like, man, if something happened to the Hoover Dam, we just drown as hell. We drown. Because it ain't number one big old city in the middle of nothing but mountains.
Yeah. But it's pretty, though. You know, growing up in Charleston, down Charleston, you know, and all that, and just being able to look and see, yeah, it's pretty. But it's a strange place, man. Especially, you know, when I first went out there in the 70s, you know, the airport wasn't near as big as it is now. And, you know, Vegas was still a mob town back then. And I don't know, you know, I went out there recently, and it's just like, oh, man, it's kind of a shadow of its former self. But maybe that's a good thing. You know, because back then you had to have juice. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a real trip. I don't see Elvis Silverhand walk past me. I was like, hold on, that's Elvis Silverhand? He got the little silvers and everything. I was like, man, is that against the law? You know, but they got a license to do that, and they get paid to do that. It look like Elvis Silverhands and Pirates of the Caribbean, these folks get paid to walk around like that. That's crazy. And Deadpool, I said, wait a minute, Deadpool over there with that dusty ass outfit up? That's Deadpool. So he getting pictures, and he getting paid to just take pictures.
But I know what you mean about the dirt, though.
Oh yeah, it's filthy out here, man. You be thinking it's clean, but it's filthy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, in terms of growing, in terms of growing, because there's nothing but that sand and all that with sod on top of it,
and rocks, and that's all you see.
Yeah,
and you know, you be wanting to go somewhere, but you got artificial turf in all the parks. So if you wanted to play on the grass, which is artificial turf, so you can play on it. Now they're putting some kind of rubber, sort of like shoulder down on the playgrounds and also on the grass. Because, you know, a lot of folks say that the artificial turf does bad to their knees and ankles. But now they put this like rubber little BB like balls on the grass to keep make it cushiony. So yeah, they're doing that and watering it down, to keep it soft. It's a trip, and they got a bunch of parks everywhere. In the heat, I just got to learning about the heat. Since I'm from Memphis, Memphis has that sort of damp weather. And here is that high dry.
Yeah, very dry. Yeah.
When it gets 110, 108, and you feel it. You feel every bit of it.
Yeah.
And the birds, they want to drink water too, so you got to choose.
You better make sure you're drinking lots of water out there. Oh, fuck.
Oh yeah. Everywhere you go, you got to have that water bottle with you. You're going to be dehydrated. So, yeah, every time you step out, you see everybody drinking their water bottles.
Windburn.
No, I was just going to say, I went out there. I've been out there several times, but the first time I went out there, I don't even know what the hell I was thinking, but for some reason, I didn't pack my lotion.
Oh
my God.
You was asking Larry, wasn't you?
You asked you to the third tower, right? And that water's hard, too. That water they got out there is real.
It's dry.
Yeah.
Because I'm not normally like an ashy person, you know what I mean? And so I took a shower and I was like, okay, I forgot my lotion. I'll just use the one the hotel gave me, and I lotioned my body and whatever. Went to do what I had to do, came back. I could actually peel the scales off my
skin. Just scratching with your nail and watch it fly.
Yes. It was so ashy. It was like, oh my God, I had to find Vaseline. I mean, lotion just wasn't going to cut it. I had to get some, I needed something serious. It was horrible. I learned my lesson, boy. I learned my lessons. Yeah. But you gotta make sure you're fully hydrated, and you've got to have some heavy duty lotion out there.
When I first went out there in the 70s, it must have been 70, 76. I was going to visit my dad. I was a kid. And so, back then when Jerry curls would all rage, so the chemicals would react to the sun and turn everybody's hair red. So you had a Jerry curl. If you had a Jerry curl, you had to walk around with a gallon activator, and because it would dry you out and constantly be moisturizing. And folks had a bag on their head to keep the moisture in the Jerry curl, and they had to be red as I don't know what. I saw more red-headed black people out there than ever before.
Like people on next Friday.
How well I remember.
So wet, we'd be flipping all their hair everywhere. Like people on next Friday.
That is something else.
Man, go to the days, man. Those were things a while back there.
Jerry curl was serious.
Well, she said I used to have one. Quit checking that.
Hey,
I used to have one there. I just had to sleep in the bed because it made so much noise I couldn't sleep.
Hey, not my older brothers, but I lived in Jackson, Mississippi, and the big deal in that town was going to the VFW post, and that's where you see all the old brothers wearing the cowboy boots and all that, and brothers still rocking Jerry curls well into the 2000s.
I know.
You know what? You're not lying, because in Memphis, Tennessee, they got the old shags. They used to have the shaggy. Man, they still used to wear with the curls, and they used to go skating. So if you got a drippy Jerry curl, you're finna fall on the floor. There's grease drippings everywhere. There's all kinds of Jerry curl juice everywhere. And then, you know, they used to have a little small personal bottle.
Yeah, to activate it.
Spraying. You're like, hey, man, I know it ain't that dry. Man, I gotta keep this moist. Coming to America, dudes used to have him and his mama and his daddy had the check with 2 shots dripping everywhere.
Oh, man. Those are the days, boy. I looked at my pictures in high school, and I was like, what were we thinking?
I had a Jerry curl. I curled my hair a couple of times, but I did it different. I never used all of that floppy stuff. Mine, you could never tell that I had a Jerry curl. My hair just looked like it was just naturally curly.
Oh, well, then you must have the Hawaiian silky. That was the Hawaiian silky or the luxury curl. The luxury curl. Okay.
Probably.
I know, right? I'm getting so many fashion trends.
I used to hate the Dark and Lovely. Cause you remember them Dark and Lovely?
Dark and Lovely, yes.
Oh my God. They used to wear
still around.
Out. It's still around?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, I don't use those things anymore. My hair is locked, so I don't even know, but I know I've seen it. Yeah.
So you are natural.
Oh yeah.
That's good. I get tired of the weeds. I don't even know why they even keep wearing.
Mine is all natural and disrespectful. That's what mine is. Natural and disrespectful.
I don't know. It's just I had a bad experience with these. I can't.
I now
deal with nobody with it. It breaks me out.
All right, be careful, man.
Oh.
No, you head into the big W territory, you're going to go by yourself, bro. I cannot follow you. I can't follow you down that road.
I can't do it.
I'm not going down that road either.
Yeah, I'm telling you. You're going to be standing alone, man. Because sisters, when you start mentioning leaves and sisters, it gets real tense real quick. So, yeah.
No, to each his own. To each his own. Whatever works for you. You know what I mean? It took me a long time to get to where I am. I didn't wear weave. I didn't have to, and I really wasn't into it. But it took me quite a long time to get to the place where I was like, I'm gonna do it, and it's gonna stay permanent. And once I locked my hair, I couldn't even understand why I hadn't done it before. I mean, I know why I didn't do it, but it just hurt my heart that it took me that long to do it. You know what I mean? And I am so happy right now. I don't do a thing to it. Once a year, I'll twist it, and that's it. And whatever it looks like, after that, that's what it looks like, and I'm quite happy with it.
But what makes a woman? I'm asking questions. But what makes a woman want to put that weave in their hair when they have natural good hair anyway?
I could answer that question, but I don't think I want to answer that question on here. You know what I mean? Everybody has their reason. Everybody has, whether it's emotional, psychological, just fashion, whatever it is, they have their reasons for doing it. And they'll do it. They'll do it until they get to a place in their life where, they're okay with not doing it. And that's, yeah.
No, it just seems like there's a lot of guys are starting to put weave in their hair now for this dreads. And you'd be like, hold on, these are yarn, They even put this yarn in their head to make them sure they had longer, to have that dread look. And I just did not understand that at one point. So they say it grows their hair, but you know, some people's hair can't take the texture of the weave. You know,
right.
It was yucky lemonades and, you know, wine shit. All that, I'd just be like, hold on. Wow. Y'all got different kinds of weave, and your hair is naturally growing, you know, and you still put weave in your hair. It just throws me completely off. And I guess because I am, you know, a man who loves a natural look. You know, as long as you look real to me, I can deal with you. But when you come around the colors and the eyelashes and the eyeballs changing colors, and you know, it's difficult for me to understand where you're coming from. You know,
right.
You know, because you be talking about, man, you need to keep it real with it. But yeah, you ain't even real yourself. You know, I don't know when to be real with you. You know, it's just confusing. You know.
So you know, and I think for you know a lot of women, and I don't want to go down the road, but most women, and you know, not all of them, because there are women, you know, we put ourselves together for ourselves. You know, we're not doing it for anyone else, but you know, this is how I want to be, this is how I want to look, and I'm okay with it. But there are also a lot of women who do it for the men in their lives, or to attract men because they think that's what men want to see. You know, and so I think if you get involved with someone who's happy and comfortable with you being in your natural state, and you're okay with being in your natural state, then you're going to do that. You know, now if I'm wearing a weave because that's what I want to do, because that's how I want to look, I don't care how much you want to see me with my natural hair. You're not going to see it. You know what I'm saying? Because this is how I want to look. You know, but then there are those women who, if they get a man that can actually make them feel good about being in their natural state, they'll do it. They'll be natural, and they'll probably love it because it's a freedom. When you're wearing your hair in its natural state, and you know the maintenance and the money, you know, you don't have to worry about that anymore. There's a certain kind of freedom that comes with that. You know, you just can't replace it, you know? Yeah.
That's kind of hard. It's hard to please a woman for, you know, a man to try to give her a look. Yeah, we just cut out her and shake it up and throw some paint in it or something, you know. You know how they got these little spray on beards and spray on hair, man. It's kind of hard, you know. I'm like, yeah, how we go? I don't know what I'm going to wear. Let me get my hair right. And you get the spray in. Hold on, let me spray this line on the front because I got to make it look even. You know.
I think there's a how do I put this? There's a change in men. You know, and I noticed that, you know, a lot of guys, particularly younger guys, are far more interested in fashion and designers than my generation and previous ones ever were. And so they pay more attention to how they look than we ever did. Now, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. You know, I think that's subjective to the person. But I do notice that masculinity is being redefined. And, you know, there's a variety of factors that are redefining it. And it just kind of scares me because what I know of as men and manhood is going the way of the dinosaur. And so it's being replaced by a different set of men that have a different set of values and are far more sensitive about a lot of things than I ever was. So, you know, I noticed that at work, you know, when I talk to these young guys, like I come from an era where men were rough, and we were rough with each other. Why? Because we generally had hard jobs that required a lot of physical labor or doing something that was very dangerous. So it tended to make a lot of gallows humor, and it tended to make us be rough with each other. But then, at the end of the day, we'll go have a beer. Right. But now these young guys are really sensitive, and they can't handle, the roughness. And they take it really personal. And I'm like, no, it's not personal, man. We're just blowing off steam here at the job. This is how we let off stress, and they don't have an understanding of that. So, I have to tailor how I act, things that I do amongst these younger guys, because they don't understand what I'm saying or doing. It's as foreign to them as a whole other language. So it's kind of scary, but it is what it is.
And that is true. That is true. I tell my son now, he's 35, and I tell him now, I'll be like, look, son, where your parents at? This how we doing now. Not around me. You ain't gonna worry like that. So what makes you think another woman want to see your dog? Come on, man. That woman need to see your dog. Where your parents at? Well, and he gets to a point where he's like, I don't understand why y'all be tripping about the parents, right? I said, if you only know what it means, man.
Yeah. I tell them. I'll tell them. You have to be careful about. For me as a woman, some of these young men, they really don't have any manners. But if I see them and I'm close enough, I'll say, like, what's up with that? Why are you walking around like that? Do you think any woman is going to want to look at you with your pants all the way down there? And sometimes they'll, they're very accepting of what you're saying, and they'll apologize and they'll pull it up. Granted, it'll fall down as soon as they turn a corner, but they're very respectful for the most part. And they'll say, "I'm sorry, ma'am," and they'll pull it up. And I think I pick my battles, because you can look at some of these young men and it's like, no, I'm not even going to say anything. You can walk with it down to your ankles, all I care. But then you have some of the, you can tell the ones who they're just following the crowd. And, you can say something. And
you got something that's almost to their ankles for real. Right around the knee, a bit up around the knee. You be like, hold on, man, you don't have your pants that low. You actually ain't wearing no drawers. You got on shorts, and your pants already by your knees. Come on, man.
They have on 2 pairs of underwear or 3 pairs, different colors. And so they're showing the colors of the underwear. It's crazy. It's crazy.
You don't want to say nothing. You be like, man, you stink. Like Nico said, you got that sit down pump. Don't nobody want to smell that. I'm more chick to Nico too. She's on that, bro.
I remember my son came home from school one day, and he had on his belt, and the pants was just, it was hitting right on the top of the behind. And I was like, let this be the last day. This is the last day that your pants is going to sit right there, okay? It's never going to sit right there again. No, it's not happening. No. Some things you got to nip it in the bud quick.
I know when my grandmother was alive and I did that, oh man, she'd take me by the pants and jack them jumps up, and she would tell you, hey man, don't walk around here with these pants like that. I'm going to jack them up again. And when they jack them up, it hurts. It really hurt. And she used to catch them, and she even had some of my friends kids come over to the house. I'd be like, big man, we are paying for the Christmas. That ain't happening. You know that one. And they'll come over and they pull their pants up, and then you got some who don't have no belt and be holding their pants and walking at the same time. You ever see that?
Exactly.
I be like, dude, why don't you just get a belt? No, man, I like holding my pants. He's about 8. So
it's always funny to see them trying to run.
Oh, yeah. and they parents come down, they fall.
It's falling down, and they're holding it up, and they're running. It's like, you're retarded.
Well, I guess for me, it's the loss of those things, those traits that defined us as men. Like, a lot of these young dudes don't even own any tools. They don't know how to do anything in a home. They don't know how to fix a car. I mean, these are basic things, like how to change the oil in your car, how to fix the brakes in your car, how to repair stuff around your home, how to maintain your shelter. And these are things that, that are kind of really being lost, and I feel for that, because I'm like, man, these are the things that define us as men. More and more, I'm seeing women take on those roles of maintaining the shelter. I work at Home Depot, and I see women taking the lead to come in and buy the tools, to buy the paint, to do the repairing, to do the fixing. And they usually have some cool dude behind them. Like, a woman came in to buy a 3/8-inch drill. She said, I need a 3/8-inch drill bit. It has to be carbide tip because I'm cutting through metal, blah, blah, blah. She just broke it down. And I looked at the dude, I'm like, aren't you a part of this? And he was like, no. He was like, no. I'm like, well, what are you here for? Why are you even here, bro? She knows exactly what she wants. I'm talking to her. You just nuts. You just nuts in the penis. When your job comes, we'll call you. So it's just sad to see that, and it just. Those are the traits that made us men. Those are the things that people look for. Like, can this guy protect me, provide the shelter, and security? Yes. And, when women take on those roles, then what are we good for other than, being a sperm donor? And I hate to see that go by the wayside. I mean, and again, I don't want to disparage these brothers. And they say these brothers, I mean these younger cats. I suppose they have a role to play, but I can't see what that role is. I'm an old guy. I'm blind to that. They can see it because they're living it, but I can't. So, it just kind of makes me what do you call it? Makes me reminisce about classic men that could take on those roles, that were hard men, but loving fathers and loving husbands, but they were hard men. They didn't allow society to break their spirit. Their spirit out, was stronger than the world around them. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. I know what you mean. It's like my father. My father was a jack of all trades. Mm-hmm. In the house here, he did everything. You paint, anything's broken, you fix it. Whatever. And that really is a lost art. It's a lost, able to maintain your home. And you wonder whose fault is that, really, when you think about it. It's kind of our fault as the older generation, because is it that we wanted to give our children more or better than what we had, and so we neglected to teach them certain things. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Because now you could call someone to come in and fix it for you, so you didn't really rely on your own self to do these things. You relied on someone else. And in relying on someone else, you weren't calling your child and saying, hey, come here, watch me do X, Y, Z. Someone else was doing it for you. So to some degree, I think it's our fault. That's just me saying that. It's like cooking. It's like me as a mother, and I don't want to make it too bad. That's all women do is cook and clean. But at the same time, if I'm cooking and I don't have my daughter in the kitchen showing her how to do certain things, right? Then when she goes out into the world and she can't do those things, whose fault is it? Now, if I'm showing her and she takes no interest, and then she's out there and she's falling on her face, that's a whole different thing. But if she's out there falling because I didn't take the time to bring her into what I was doing and show her how to do it, then it's my fault when she can't do it. You know, it's my fault when my boys can't take care of themselves, because I taught my boys that, look, no woman is going to take advantage of you. You know, no woman is going to tell you that you can't eat, you know, because she's pissed off at you and she's not going to cook. Or you're going to go out on the street looking, you know, raggedy and crinkled and messed up because you don't know how to wash your clothes. You don't know how to iron your clothes. That's not happening. That's not happening. So I taught my boys to wash, to iron, to cook. I taught my girls to wash, to iron, to cook, to clean. Now, when you go out on your own, you don't want to do it, that's on you. That's on you. But as far as I'm concerned, I made sure that you know how to do it. You know how to cook for yourself so you can't starve. Okay? You know how to iron your clothes so you don't have to go out there with, you know, as in Jamaica, they call it water-washed clothing. Because, you know, you still have the wrinkles. You know what I'm saying? You still have the, you know, the wash wrinkles in it. You're not going out there like that. That's not happening, you know. And I taught them to iron their jeans and put a crease in it. I mean, nowadays, nobody wants a crease in their pants or their jeans or whatever. But I made sure they knew how to do these things. Yeah.
And see, that's how my grandmother and my mother brought me up, you know. And I mean, every time we had the little washboard. You remember the little washboard back in the day? We didn't have no wash machine. We had the little washboard. And we used to take it in the bathroom, in the tub, put all the clothes in the tub and use that washboard. But then, when you didn't have a washer and dryer, you had to go out and hang the clothes up in the air. It was air dry, sun dry. And, you know, that right there was enough to teach me not to ever have dirty clothes. You know, I just had to learn. You know, because I didn't know it was going to be washers and dryers. I did not. I better learn how to do this before, you know, I'd be walking around with dirty clothes and wrinkles and everywhere. But you ever notice when you put your clothes on the clothing line and the air dry, it smells just like the outdoor period?
Yes, it's a beautiful smell. It's a
and it is.
Yeah.
That was back in the days when they weren't spraying nothing in the air like they do now. It was times when I was a kid, I used to run in the grass and fall asleep. I used to just fall asleep. I don't know what it was. I played so hard, and then I could sit there and play in the grass and fall asleep right there in the grass. And wake up. And be like, damn, man, I'm fell asleep again in the grass. And I go in the house and be in all day. I was outside in the front in the grass. You know, it was those days where you didn't have to worry about that.
You didn't worry about anything. Yeah.
Yeah, and see, I was in the 60s. That was
simpler times. Simpler times.
You know, he was like, hold up, wait a minute. There's a white man in the hood. Where you come from? You know, you was like, wait a minute, I ain't never seen this one. You know, because, you know, everybody thought back then days, 76, 71, hey, man, what are you doing over here in the hood like this, man? Because you never see them in the hood. In their community. They was never in the hood. And when they do come up, it's always, ma'am, if you got a collection, they'll knock on your door for something else. You know? So it was times where I used to wonder, like,
LANCESCURV has invited you to a conference.
You just can't have it. I didn't understand that. When I got older, I learned. You know, I was like, oh, wow, I better learn all this stuff from my grandmama and my mama now. Because when I get older, I want to be prepared for this.
Has invited you to a conference. Press 1 to join.
So, yeah.
Hello?
Now. This call.
It's
That's an echo. You right over that link? That link.
I ended up joining twice. I walked away for a second. Yeah. A technological fart.
Oh.
We can barely hear you, guys. There we go.
Yeah, I'm here. Pay me no mind. I'm just multitasking.
Oh, okay, yeah. I told you, man, Jack Train got hands everywhere, just everywhere. But Brother Lance, I'm gonna go on and take it in, man. It's always good to talk with you, guys.
This was good. I appreciate it.
And see, when I vent, man, I'm gonna come at you. You might not like me. Uh-oh. Hey, I be having a lot on my mind, man. Plus, I be listening to a lot of your podcasts, and I be wanting to come in on the line, but I be like, nah, let me calm myself down, because I be hot. I be so hot. I be so hot, man. And I said, nah, because I might come in, everybody be scared, and I'm be like, yeah, I'm that mofo that your mama and your daddy warned you about. I'm that real one, you know. So sometimes I had to calm myself down, you know, have to clean, you know.
Right.
But you know, it's been times where I don't see things and want to say it, and I don't heard of things and wanted to, you know, be it. And to me, I learned by life, man. Just, you know, take your time, get your mind right, get your soul right, and you know, call on your sisters, your ancestors. So, you know, and I just be in my own vent. I be venting, but I be wanting to have somebody I could talk to, because I don't really have a lot of folks I could talk to, you know.
Right.
And especially if they on the same wavelength I'm on. You know, like I said, I be listening to the show every morning, every day. I don't even look at TV no more. That's how much I listen to the show.
Wow.
Yeah, I stopped looking at TV. As soon as I get up, let me see what Lance talk about today. You know, and I turn on that Joe Nickbone, I turn on that Johnny, man, it's over. I'm in the background. Yeah, man, that's what they said, bro. Yeah, I feel you. You know, but I'm like that.
Yeah.
Let me call in. Then I said, nah, let me just listen, because they ain't ready for me yet. I'm going to just sit and listen. So I just listen until the whole thing go off, and you come back on in the next 20 minutes. I said, yeah, he coming back on. I'm going to wait. Give me something to eat, take a bath, shower, whatever. I come right back at it. I'm talking about I'm faithfully to it. And I enjoy it, man. I enjoy it.
Yeah, it's like therapy to me, because one time Lance and his wife was here, and I told him, I said, when I'm in the car, I turn it on my phone. I'm telling you, it's really like therapy for me anyway.
Right. And it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I catch every moment of it, every chance I get.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I hold down. See, I be too drunk. I just be too drunk.
You know, sitting here listening and talking and stuff, you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me when we were like teenagers, me and my brothers. We rush home from school, get on the party line. Did y'all used to do that?
Yeah,
we used to call it the party line. Get on the phone and you dial these 3. I guess it was 333 or 444 or something like that. Yeah, that's what this reminds me of. Bring back a lot of memories, you know.
Wow. Yes.
I used to sit up there and tell her, hey, I could hear you breathe. You sleep. And then the day you breathe, I sleep. You be like, you still that? 'Cause I'm still up. You still up? No, I'm going to fall asleep, man. I'll call you tomorrow.
Well, I'll tell you a story about Lance. I'll tell you a little story about Lance, right? So I told this on the show the other day. I don't know if you heard it. But Lance his house was in between some other friend's house and my little girlfriend at the time. And so I used to have to walk past his house in order to go to their house or see my girlfriend. And his house had a stoop, big stoop in the front. And so I would be coming back from taking her out on a little date or something and pass by the stoop, and there'd be all these dudes in front of Lance's house talking, right? And so I started joining in with them and talking. Now, I knew Lance from before, you know, because he actually went to school with my little sister, my younger sister, sorry, not little. But he's, I think, a year or two behind me. But anyway, I started stopping and talking, and then, like I said, there'd be all these dudes in front of his house talking, doing the very thing you're doing right now, right? Talking about everything. Now, we're talking like 13, 14-year-old guys, you know, and occasionally some women, but mostly guys in the neighborhood. And we'd be out till the next day, overnight, summertime, you know, because everybody was off, you know, talking in front of his house. No drinking, no drugs, okay? Lance has never drunk, never taken any drugs, as long as I know him, all right? And for the most part, he's always been a vegetarian, although when he was bodybuilding, he was eating a lot of crazy stuff back then until he got into his health regimen. But he's been a vegetarian as far as I know, as far back as I can remember. But this what you're experiencing now started way back then. And it was all the guys in the neighborhood. It didn't matter who they were, right? And so if everybody was out, they were out. And we'd just be debating all night long. So when the internet came along, you know, he kind of like, yo, come on, I'm going to show you. I'm like, okay. And it was just an extension of that. So what you're seeing or what you're experiencing is an extension of something that started a long time ago. So he is the same now as he was then. He just has better tools now to reach more people. But y'all are all an extension of that little group. And we're all still friends. That's the funny part. You know, we lost a couple of folks, to death and, and other things. But for the most part, we're all still friends and all laugh and joke when we all get together when we can now because we all have lives and families. So y'all have started something big here. Yeah.
That's how it was with me. We used to sit on our front porch. We used to sit on our front porch like that and sit there and talk from that evening to the next day. Right. That evening. And we'd be like, man, I know y'all smell. I know y'all want to go home, take a bath, but we get to checking, and then it just prolonged more. You're like, damn, we've been out here all this time, man. Y'all ain't trying to go home, brush your teeth, and nothing. Like, what's going on? Man, conversation be so good because each time you in a conversation, the next conversation can last another long time. So you don't even think about the time. It just goes by so fast because the conversation be so good each time. And then you're around people who care and they love you and they just want to, see you doing good and it just be fun, And now these days you can't even stand out your door. I know. Without somebody shooting or somebody fighting, world star, that's all you hear. World star. And I'll be like, Lord, they got to stop it with the world star. But that's what's going on today. They just, like you said, don't care. They really don't care.
That's it. Mm-hmm.
So it's a healing thing too. All of this is a healing thing, and for the first time, sometimes I don't think that people understand the power of this medium. When we were growing up, we knew our immediate world, which was our neighborhood. And even though that there are black people all around the country, we weren't connected to them unless we went to visit relatives or called on the phone, which then was very expensive. Because y'all remember long distance used to be really expensive. Your mom would be like, you better not make that call long, right? Yeah. So now, this medium has allowed black people all around the country to connect with each other, to find out what's going on in your communities, to find out what's going on in your worlds and how the world is affecting you. This is a really powerful medium. And not only U.S., we're talking Africa and other parts of the world. So for the first time, technology has allowed Black people to connect across all boundaries. But the question becomes, what are we going to do with that? And so, it's nice to have this, but what are you going to do with that? How are you going to tap into the power of it to make your life and overall Black people's lives better? And that's the question that has to be answered right now.
Right. And that's what I've been saying. I said, we all need to hook up and, meet up somewhere, some kind of way. Make some plans, because some stuff I want to talk about to Lance, but certain things you don't want to talk about over the phone. You know what I mean?
You're the lady I talked to the other day. We got cut off.
Right. Yeah, we got cut off. Yeah. What's your name? What's your name?
Joe Neckbone.
Huh?
Joe Neckbone.
I didn't hear you.
Joe Neckbone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So yeah, it's just
name the name. You got
I'm gonna have to get some merch with that on it, man. I'm telling you, I've been toying with that idea for the longest. I'm gonna have to get some t-shirts and coffee cups. Yeah,
hey, for real. For real, I want one. I want one.
Well, I'll let you know what I send up. But yeah, this is a powerful medium, and so I suggest that everybody use it to enrich your life, use it to make it better for you and your family, and eventually you can move that into using it to empower Black people overall. But first, you got to understand the power of a tool in order to get the most out of that tool. And right now, these young cats are using it for beefing. For beefing, I'm like, come on, threatening each other. I mean, I haven't seen dudes pull guns on each other virtually over videos. Like, huh? You have a beautiful medium here that's powerful, and you want to use it for fuckery? Come on.
Right.
That's crazy.
It is. So I guess it's up to us as the older cats to show the younger cats how to use this tool. And some people do good things. I'm seeing some really interesting things pop up on YouTube, but YouTube is just one piece of the pie. There's other pieces out there. So, my suggestion to everybody is, use this medium. Use it to the best of your ability. Use it all the time. Don't be scared of it. Take advantage of it. Use it to connect to everyone that you love and to keep them safe, and use it to enrich yourself, because that's what it can do.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Lance, I'm gonna use your slogan, man. That I'm gonna color the world with my crayon. You know which one I'm talking about.
I'm back.
He said there's 2 little crayons, and you're gonna color the world.
I remember that one. You didn't say the whole thing.
You said the whole world ain't nothing but a coloring book.
You like that one, huh?
I'm with you. I want a T-shirt with that on it.
I'll make one for you, man. I'll make one.
Yeah, what you eating over there, Lance? I know you're nibbling on some nuts.
Yeah, I was nibbling on some
coming up with all kind of slogans that day. Everything was going to be on the T-shirt.
I'll make it within the next few days. That was a glowing testimony, Joe Neckbone. I remember those days. Remember that? I never really tied it in like that to see it that way. So you saying it, reflecting it, it was like, wow, that's true.
Man, when you sit back and think about it, we had some good lives, bro.
I know.
We had some happy childhoods, and we had some good lives, man. And that's why I look at some people, and I have to have sympathy for them that didn't have good lives.
I know.
You know, and because there's a lot of people out there that's sitting on a lot of hurt, man. And, you know, if this helps them work through their hurt, so be it. If this helps them become better people internally, so be it. I'm down with it, you know. But, you know, we've been fortunate, bro. You and me and, you know, Carlos and Angelo and, you know, oh, man, the list goes on and on. We've been real fortunate, bro. You know what I mean? We came through at the right time.
I know.
You know, with the right people in the right neighborhood, man.
It's like we slipped in. It's like the going through a toll booth behind somebody not wanting to pay, and the thing is coming down, but you just get in without getting touched.
Yeah. Yeah. But, you know, the best thing that we can do is share the love, bro. You know, whatever we had, to spread it on, man. So you've been doing a good job at that. I've been doing a better job than I have, man. You know, and there was a period where I was real dark, bro. You remember them days. I was real dark, man. You know, to just get real, I had gotten divorced, and I went through a whole lot of doubt about life and self. And so I had to climb out of that darkness. And I found out, you know what? The sun does shine every day.
It does.
You know, I gotta see it. I gotta meet that shine, you know. So I'm in a whole different place, man. And I'm happy for it, you know.
Exactly. And that's the ultimate victory.
It's a learning block. It's just something that was a little obstacle in the way and you just went over it.
A little help,
Yeah, a little help, yeah. Everybody needs that. I need it sometimes. So, yeah.
A lot of people don't even make it to this point. You know, you could think about people in the neighborhood that just never,
yeah, you're kind of low, man.
Okay, yeah. No, I'm talking low because the house is so quiet, man. So I'm gonna probably be quiet for the rest of the conversation anyway. You know what I mean? And I gotta fill you in on a whole lot of things, Joe Neckbone. But y'all keep talking. I'm adding people into the room and doing some multitasking and stuff. I might chime in, but just.
Well, I'm getting ready to go to bed. I'm doing up for 2 days.
Yeah. Man, that's damn.
No, I said 2 days. 2.
That's a marathon, babe.
How do you do it?
Oh, you were on last night? You used to hang back in the day. Come on now, you know.
I hang till about 3 o'clock in the morning, maybe at 5, but 2 days.
I think I did like 5 shows.
Now, if I'm traveling by car or bus or something, I have to be okay. I don't know who all around me, you know.
Well, yeah. The other day after you and I got cut off, I just started doing some research, reading a couple of books. I got a couple of books on this guy we called Irritated Genie. Oh my God! One of the books I couldn't put it down.
I met him a couple weeks ago. I met him a couple weeks ago. I did a video with him. I met him in Maryland a couple of weeks ago, and I did a video with him.
Yeah, he got some good ones.
Yeah.
And I couldn't put it down. Oh my God! Especially the one that's called wait a minute, I got it right here. It's called War on the Horizon. Oh my God, I couldn't put that book down.
Mm-hmm.
You need to get you some sleep. You need to get you some sleep, though.
You wrote that? Yeah, he did. Okay. And I'm going to go back. He only lives like, well, he's not. He's at I only live like 5 minutes away from the vegan restaurant, and they sell, you know, his books and jewelry and, you know, different stuff in there. So I'm only like 5 minutes away, so I went down there and got a couple more books. So he's like, "You went through that book already?" I'm like, "Yeah, I couldn't put it down."
Tell him I said hi. I'm going to be calling him to do a show soon.
I'm going to go back maybe tomorrow and see if I can catch him there. He's usually there all the time. But yeah, they have some of everything in it. They had like the soaps, the different soaps and toothpaste with the what is it? Active Choco. They got all natural stuff in there. It's wonderful. I love it.
Man, I wish they had something like that in Vegas. They ain't got nothing like that in Vegas. I've been trying to look for an African bookstore or something that sells African products, nothing. They don't have.
So you say you're in Vegas? You're in Vegas?
Yeah, I'm in Vegas.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, of course, you tried to pull it up because I had a friend of mine that's out there, and she did a lot of her stuff. Someplace out there that has all natural stuff like that.
Yeah, I went around, and mostly they have like little small portions in the stores. It don't be a big variety of African attire or books or nothing like that.
Well, you might want to, you might have to order it, you know.
And I do. I've been online, but that's the only way I can get anything as far as books and everything concerning spirituality or anything like that.
Yeah, I'll let me see if you got his email on this book. Hold on a second.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've been trying to find it everywhere, and here you just can't find it. You know, I think Queen B, I think she stays here too. I think she was saying something about that online, but I have not found not one. In Memphis, where I used to stay, they had the African bookstore on Bellevue, and then on Bellevue they had the Black Arts Alliance. It's a bookstore there, and they sell nothing but your African attire, everything from your black soaps to your shea butters and everything.
Right.
But here you will never find it unless you go to the swamp meet. They got a little swamp meet down here, and when I tell you they got everything in there, but only that individual who makes all your black seed oils and all your incense and stuff like that, they may carry a book of
Maybe
things.
you have to start something.
Mm-hmm.
You know, since they don't have it, you might have to be the one to get something going. Just the same that, you know, that you're looking for it. There's, I'm sure, a ton of other people that are looking for it too, you know? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I hear it's mostly your Cuban and your Asian. So you're not going to pretty much get that.
Okay.
You got Mexican.
I can't find it. I thought it might have been on this book or something. But when I go over there tomorrow, I'll get it. And I'll tell Lance to give you my number, and then you can call me, and I'll get you his information.
Okay, great. Because it's really hard. It's very scarce. Like I said, there's a lot of Cubans, there's a lot of Puerto Rican and Arab and Asian. And you barely see blacks unless you're in the north. And I don't go in the north end because it's bad on the north. And like you say, Joe Neckbone is bad in the west. It's really bad in the north. So I don't go North Vegas at all. And it's really bad on that end. So
wow.
Yeah.
So what made you move to Vegas?
Oh man, my wife, she's in the medical field. She's a registered nurse for oncology, and I'm a phlebotomist, so I didn't want to really stay in Vegas. I wanted to move right back to Memphis. I wanted her to get closer to her family, which is her brother. He stays here in Vegas, and they haven't been around each other a long time, so we ended up moving here, and plus the jobs here was plentiful for her in the medical field. But I got out here, it's difficult, and it's really crazy. Like Joe Neckbone saying, it's crazy out here. You got to have a health card to start if you want to go and work at a kitchen or restaurant. Yeah. You got to have a lift card. You got to have all these different cards. You got to go to the Nevada Health Department to get all these cards. Got to get in a union too. Yeah, you got to go through so much just to get a certificate or a card to start a job, and you got to pay for this, and you like, hold on, I ain't got no job, so how am I gonna get the money to pay for this? You know, so you got to be about your hustle out here. You know, and slot machines everywhere. You put $1 in the slot machine, you're liable to make $90. You want to pay it, you know, to get a health card or some kind of decent forklift job, or you know, any kind of card like that. So it's real hard to get a job out here, because I was telling Lance at one time that I was trying to fill out jobs online, but I ended up having schools calling me. I'm like, wait a minute, we found out you just applied for this job, and are you thinking about going back to school? I was like, no. I said, no. Why y'all keep calling me? Well, that's how you do it, you know. We got to see if you want to do another skill. I said, man, I don't need a skill. I need a job. I don't need to go back to school. Give me a job. and I get that every time I fill out an application online. They'll call me back with a school, and I'll be like, no, I'm not trying to go back to school.
Yeah,
I'm trying to get some work.
Yeah, they play them games. Yeah.
One guy got mad. Yeah, he got mad because I said, no, I don't want to go to school. You mean to tell me you don't want to go to school? It's going to cost. I said, man, it's going to cost me money that I ain't got. I'm trying to get a job. Why you keep calling me about a school? I don't want to go to class. I'm through with class. I'm too old for class. You're never too old to go back to school. I said, I don't mean to make you mad, but I ain't going back to school.
You ain't no too old to learn, that's for sure.
Yeah. And that's what's going on. And I'd be like, why aren't they trying to get you to go back to school when you're trying to job?
Right. I feel
putting you in more debt.
And that's exactly what they want to do, is put me in more debt. And I ain't trying to go that route, you know. And then they say, well, you can't get this because you're not eligible for that. I said, see, I didn't even want you to get all that information. You called me with this. I didn't call you.
Well, probably what the problem is when you say like you want to apply for a job out there, go to, let's say like IBM, for example. You have to go straight to the IBM application. You know what I mean? Their website. Because a lot of times you got to be careful because it's in that signed writing. You know, they have Indeed or some other link. You know what I mean?
I be going through.
So that's what I had to learn that myself, because I was like, oh, why do they keep calling? I said, oh, dang, I hit the wrong one. That's probably what it was, because they got all these different ones now. So you have to go to their website, you know, and it'll look like their website, but make sure it's the company like AT&T, you know, or IBM, you know, goes straight to their website. But you got to be careful because it can look tricky. But it's, you know, you got to look at that fine writing because they got all kind of stuff going on there. You know,
don't you just wish they ever just come back with the paper application? It was much easier. I said, don't you ever wish they ever came back with the paper application?
Right, that's all. Yeah.
It was much easier.
Yeah,
all you have to do is go and look that person in the face and say, look, I need a job. Let me get the application. And then they give you the application, you fill it out right there, give it right back to them. When y'all going to hire?
Right.
You know.
Right. Yeah. Well, you know, in Maryland, a lot of these places are starting to go back to that, you know. But it's rare. It's rare. But I was looking for a part-time job because I had moved back to the area because my mom, she had a fall, so somebody had to be in the house with her. So I was looking for a part-time job at one point, you know. And that's how I found out that they play that little trickery. You know, what is that noise? What's that noise?
I have no idea.
Huh?
That's probably Lance typing.
Oh.
You know me so well.
Being busy about it.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah.
I'm gonna be out here, y'all. I'm about to fall asleep on my couch.
Yeah, I'm gonna go sleep. Yeah, I'm gonna go stretch out too. But don't forget to call Lance and tell him to give you my number. I'm
okay.
Love being Nubian.
Love being Nubian.
I texted it to him already.
Mm-hmm.
I got it to him already.
You will see me. It'd be Andre Killigrew. Everybody gets mixed up because it's spelled like Andrea, but it's Andre. And
Andre,
and I'll be
okay.
Like, they be like, love and life, queen. I'll be like, oh, no, I'm a king, but and I laugh it off, but it's cool, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But they always get it mixed up because it's spelled like Andrea, but it's Andre, yeah.
Okay, well, this is
all right, Sandy. Y'all have a good rest, and hopefully I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Well, today.
Yes,
okay.
yes,
All right.
yes. You have a wonderful night.
You all have a wonderful night.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Have a good night.
All right.
Joe McBone.
Yes.
And
yes, you have a good night.
I just like saying it, man. Joe McBone. I'm out, brother. Have a good one.
all right, Lance, we're
Okay.
gonna go.
Yes, definitely.
This was wonderful.
It was. I'm going to be hitting you all
We'll do it again.
for a while. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'm going to pop off too, man. I really got to focus on a little writing right now.
Yeah. And tomorrow
Take care.
I'll give you a shout
Alrighty.
out. Okay. All right. Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
My Lord is I lost my love. They're gonna move to the groove. I my Lord is I lost my love. They're gonna move to the groove. I my Lord is I lost my love. Lost my love. They're gonna move to the groove. My Lord is I lost my love. They're gonna move to the groove. My Lord is I lost my love.
You see what I'm saying?
Everybody's in fear, though.
That's what I'm saying. So it's strictly a place of fear that we are operating from. And the fact is that we're not going to get out of that place. And even sometimes when I speak, and some people will look at me and say, man, you got to be careful of what you say. And I tell people, please do not tell me to be careful in what I have to say. I am not afraid to speak. I am not afraid because, look, I am here to do work. The fact is that when I go to my job, I don't just stand here and look at my job and hoping that it get done in some other way. So the job that I'm here to do, I am doing. I don't want anybody to sit and say, oh man, I'm worried about this. Don't worry about me. I don't want people to go around and worry when is white supremacy going to get him. These are the things that they want you to think. These are the places that they want to put you in.
Paralyzes.
See what I'm saying is, that's why we don't do nothing. We see our sisters being beaten down in the street as strong black men, and we stand here and we look, and all we can do is take up our phone and videotape it. And what happened after that? You see what I'm saying is, we see these things and yet we are paralyzed by them. But the fact is that here's where the danger comes in. The danger comes in because I will look at you, okay? Give you a scenario. Here's a white guy over here. He's got a lot of food, even food that he's just wasting. And you have a gun, but you ain't going over there to rob him. But here is it that me or you who live right next to him, who hardly can find enough to eat and feed your family, that's who he's coming to kill. So what does that say to you now? You see, this is so much self-hate. It is so much self-hate that is within you or me that is going to destroy the other person who look like you or me. And the food, all the food is over there. But you won't cross that line to go and get the food that you need. You're gonna cross the line to take away what this other person hardly even have. Because you hate yourself so much that you figure if you destroy yourself, then it's good for I don't have to worry about this God that's living over there, because the God ain't gonna give me no food. And if you don't volunteer to give me no food, I'm not gonna go over there to take it. That's what I'm saying. So that's the place that we live. That's the place that we live. And so we have to stop feeding into this narrative where we are living in such fear that when a brother starts to speak truth to power, we're ready to say, oh man, hush, hush, hush. I don't want the prisoner to come in and get you next or to get me. So be quiet, see, just don't say anything. Be careful what you say. And that's where we live. That's a very dangerous place to live. It is. But the fact is that we can't see that because we're so caught up. We're so caught up and we are hoping. We are hoping that we just wake up one day and everything magically change. And that is the thing where all of our people, a great deal of our people, is waiting for this magical person to come out of the sky and fix everything for them. That's what I'm saying. It is no magical person that is going to fix it for you. When you have a problem in your house, you must be the one to fix it. You see, what I'm saying is I'm dealing from a place of logic. I'm not dealing from a place of imagination. Because a lot of us, we're dealing from a place of imagination. And that's where the problem comes in.
Why are we called Negroes? Why are we deaf, dumb, and blind? Why is everybody making progress, yet we seem to be lagging so far behind? Why are we mistreated? Why are we in this condition? Stripped of our name, our language, our culture, our God, and our religion. Here in America, all of our religious training has been gotten by the preacher. He has told us of a heaven way up in the sky that we can't enjoy now, but rather after we die. But all of the years that we're living, for us there's nothing but hell, pain, torture, and misgiving. Yet the Bible speaks of a heaven filled with material luxury, which the white man and the preacher has right here, so we see. So my friend, take it for what it's worth. Your heaven and your hell is right here on this earth. So let's check back into history, which rewards all research and tells us plainly that before the white man gained entry to the East, he was living in the caves of Europe, a ravenous beast, eating juniper roots and eating flesh raw, till God sent Moses to civilize him and teach him the law. Then, following Marco Polo, an explorer, he gained entry into Asia and Africa. From China, he took silk and gunpowder. From India, he took jute, manganese, and rubber. He raped Africa of her diamonds and her gold. From the Mideast, he took barrels of oil untold, raping, robbing, and murdering everything in his path. The whole black world has tasted of the white man's wrath. So, my friend, it's not hard to tell. A white man's heaven is a black man's hell. America, we were living in the East. By the Nile River, we were living in luxury, enjoying freedom, justice, and equality. We wore silken robes and slippers of gold. We were the wealthiest and the wisest people, I'm told. Now we are the poorest of the poor. Nobody wants us at their door. So, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven is black man hell. When the white man came to America, he told the Indian, I am your white brother. He said, red man, I'll treat you the best. Yet and still he pushed the Indian further west with his white woman and fire water. Tricks and lies, he stole America. The original owner of this nation is cooped up on a reservation. So, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven, black man hell. He needed someone to work the land. His back was too weak. He needed you, black man, so he commissioned Sir John Hawkins to commit the world's most grievous sin, to take a man who's born to be free and bring him down to slavery, to sell a man as merchandise, on his body put a price. Oh, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven is a black man hell.